In the savage continent where the forces of warcraft reigned supreme, he was born devoid of the ability to cultivate martial energy, yet unexpectedly awakened the bloodline of the Beast King, granting him the power to communicate with all beasts, from being a discarded waste by his family to rising as the sovereign of myriad creatures. He ascended through blood and glory. However, as his strength burgeoned, he unearthed a staggering secret hidden within his bloodline. The power of the Beast King was not a gift, but rather a curse that had endured for millennia. With each summoning, he hastened his own beastification, as the last vestiges of his humanity teetered on the brink of obliteration. He was faced with a harrowing choice between destruction and redemption, to become the eternal beast king or to sacrifice his life to end this relentless cycle. Chapter 1. The Military. The Algu Empire, one of the 6 human empires on the Maya continent. As the sun dipped below the horizon, a sliver of twilight illuminated the damp stone path. Zhang Chang's home lay in the southwestern corner of the Algu Empire, a designated area for the common folk to reside. Zhang Chang deftly emptied a basket of stones into the corner of the wall, using the tip of his foot to nudge a stray stone back into place. Satisfied, he wiped the sweat from his brow, knowing that he had completed the task requested by the blacksmith for the day. "Xiao Chong, come here after you wash your face," a robust yet somewhat deep voice called from within the house. Okay, Zhang Zhong is a commoner, occupying a position just slightly above that of a slavey, a demographic devoid of any rights within the empire, existing at the very base of the societal pyramid. His father, Zhang Tian, earns a meager living as a miner, and in a world like that of Maya, where the average lifespan reaches 200 years, Zhang Tian is still considered a mere youth. Zhang Zhong's mother, constrained by certain customs of the continent, can only occasionally wash clothes for others to supplement the family's income. "I never expected my son to have turned 15 so swiftly," Zhang Tian remarked with a hint of nostalgia, his gaze hesitantly drifting toward his wife, though he struggled to voice his thoughts. Since Zhang Zhong's arrival, his mother had kept her head bowed, her expression somber. She gently spoke, "Xiao Zhong, your father and I lack the means to send you to school. You must harbor resentment towards us for these years. And oh, no, mother, what troubles you today?" Zhang Zhong hastily replied. "Allow me to explain," Zhang Tian interjected, noticing his wife's troubled demeanor, and sighed deeply. "A representative from the Imperial Conscription Office has just visited. All commoners aged 15 and above are required to serve in the military. Your mother and I are deeply concerned about this matter." The room fell silent after his words. Although over a century has passed since the last war on the Maya continent, Zhang Zhong understood that small-scale conflicts still persist, and enlisting would mean surrendering one's life to the clutches of death. Engage in conversation with your mother. Zhang Tian could no longer endure the oppressive atmosphere within the room. He rose and stepped outside, crouching down with a sense of helplessness reflected in his eyes, his weathered hands striking his hair in frustration. "Do not blame your father. He truly hopes for you to inherit his position. Yet the edicts of the empire are not to be defied." His mother spoke softly, tears spilling from the corners of her eyes. Zhang Zhong felt a pang in his heart and quickly wiped his mother's tears with his somewhat soiled sleeve. "Mother, there is no need for concern. It is merely a matter of 5 years, and soon it shall pass. I will return and take over my father's responsibilities." His mother gazed at him kindly, aware that he was trying to comfort her. She recalled the child from the Carter family, who had participated in the Legion the previous year and had perished within a year due to a skirmish with bandits. Carefully, she rummaged beneath the bedding at the head of the bed and produced a cloth pouch, revealing a gold coin and 3 silver coins. "Take this gold coin with you. I have heard that it is customary to offer such respect in the Legion. Though we are but commoners, we must not allow ourselves to be wronged." As Zhang Zhong beheld the gold coin his mother offered, tears involuntarily streamed down his face, for he knew that a single gold coin could sustain his family for half a year. "Enough. The children of the Zhang family are not cowards. Why do you weep? The Legion has arrived. It is time to depart." Zhang Tian called from outside. Upon exiting, Zhang Zhong did not see his father and understood that his father could not bear to part with him. The Zhang surname was peculiar on the Maya continent, yet amidst its myriad races, who would truly care about the name of a commoner? Under the watchful gaze of his mother, Zhang Chong picked up the items he had prepared long in advance and followed a soldier to the assembly line in the square. This year saw a substantial influx of recruits, and although the majority were familiar with one another, the presence of vigilant soldiers rendered them mute, each person silently, attending to their belongings or discreetly wiping away tears. Why are you all crying? Once you enter the regiment, there will be plenty of reasons to weep. Assemble now, we are departing imminently, shouted a man with a scarred face, brutally kicking one dazed recruit into the ranks. The procession meandered for half a month before finally arriving at a place known as the Wolf Legion. Zhang Chong beheld dilapidated barracks and a few sunbathing veterans, with the training grounds overgrown with weeds. The long rifles of several soldiers bore noticeable patches of rust. All right, stand at attention. Now, I want you to count off 10 men per group. After Zhang Chong groggily completed his count, he discovered he had been assigned to the 3rd squad, under a soldier of similar stature. It is often said that soldiers do not toil like common folk, and those without connections, like Zhang Chong, particularly endure hardship. Since his arrival at the Wolf Legion, he found himself either washing clothes for the veterans or polishing the boots of his squad leader, rarely afforded a moment of respite. Yet, despite this, Zhang Chong never uttered a complaint. Instead, he wore a simple, earnest smile, reflecting the innate sincerity of a farmer. Gradually, he garnered the trust of his squad leader, and within less than a year, he was bestowed with his own weaponized rusty long rifle. Chapter 2. Learning. Zhang Chong sat on the sandy training ground, his gaze lost in the drifting white clouds above, unaware of his thoughts. The rifle nestled in his arms gleamed with a pristine polish. His squad leader, known as Class Leader White, could no longer contain himself and gave him a gentle kick. What are you pondering? Have you already begun to miss home after just a few days? Zhang Chong's face flushed, and he stood up awkwardly, straightening his posture as he replied, reporting to the captain, I am not longing for home. Rather, I am contemplating why we are not training. Moreover, despite being here for some time, we have yet to see the commander. I have heard he has become the legendary sword saint. White chuckled at Zhang Chong, stretched his limbs, and also gazed at the clouds. I once shared your thoughts. However, our Sirius Legion is merely a third-rate unit, lacking even the qualifications to learn the most fundamental combat techniques. So, do you still wish to learn? Yes. I promised my father that I would achieve results before returning. Zhang Chong clenched his fists, his face flushed with fervor. Very well, I shall grant you that opportunity. Do not say I have not given you a chance. With that, White clapped his hands and called out, Everyone assemble. Zhang Chong hurriedly lined up with the others who had rushed over, all looking at White, who still appeared rather languid. From today onwards, you shall all spar with Zhang Chong every day until he concedes, White declared before dismissing the assembly and retreating to a distance. Zhang Zhong gazed at the sinister smiles of the crowd, inwardly lamenting his predicament. Had he not invited this suffering upon himself? Before he could even call for a halt, several individuals charged at him with clenched fists. Never before had Zhang experienced such frustration. Ever since he became the target for these people, his injuries had remained unhealed. A month had elapsed, and all he had learned was where he could sustain injuries and where others ought never to strike. As for retaliation, he found himself utterly devoid of opportunity. Zhang Zhong, it has been a month, and I must say, you possess not an ounce of talent. Are you still intent on continuing your training? White inquired mockingly, observing Zhang lying motionless on the ground. Yes, Captain, I can still endure, Zhang replied, only to feel a surge of pain from his wounds as he spoke. White, witnessing Zhang's predicament, could not help but furrow his brow, secretly admiring Zhang's tenacity. The method of enduring blows was merely a jest he had proposed, yet he was surprised to see Zhang persevere through the month. However, when it came to true skill, White himself was lacking, and he suspected it would be difficult to find many within the entire Wolf Legion who were proficient. Zhang Zhong, do not think I am withholding opportunities from you. To the south of our barracks lies the gorge, which was once the battleground where the 6 great empires delineated their borders. It is rumored that many mercenaries have accepted tasks to search for items within that area. Perhaps you might try your luck there. After a brief pause, White continued, those mercenaries are imbued with fighting spirit, some even attaining the realms of golden swordsmen and magi. You possess no skills, so be wise in your endeavors. Zhang Chongming abruptly sat up. After a month in the military, he understood that survival depended on strength. Given this opportunity, how could he not seize it? Captain, grant me leave. Let me go. I fear not death. White remained silent for a moment, then replied, why not spend a few days learning from Team Leader 1 and Team Leader 2? They possess actual combat experience, which will undoubtedly benefit you. Thank you, Zhang Chong acknowledged, aware that White genuinely cared for him, perhaps due to White's own humble beginnings. Are you the lad White spoke of? The team leader, a stout man of short stature, squinted his small eyes as he scrutinized Zhang Chong. Yes, but it's a pity you're a bit foolish. However, since White entrusted you to me, I shall impart some guidance to prevent you from bringing disgrace to our Tianlang Legion. With a proud demeanor, the stout man retrieved a long gun from behind him. Come, let us venture to the lawn at the back for some practice. Zhang Chong, observing the leader's cumbersome physique, questioned how such a person had attained the rank of squad leader. Was he perhaps a master of martial prowess? Enough pondering. Come here, lad. Hold your weapon properly. Listen, if you can land a hit on me, you shall consider your training complete. Zhang Chong eyed the stout man with skepticism. Although he had endured a month of beatings, that was due to their numbers. In a one-on-one confrontation, he believed his physical condition would allow him to best those seasoned soldiers. Understood. Zhang Zhong nodded, spreading his legs apart and striking a pose with his spear, attempting to embody a semblance of readiness. Observing the rotund figure before him, he noted that the plump man remained stationary, prompting him to call out loudly. Charging forward with determination. What is your name? The fat man suddenly inquired. Zhang Zhong, he replied, momentarily taken aback by his own response. The fat man persisted, unyielding in his stance. Have you eaten today? Yes. What did you have? Steamed buns. With a sudden and unexpected motion, the fat man raised his spear and struck Zhang Zhong's head with considerable force, exclaiming, You foolish one, how can you not be prepared while merely holding that broken spear? In his clumsiness, he inadvertently crushed his own foot. Zhang Zhong felt a surge of indignation, yet refrained from voicing his grievances, reflecting inwardly that he indeed bore some responsibility for his folly. He had been poised to strike, but had become so preoccupied with answering the fat man's queries that he forgot to launch his attack. Come again, the fat man beckoned, his hand gesturing towards Zhang Zhong. This time, I will not heed your words. Zhang Zhong silently vowed to himself. Are you truly intent on venturing to the battlefield of gods and demons? Did White not mention what sort of place it is? Are your parents aware of this decision? The fat man's mouth seemed to move as if wound up, posing an array of questions that burrowed deep into Zhang Zhong's consciousness. Even in silence, Zhang Zhong found himself momentarily faltering, unable to fully engage in the confrontation, and before long, his head bore the marks of numerous strikes from the fat man. Chapter 3. Learning 2-3 days swiftly passed. The lawn was already crowded with idle soldiers, each jostling for a better view of the climactic duel between the great mouth-gun god and the dim-witted Zhang Zhong. I wager 1 silver coin on the fatty. I bet 20 copper coins on fatty. I too stake 1 silver coin on the fatty. I place 10 copper coins on Zhang Zhong. A singular voice, somewhat out of place, rang out. After all, it was Ice from our class. With a nonchalant smile, White pulled out 10 copper coins from his pocket and placed them on the table, casting an encouraging glance at Zhang Zhong while proclaiming loudly, Zhang Zhong, I believe in you. Zhang Zhong met the gaze of his captain, who was nearly his height, and nodded resolutely, his face devoid of any smile. Determined to fight for himself and for the trust placed in him by his captain. Damn, looking at his expression, this kid is still as foolish as ever. Who asked that? I wager 2 silver coins on Fatty. White pushed all the remaining coins in his possession forward. Fatty maintained his signature grin, but this time raised his long spear, while Zhang Zhong watched him with mounting anxiety. Do you dare to challenge me? After all, I am your master. Master, once I defeat you, I shall treat you to the finest beast meat. Ah, the girl behind you seems unfamiliar. Is she your sister or your little lover? Master, your eyes are rather dim today. The one behind me is our class leader, White. Have you grown old and your sight failed? You little brat. Zhang Chong and the portly fellow engaged in their playful banter while the onlookers burst into hearty laughter. Only White found himself perplexed, pondering how this foolish lad, Zhang Chong, had become so astute, speaking with such fluency. Suddenly, Zhang Chong stood at attention, legs firm, and proclaimed loudly, Greetings, Commander. This is Zhang Chong from the 3rd Squad, currently engaged in a duel, awaiting your guidance. The crowd fell silent, and the portly one, who had been mocking Zhang Chong, now harbored doubts upon seeing his tense demeanor. While losing a match was not a grave concern, the thought of being caught in a brawl during an inspection by the regiment commander was alarming. Yet, he feared it might be a ruse devised by Zhang Chong, compelling him to glance back furtively. With a resounding crack, Zhang Chong struck the portly fellow on the head with his firearm, a grin that seemed incongruous with his simple face spreading wide. Master, does this count as my initiation? You, who would have thought that my illustrious title of great marksman would be tarnished by your hand? Nevertheless, it's commendable, for you are indeed my pupil, the portly one chuckled heartily, patting Zhang Chong on the shoulder as if the victory were his own. TCH. The crowd yearned to thrust their weapons at this insufferable fellow in white. In a fit of exasperation, slapped Zhang Chong on the head, exclaiming, "How did you manage to win? Who permitted you to triumph?" "My per silver coin." "Captain, did you not wish for my victory?" Zhang Chong replied with an earnest smile, gazing sincerely at White. Right now harbored some doubts regarding whether Zhang Zhong was merely feigning his demeanor. Nevertheless, adhering to the principle of accepting the consequences of one's wagers, he proclaimed loudly, "What is there to be proud of in defeating the fat man? Go report to the third captain. If you fail to impress him, I shall have the pleasure of skinning you alive." With that, he stormed off in a huff, disregarding the onlookers. The third captain? The fat man, understanding the situation, clapped Zhang Zhong on the shoulder and remarked, "I empathize with you. Heh, the third captain is actually quite amiable, truly a good person." Zhang Zhong regarded the fat man with a hint of skepticism, but the latter merely chuckled, dismissing Zhang Zhong as he gathered his subordinates to depart. The playground gradually emptied, leaving Zhang Zhong standing alone. A gust of wind swept through, sending a chill down his spine. However, he couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Recalling the expressions of Wright and the fat man, he felt content with his own performance. The third captain, as Wright had mentioned, was responsible for a branch of logistics, situated quite a distance from the first and second teams where Zhang Zhong usually resided. It was rumored that this third captain had mastered his fighting spirit to the level of a sword sage, and the thought of learning from such an individual stirred excitement within Zhang Zhong. Report. Zhang Zhong of the third team has come to study. Zhang Zhong had already called out at the entrance for the third time. "Who dares disturb my slumber? Get in here." A thunderous roar startled Zhang Zhong, causing him to jump. "Are you Zhang Zhong, the one who defeated the fat man?" "Indeed," Zhang Zhong replied softly, occasionally glancing up at the speaking captain of Team 3. Indeed, this captain was truly a legendary figure. Not only was he tall, but his muscular physique could easily qualify him as a contestant in a beauty pageant, marking him as a formidable contender. Moreover, emblazoned across his chest was a massive tattoo of a white wolf, exuding an air of authority, and a prominent scar ran down his arm, extending ominously to his abdomen. The rotund individual was merely a lewd harasser, a player of little consequence. "It would be impressive if you could defeat me," the captain declared. "A harasser indeed?" Zhang Zhong pondered this assertion carefully, recognizing its truth. "What then?" He could not help but inquire. "Is the style of our own captain?" "White." The captain of Team 3 responded with a peculiar smile. "He would likely be classified as a trickster." Zhang Zhong felt a wave of realization wash over him. It dawned on him that his previous efforts had been in vain, as their captain was, in fact, a trickster. "And what about you, Captain?" Zhang Zhong earnestly wished to hear the captain of Team 3 personally acknowledge his prowess as a powerhouse. "Huh, if you can defeat me, I shall reveal that to you," came the captain's reply, a palpable aura of menace emanating from him, rendering Zhang Zhong momentarily breathless and apprehensive. "Why did you drop your weapon? Pick it up, and prepare to learn the true meaning of suffering," the captain continued with a cruel grin. 3 years ago, I single-handedly vanquished a level 4 beast. 2 years back, I dismembered a golden-ranked thief, whose head remains hanging from a tree to this day. Humph, watch as I shatter your limbs and grind them to dust. The captain's smile was one of merciless delight. "I have come merely to learn," Zhang Zhong exclaimed softly. "There is no time left. Young man, be sure to eat well. When you venture out, do not bring shame upon our Wolf Legion. Those capable of defeating me are undoubtedly among the finest in our ranks." "Master, to which school do you belong?" Zhang Zhong had been holding this question for an entire week. I am the master of the Intimidation School. Although I lack combat energy, the mere quiver of the scars upon my body once caused a silver warrior to drop his weapon in fear." At this, the third captain laughed heartily, brimming with pride. "Indeed, this Wolf Legion is replete with remarkable individuals." Zhang Zhong reflected within himself, feeling a profound respect for the 3 captains who had taught him. Though he had only been here for 2 months, he was no longer the Na'vi country boy who knew nothing. Chapter 4. Life and death intertwined. Zhang Chong donned the garments he had worn upon his arrival at the Legion, wielding the same rusted spear. This time, he brimmed with confidence. The arduous journey of recent days had served as his crucible. Each day, he bore a sufficient weight of stones while running, adhering to White's philosophy that one must perpetually remain in a state of training. For it is only through such diligence that one might aspire to attain the realm of the sword sage. Was this truly the ancient battlefield? Zhang Chong felt an overwhelming sense of despair. Indeed, he found himself in the legendary canyon, a place besieged by relentless winds and sands throughout the year. Barren of any vegetation, with only the desolate yellow earth beneath his feet, devoid of signs of life. Above the seemingly bottomless abyss, a chain, as thick as an arm, spanned the windswept expanse to the opposite side. Yet, the distance to that far shore remained obscured from his view, with only the haunting sound of the whistling wind resonating in his ears. After traversing the canyon for some distance, Zhang Chong reached a conclusion. The only way to the other side was to cross the chain. Meticulously adjusting his clothing and backpack, he felt a twitch in his brow and slowly descended. With determination, he gripped the chain tightly, his body hanging precariously. Even before he began his ascent, he felt his arms tremble, his strength waning, exacerbated by the stinging winds and sands that lashed at his face, leaving him yearning to descend immediately. After hanging on the iron chain for what felt like an eternity, Zhang Zhang quietly encouraged himself before mustering the strength to crawl forward. He was acutely aware that this ascent marked a point of no return. Time seemed to blur as he climbed, his hands growing numb from the effort. Eventually, he suspended himself from the chain, deftly retrieved the water bottle, and took several vigorous sips, finally catching his breath before continuing his arduous journey. Suddenly, the chain began to tremble violently, and Zhang Zhong distinctly sensed the presence of another person. Instinctively, he glanced upward, only to behold a towering figure. A massive broadsword slung across his back, thundering past him like a mountain of flesh. Zhang Zhong could not help but worry that one misstep could send the figure plummeting into the abyss below. As the colossal figure moved on, Zhang Zhong felt his heart racing, overwhelmed by the surreal nature of his surroundings. Just then, he spotted a golden-haired girl with a longbow and an elderly man clad in robes, casually conversing as they ambled by. As if traversing a vast continent rather than a precarious chain, the duo seemed to notice Zhang Zhong as well, their expressions momentarily frozen before they nodded in acknowledgement. The girl wore an expression that suggested she was stifling laughter, effortlessly leaping over Zhang Zhong's head. I must be hallucinating. I must be utterly exhausted. I need a rest, Zhang Zhong reassured himself. Just then, a little girl, appearing 2 or 3 years younger than him, squatted curiously on the chain and inquired, "Excuse me. Did you see Teacher Anjure and my sister pass by?" Little sister, it's quite dangerous up here. Please don't squat like that. Hold on tight." Zhang Chong was taken aback and hurriedly spoke, his voice barely above a whisper, lest he frighten the little girl. "You, she, are not without kindness. Yet you have yet to inform me if you have seen anyone else pass by here?" inquired the young girl. At that moment, Zhang Chong realized he had not been mistaken. He nodded in affirmation, recalling a figure burdened with a great sword, a golden-haired girl bearing a longbow, and an elderly man who had indeed just passed by. "That must be Teacher Anjia and my sister. Thank you, big brother. You must strive as well," exclaimed the little girl, her joy evident as she bounced away. Zhang Chong gazed at the girl's retreating figure and then at his own arms, yearning to leap onto the iron chain. Yet even in his current state, he could not assure himself that he could lessen the chain's swaying. Gritting his teeth, he continued to climb. As dusk slowly enveloped the sky, Zhang Chong lost count of how many people had traversed above him. He was only aware that he was within 10 meters of his destination. Upon observing the parched earth, his eyes glistened with moisture. "I have finally made it," he thought. "Big brother, you can do it. Keep going." The voice was unmistakably that of the little girl. To his surprise, they were still there. Shaking his head to dismiss his distractions, he alternated his hands and finally reached solid ground. The sensation of being firmly planted was delightful. Even though Zhang Chong found himself lying on the ground. "You truly possess remarkable skills, young man. You are the first in a century whom I know of to ascend without employing combat energy or magic," chuckled the elderly man, offering Zhang Chong a piece of slightly charred roasted beast meat with a friendly gesture. In truth, I have never delved into the realms of combat or magic. I have heard whispers of this ancient battlefield, teeming with treasures, which is why I am here." Zhang Zhang's face flushed with a hint of embarrassment. "So, it turns out that the elder brother is a treasure seeker. I had thought he was here for rigorous training," the little girl remarked. "Lisa, do not speak out of turn," the golden-haired girl admonished with a glare towards the younger one, then turned to Zhang Zhong with a smile. "I am Sophie. This is Teacher Anjuri, and that is Brother Silru." Of course, this is my sister Lisa. It is a pleasure to meet you all. Zhang Zhong nodded, feeling somewhat out of place with such introductions. He was but a commoner, and it was evident that the others hailed from noble backgrounds. Sophie scrutinized Zhang Zhong's expression, noticing his clear eyes and lack of reaction upon hearing her and Teacher Andrew's names, which even seemed to evoke a hint of disdain. Teacher Andrew was indeed correct. Although this is an ancient battlefield, after so many years of turmoil, little remains. It has transformed into a location for various magic academies to hold classes, as it is devoid of magical beasts and danger, while still preserving some remnants of the post-war era. Observing Zhang Zhong's lack of understanding, Sophie offered a brief explanation. Zhang Zhong couldn't help but scoff inwardly. He had long since discerned that these nobles were not to be trusted. Would they come here without any ulterior motive? They must be trying to deceive me into leaving while they search for their own gain. Far more cunning than that trickster, White. Why don't you join us tomorrow? Elder brother? Lisa called out while munching on her food. We are here to seek the soul storm, not for amusement, Sophie stated. Zhang Chong cast a glance at Sophie and chuckled softly. Thank you, little Lisa, but I have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave now. Rising to his feet, he added, I appreciate your barbecue. Never mind. It's pointless trying to explain it to you, Sophie replied, exasperated. Zhang Chong, wishing to distance himself from her, chose not to listen any longer, unaware that Sophie genuinely meant well. Chapter 5. The Soul Storm. The Soul Storm is a distinctive phenomenon of the ancient battlefield, occurring once every century, though the timing remains unpredictable. One certainty prevails. Each manifestation of the soul storm heralds the emergence of a soul from an ancient war deity. Depending on the preferences and aversions of the soul in life, it may either bring calamity or guide individuals to the weapons once wielded in their past. Thus, over the past 5 centuries, 2 divine artifacts have come to light. As Zhang Chong traversed the expansive terrain, he soon realized the vastness of his surroundings. Characterized by fissures and colossal stones, scorched earth lay beneath him. Yet, the area was teeming with people, often found huddled in small groups. Zhang cautiously scoured the ground for the rumored treasures and tomes of knowledge, fully aware that a moment's carelessness could spell disaster. These individuals possessed unpredictable tempers and a penchant for violence. Zhang was acutely aware of the peril they represented. He had just witnessed a skirmish between 2 factions, where immense fireballs and ice spears erupted from the hands of cloaked figures. One particularly formidable individual, wielding a massive sword, displayed an almost superhuman resilience. Shrugging off the fireballs that struck him, with a powerful leap and slash, he carved deep craters into the hardened earth, leading to swift fatalities among both parties within mere minutes, much to the amusement of the onlookers. Peering cautiously over the edge of the canyon, Zhang contemplated the depths below, recalling that he had brought a rope. However, after measuring the distance, he surmised it would still be insufficient to reach the bottom. Foolishness. If one could descend, would one still await your arrival? Mocked a few bystanders, unable to stifle their derision. Zhang Zhong paid no heed to them, diligently searching, even turning over every stone he encountered. 3 days elapsed, yet he remained undeterred. Suddenly, a fierce wind swept through the once tranquil canyon, engulfing the sky in a whirlwind of yellow dust. The scattered crowds erupted into chaos, their faces alight with excitement as they brandished their weapons to strike. The soul storm had manifested. Cries of fervor filled the air. No one wished to relinquish a century's opportunity, nor allow another to seize it. Zhang Zhong clearly discerned the grotesque visages and bloodshot eyes of the throng. The storm intensified, and an enchanting female visage materialized in the sky, surveying the tumult below with a slight, enigmatic smile. In an instant, Zhang Zhong felt a sharp pain in his back. Unbeknownst to him, a man wielding a great sword, blinded by fury, had struck him. As he turned to face the looming blade, a sigh escaped his lips. There seemed no escape from his fate. Yet, he resolved not to perish without a fight. Gritting his teeth, he charged directly at the burly figure. However, with his current strength, he was no match for a silver-tier warrior. The assault was swift, and he was cast aside by the sword's energy. At that moment, a young girl named Sally witnessed his plight. Big brother, fireball spell. Although Zhang Chong felt somewhat disoriented, he was acutely aware of his descent. Suddenly, he chuckled upon witnessing the figure that had attacked him engulfed in flames as it plummeted. The enchanting visage in mid-air momentarily contorted into a frown, and Zhang Chong then perceived himself enveloped in a crackling mist of white light before losing consciousness. What manner of soul storm is this? How could it vanish so abruptly? The timing seems utterly incongruous. The crowd on the ancient battlefield buzzed with speculation, indifferent to the few souls that had perished or inexplicably vanished. Let us go, Sally. Sophie sighed softly. Everyone knew that a person untrained in martial arts or magic would meet a grim fate upon plummeting into a chasm. Yet, what could be done? This society reveres the strong above all else. Big brother will be all right, one Teehee's sister. Indeed, with our kind little Sally's blessings, he shall surely be fine. Where am I? Zhang Chong felt a slight chill, yet it was oddly comforting. As he opened his eyes, he discovered himself in an empty stone chamber, devoid of doors or windows, utterly barren. How had he arrived here? I truly did not expect to encounter someone who had never learned magic or combat energy. It seems that fate has treated me kindly. A woman in her 30s suddenly appeared within the stone chamber, and Zhang Chong recognized her as the visage he had seen suspended in the sky. Where am I? Am I not dead? Zhang Chong inquired. The woman cast a mocking glance at him and replied slowly, Your current state of being alive does not guarantee your future. You are merely within the sea of your own consciousness. Zhang Chong was perplexed by her reference to the sea of consciousness, yet he understood that he had not perished. He hastily turned and said, Thank you for saving my life. The woman waved her hand dismissively and remarked, I simply observe that you have not dabbled in those chaotic arts. You are suitable for learning my techniques. You wish to teach me? Zhang Chong exclaimed with delight. He had endured considerable hardship on his journey with the hope of acquiring formidable skills to improve his parents' lives. The woman frowned slightly, a look of distaste crossing her face as she produced an ancient ring and tossed it to Zhang Chong, coldly stating, Just a single drop of your blood will suffice. Within it lies the secret arts of my kin. Your current perception will only allow you to glimpse the entry-level training methods. Your future progress depends solely on your efforts. With that, she turned and vanished. Zhang Chong, however, was filled with exuberance, oblivious to her words. The experiences of the past few days had broadened his horizons, revealing that this world was fundamentally different from the one he had known. For the first time, he tasted the fervent desire to become a powerful being. As Zhang Zhong carefully adorned his finger with the intricately engraved ring, an inexplicable epiphany surged within him. Following the woman's guidance, he bit into his middle finger and let a drop of blood fall upon the ring. Suddenly, a flash of white light illuminated the space, and the once rigid ring seemed to resonate with a newfound connection to his very being. The words Beast King Ring flickered through Zhang Zhong's mind. He realized that the woman's reference to perception must pertain to the mental prowess traditionally wielded by sorcerers. It appeared that he was destined to become a mage. Much to his delight, despite his initial aspiration to be a warrior, the prospect of acquiring the magical arts, usually reserved for the nobility, filled him with joy. However, he remained curious about the nature of the legendary meditation. It seemed imperative to inquire about it from his mentors upon his return. As he toyed with the ring, attempting to channel his mental energy into it, a soft echo resonated in his mind. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself outside the stone chamber, seated in an unfamiliar location. Chapter 6. The Orcs. This must be the bottom of the canyon. Zhang Chong surveyed his surroundings, where peculiar vines and massive stones abounded, and the grass reached up to his knees. Occasionally, he spotted a monkey darting through the trees. With experience from living in the mountains, Zhang understood that the primary concern was not to explore the area, but rather to find a secure location to construct a modest shelter for the unfamiliar first night. Fortunately, he still possessed a short knife issued by the military. As he journeyed onward, he encountered little in the way of obstacles. Eventually, he discovered a large crevice in a stone. He cut some grass to lay on the ground and gathered numerous branches and stones to fortify the area against any sudden attacks from wild beasts. Noticing that the sky had yet to darken, he cautiously scanned the vicinity. Zhang had heard in the military camp that the beasts of the great forest differed significantly from those in his homeland. Even a rabbit could pose a lethal threat to an adult. However, it did not seem as daunting as the legend suggested. Before long, he managed to catch a plump wild chicken nestled in a patch of grass. Skillfully, he plucked its feathers and kindled a fire. Soon, the air was filled with an enticing aroma. To prevent the scent of blood from attracting other predators, Zhang buried the blood and feathers in the earth before returning to his makeshift shelter. The night here was far from tranquil, as various beastly roars echoed through the darkness. Although Zhang did not feel fear, sleep eluded him. In a state of drowsiness, he seemed to hear the sound of human footsteps. Instantly, he sprang to his feet, fully alert, and turned his attention toward the source of the sound. What could it be? A chill coursed through Zhang Zhong's heart as his gaze fell upon an enormous python, its dark body coiled into a small mountain. Before the serpent stood a peculiar figure, or rather, a creature, its skin a vivid green, limbs robust, and towering significantly above that of a human. Its visage bore an uncanny resemblance to that of a gorilla. Zhang's eyes widened in disbelief, and he instinctively covered his gaping mouth with both hands. Could it be? Could this truly be the beast man that his masters often spoke of? Were not beastmen driven to the farthest northern reaches by humanity? How could one possibly exist here? It was said that an adult beast man possessed strength equivalent to that of a golden warrior, though one could only speculate about the veracity of such claims. However, the creature before him certainly appeared to surpass a golden warrior by a margin. Zhang observed the beastman's face twisted into a cruel grin as it brandished two colossal axes, striking directly at the python's head. The serpent reacted with a fierce lunge, ensnaring the beastman in its coils. In a primal clash, the beast and the serpent engaged in a brutal struggle. Trees around them were uprooted with each violent movement, leaving Zhang anxious about whether the stone he sheltered behind could withstand such tumult. Suddenly, a few more beastmen burst forth from the thicket. In a matter of moments, the enormous python was cleaved into several segments by their axes. With the serpent vanquished, the beastmen erupted in exuberant cries, gesticulating animatedly. One beastman, with a mighty swing of his axe, severed the python's head and, reaching within, extracted a stone that radiated a faint, ethereal glow. That must be the magic core used by sorcerers. I have heard it can only be obtained from magical beasts of level 4 or above. Moreover, even the most modest of these cores can fetch several hundred gold coins. If only I could slay a python, wouldn't that lead to my own fortune? Zhang Zhong, contemplating this, cast a greedy glance at the severed snake's body, shivering with trepidation. Perhaps it would be better to reconsider. He decided to postpone his ambitions for another time. Once the orcs had departed, Zhang Zhong found himself devoid of any inclination to sleep. He hastily fled in the opposite direction, encountering a landscape littered with the remnants of human bones, the origins of which remained a mystery, whether they had fallen from above or been devoured by the beasts. Few bones were intact. As dawn began to break, Zhang Zhong soon found himself lost, unable to discern the stone walls on either side. Beneath his feet lay a thick layer of decaying leaves, exuding a foul odor, and one misstep could easily lead to entrapment. The trees surrounding him had all withered for reasons unknown, sending a chill of dread through Zhang Zhong. In that moment, he spotted a bird's nest atop a colossal, desiccated tree, a structure so large it resembled a small dwelling. Climbing laboriously to the top, he discovered that while it was damp, it was evidently abandoned by an unknown bird. What manner of colossal bird could construct such an enormous nest? These questions perplexed Zhang Zhong, yet he chose to dismiss them from his mind. With no lingering worries, Zhang Zhong cautiously attempted to connect his mental energy to the Beast King ring. To his surprise, he felt as though he had instantly entered the confines of the ring. Inside, it bore a striking resemblance to the stone chamber he had previously encountered, devoid of doors or windows. He found no trace of the entrance technique the woman had mentioned. Could it be that he had been mistakenly given a spatial ring? Zhang Zhong pondered. As his thoughts wandered, words gradually materialized upon the walls of the stone chamber. First challenge: capture the shadow mouse within 1 minute to pass. Reward: first level of the Beast King technique. As the inscription faded, a small, cunning purple mouse, no larger than a palm, suddenly appeared in the previously empty chamber. So this is the famed shadow mouse, Zhang Zhong mused. With a surge of determination, he lunged forward, but the shadow mouse was remarkably clever, leaping to the ceiling with astonishing speed. Huh, you think you can evade me, you little rascal? Zhang Zhong, ever the competitive spirit, felt an ember of fury igniting within him, and thus began a relentless chase through the stone chamber. For an entire month, Zhang Zhong dedicated himself to this pursuit. Aside from occasional forays into the woods to catch wild chickens and stray dogs, his time was consumed by honing his skills in the stone chamber. He learned to lower his body, fix his gaze intently upon his quarry, and prepare his hands for a swift and decisive strike, all while ensuring his footing was both agile and steady. At long last, after a grueling month of tireless practice, Zhang Zhong successfully captured the elusive shadow mouse within the allotted time. As he did so, the wall revealed a congratulatory message. Congratulations on passing the first challenge. Reward: First level of the Beast King technique. As I observe the color of the wall gradually deepening, 6 distinct magical beasts emerge, each accompanied by a line of small text beneath them, detailing the techniques and incantations for practice. Is this military gymnastics? Chapter 7. Rigorous training indeed. The beasts of magic are formidable and powerful. Zhang Chang's mind was filled with vivid images of these creatures during their hunts. Suddenly, a spark of realization illuminated his thoughts. He seemed to have overlooked a crucial aspect: mental strength. As he connected his feeble mental energy to the first beast illustration, a resounding roar echoed in his mind, as if the creature depicted had come to life. Confronted by such overwhelming pressure, Zhang Chang's face turned pale, yet he continuously reminded himself to remain calm and composed. With unwavering focus, Zhang Chang fixated on the beast illustration, his body instinctively mirroring the movements of the creature. He crouched, leaped, each motion draining his energy to the last vestige. After an arduous struggle, he finally completed his first beast illustration. In the midst of this heightened mental tension, he sensed a coolness within his body. Despite the beads of sweat cascading down his face, he found himself irresistibly captivated by the complexity of the movements. One by one, he meticulously crafted each illustration, the actions challenging yet intriguing. It was only when his provisions were entirely depleted that Zhang Chong realized his hair had grown to his waist. The surrounding area, a mere kilometer radius, was devoid of any animals to hunt. Of course, he was acutely aware of the presence of the merciless orcs and the so-called magical beasts lurking within this vicinity. Zhang Chong lightly leaped down from the tree, experiencing a profound sense of exhilaration. Ever since he completed the 6 beast illustrations in succession for the first time, a cool stream of energy had begun to flow throughout his body. Not only had his strength increased significantly, but he also felt an inexhaustible reservoir of power within him. During his meditative sessions, he could distinctly perceive any changes within a 5-meter radius, an awareness he recognized as intuition. Each time he ventured out to hunt, he relied on this instinct to evade formidable magical beasts, which explained his prolonged stay in this place without any desire to leave. The second challenge required capturing a shadow mouse within a minute, with a reward of a top-tier dragon fruit. Why must it always be that accursed mouse? Zhang Chong pondered in silence. Suddenly, the stone chamber was shrouded in darkness, rendering his vision utterly ineffective. The air was thick with a lingering metallic scent of blood. As he lifted his leg, he felt an overwhelming heaviness enveloping him, making even the slightest movement arduous. If a top-tier spatial mage were present, they would undoubtedly exclaim in astonishment, "This is a gravity space rarely encountered in a millennium." A bead of sweat trickled down Zhang Chang's forehead as he concentrated fiercely on sensing the shadow mouse within the chamber. Curiously, once he calmed his mind entirely, he realized that despite the pervasive darkness, he could clearly detect the movements of the shadow mouse through the faint currents of air. With a sudden burst of motion, the energy flowing within him surged in tandem. In an instant, Zhang Chong felt a strain in his body, yet his hand effortlessly seized the shadow mouse. After a long while, the characters slowly reappeared on the wall. You are the first to reach the second level of the Beast King's heart technique in such a brief span of time, and as a reward, you may pose one question. Zhang Zhong gazed at the wall and picked up the red dragon fruit, examining it closely. What is the purpose of this dragon fruit? He inquired. The dragon fruit, a rare produce of Dragon Island, is born once every 500 years and is essential for a giant dragon to transcend into a divine dragon. If consumed by a human, it will alter their physique and mental prowess. What effects will it have on me if I consume it? Zhang Jing asked. It will enhance your cultivation and expand the development of the consumer's cerebral domain. Zhang Zhong was utterly astonished. If this were true, he would become a prodigy. Was this not a mere dream? Glancing at the unassuming fruit in his hand, he hesitated no longer and consumed it eagerly. A month passed, during which Zhang Zhong remained in a state of unconsciousness, akin to a fever, his body fluctuating between chills and warmth. Upon re-entering the Beast King's ring, he was taken aback when he saw the inscription of the third trial on the wall. He suddenly posed a question. What exactly is the Beast King's heart technique? Am I to be considered a mage or a warrior? It is understandable that Zhang Zhong would ask this, as thus far he had only captured mice and had yet to acquire a single useful offensive skill. The wall, perceptive as ever, revealed the answers Zhang Zhong sought. The Beast King's heart technique belongs to the ancient 6 major professions, specifically that of the summoner. Unlike other spatial summoners, The Beast King's heart technique permits only one master per generation, and each generation summons a unique Beast King. What Beast King am I able to summon? Zhang Zhong inquired anxiously. You have yet to attain even the most rudimentary level, so why ponder so deeply? In fact, there was a time when the saintly rank was merely a foundational tier. If you wish to discover your own familiar, once you have surpassed the third challenge, I shall reward you with one. However, throughout your lifetime, you may only possess 2 familiars. The second will be granted only upon your ascension to the divine rank. Divine rank? As Zhang Zhong beheld the fading text, a profound unease settled upon him. He realized how naive he had been, viewing matters with such simplicity, never anticipating that he would become a summoner. Clearing his mind, Zhang Zhong soon recognized that the third challenge was indeed formidable. Within 1 minute, he must vanquish 3 level 5 beasts to earn the guardian of Beast Kings. Suddenly, he sensed the murmur of human voices beneath his tree. Hastily, Zhang Zhong withdrew his spiritual energy from the ring and gazed downward. Chapter 8. Encounter. Beneath the tree stood 4 individuals, each in a state of disarray. A golden-haired girl leaned against the trunk, her pallid complexion betraying her distress. Beside her stood an aged sorcerer clad in a flowing black robe, while 2 armored warriors, brandishing their broadswords, maintained a vigilant watch. Observing the quartet below, Zhang Zhong greeted them with a gentle wave. Greetings. Might you know the way out? Suddenly, a piercing scream erupted as the golden-haired girl instinctively leaped back, creating distance. The 2 warriors, reacting swiftly, raised their swords as if to strike. My apologies. I too am human, merely lost, Zhang Zhong quickly clarified, realizing the misunderstanding. Upon noticing Zhang Zhong's attire, the 4 individuals relaxed, reassured by his humanity. Clearly, they had endured their share of fright along the way. Only the elderly sorcerer furrowed his brow, perplexed as to why his magical senses had failed to detect another presence in this so-called Death Valley, and how he had arrived in this peculiar place. Who are you? What brings you here? Questioned one of the broadsword-wielding warriors, his gaze fixed warily on Zhang Zhong. The golden-haired girl, her cheeks tinged with crimson, appeared somewhat embarrassed by her earlier reaction. Scratching his head, Zhang Zhong cautiously descended. I am a soldier of the Celestial Wolf Legion, seeking ways to grow stronger in the ancient battlefield, but the others stifled their laughter at the sight of him clambering down the iron chain. Yet they admired his courage. When he recounted being hurled to this spot, their expressions shifted to indignation, and upon mentioning an encounter with orcs, the golden-haired girl gasped in alarm. One cannot help but remark upon your exceptional fortune. At that moment, the elderly wizard harbored no doubts, for Zhang Zhong was indeed utilizing items typically employed by the most junior of soldiers. Observing the state of the tree, it was evident that it had been inhabited for a considerable duration. I surmised that this withered tree once served as a dwelling for a 6th-level magical beast, which can be deemed a Beast King. Thus, it is rare to encounter other magical creatures in the vicinity, a phenomenon attributable to territorial claims. As for the orcs you mentioned, it is likely that this very reason has deterred them from approaching this area, the wizard continued. How did you manage to stumble upon this place? Zhang Zhong inquired, his curiosity piqued. The group chuckled softly, and the golden-haired maiden strutted back and forth before Zhang Zhong with an air of pride, exclaiming, Are you truly unaware that, for a genuine master of the sacred domain, this locale equates to a holiday? Zhang Zhong's expression faltered in surprise, for he had not anticipated that these individuals were all masters of the sacred domain, prompting him to steal a few more glances. The 2 warriors remained silent, while the elderly wizard chuckled softly, saying, Do not heed Lena's fanciful words. We hardly qualify as masters. We merely come prepared. Zhang Zhong nodded, yet the old wizard, perceiving his continued confusion, patiently elaborated. We have procured a substantial amount of 8th-level black dragon dung at a premium, which causes most lower-tier magical beasts to steer clear upon detecting its scent. It was then that Zhang Zhong experienced a moment of clarity. Master, why would you divulge this to such a fool? The person has yet to fully enjoy the experience. Lena tugged at the old mage's sleeve, insistently saying, All right, my dear princess, dusk is swiftly approaching, and if we linger in anger, we shall truly run out of time. The group exchanged laughter and banter, while Zhang Zhong observed the 2 warriors swiftly erecting a makeshift hut of grass, feeling rather useless in the process. The old mage casually found a spot to begin his meditation. Zhang Zhong, somewhat dull by nature, could only engage in half-hearted conversation with Lena, during which he discovered that she was, in fact, a princess of the empire. Her journey to the Grand Canyon was to personally capture a pet of her liking. Along the way, they had encountered little danger and had successfully caught a fourth-tier young white fox, only to unexpectedly meet Zhang Zhong. He realized that the seemingly unremarkable old mage was, in truth, Christopher, the Empire's foremost master of magic, possessing the strength of a sanctified level. Even the two guards boasted the power of golden swordsmen. "Are you truly returning to the Legion and not coming back to the Empire with us?" Lena inquired. Her curiosity piqued as she gazed at Zhang Zhong. He contemplated the somewhat hazy sky and replied, "I have been away for many days. If I do not return, I will surely burden my captain and the others. I must go back." At that moment, an unspoken seriousness and determination etched itself onto Zhang Zhong's face. Lena, observing his resolve, nodded vigorously in agreement. "Indeed, a man must uphold his promises. I support you, and I shall certainly come to see you when the opportunity arises." As the two shared light-hearted conversation, the two guards had already set up several layers of traps and barriers around them, with an array of alarm devices connected overhead. As dusk descended, Lena appeared remarkably spirited, seemingly unperturbed by the lurking beasts. At that moment, Christopher rose and offered her a tender smile. "Oh, who said I don't sleep?" Lena's cheeks flushed crimson as she shot Christopher an indignant glare before hastening back to the grass hut she had just constructed. "Little one, it seems you are dabbling in martial arts, but alas, your level is too low. You must exert yourself more," he remarked, indifferent to whether Zhang Zhong grasped his words. Before turning to leave, Zhang Zhong gazed at the old man in confusion, while he understood that his Beast King technique straddled the realms of martial and magical arts. He felt it was unfair to be dismissed as subpar. Shaking his head, he leapt up into the trees. Chapter 9. The Second Order Beast. After completing his morning exercises, Zhang Zhong felt a significant enhancement in his sensory abilities, particularly in the utilization of his muscles. He sensed a notable difference compared to just a few days prior. Had his Beast King technique ascended to the third tier, often referred to as the silver level? "Hey, Zhang Zhong, why are you dawdling? We're about to set off. Hurry up and pack your things," Lena called out from a distance. With a slight acknowledgement, Zhang Zhong scratched his head, dismissing the thought, and immediately assisted the two guards in organizing their belongings, as he had nothing of his own to pack. As the morning mist gradually enveloped the canyon, Christopher glanced at the map and retrieved an exquisite small box from his pocket to ascertain their location. Zhang Zhong recognized it from his time in the recruit camp, having seen the instructor use it, but he was unaware of its name. "Let us go. If all goes well, we should be able to exit within 2 days," Christopher remarked, revealing his eagerness to leave this accursed canyon. On the journey, Zhang Zhong and the two swordsmen forged ahead, occasionally exchanging words with Princess Lena. While Christopher cautiously evaded the surrounding mosquitoes, his expression marred by distaste. Perhaps the effects of the black dragon dung were indeed at play. As they encountered no disturbances from magical beasts along the way, many larger creatures fled at the mere sight of them. "Is this little fellow adept in both magical and martial arts?" Christopher inquired, observing Zhang Zhong's movements with a contemplative expression. "What? This guy is proficient in both magic and martial arts?" Before Zhang Zhong could respond, Lena gasped in surprise. It is essential to recognize that this world is replete with prodigies, and many individuals ardently strive to amalgamate formidable martial prowess with swift magic, thereby giving rise to the hybrid discipline of martial magic. Although this discipline is enigmatic and versatile, enabling many to easily triumph over adversaries of a higher tier, it nevertheless possesses its limitations. Few can attain the true sanctified level of mastery. Upon hearing this, Zhang Zhong's spirit brightened. Realizing that the Beast King cultivation technique he practiced indeed belonged to this martial magic category, leading him to conclude that summoners fall within this realm as well. He nodded in affirmation. "Indeed, Teacher Christopher." "Fool, why don't you practice it yourself? Don't you understand that persisting in this manner yields no results? I wonder which magic academy produced such a simpleton," Lena exclaimed anxiously on Zhang Zhong's behalf. Zhang Zhong was momentarily taken aback. Christopher, however, chuckled and said, "Princess, please do not frighten young Zhong. In the Legion, it is not like your academy with its systematic instructors. I suspect young Zhong has only learned some fundamental techniques. While he may struggle to advance in rank later, these skills are invaluable for survival on the battlefield." Upon hearing this, Lena's expression dimmed, yet Zhang Zhong remained unfazed, replying, "It's all right. I have already reached the silver level." "Silver level?" Christopher glanced at Zhang Zhong. "Show me your fighting spirit, from what I see. You appear to be barely at the bronze level. Zhang Zhong chose not to respond. Instead, he activated the Beast King technique, emanating a pure white light from his body. Although I yearn to offer you solace, your current display of frustration is merely a nascent stage, Christopher remarked. The hues of fighting spirit are categorized as follows. White signifies the novice level, blue represents bronze, red indicates silver, yellow denotes gold, while colorless signifies the sacred domain. And the divine level remains unseen by mortal eyes. A nearby swordsman cast a glance at Zhang Chong, letting out a low growl as a striking golden aura enveloped him, exuding an impressive presence. Is that not surprising? Zhang Chong inquired, his hands continuously severing the vines before him. Indeed. I have observed that Carter, who is close to my father, also possesses a golden level, yet his fighting spirit is blue, Christopher replied with a hint of prideful amusement. However, there are exceptions. Many prominent families possess their unique cultivation techniques. For instance, the Golden Lion and the Bougainvillea clans have their distinct methods, and some ancient families even carry the bloodline of mythical beasts, leading to extraordinarily peculiar practices. Yet, glancing at Zhang Chong, who was clearing a path ahead, Christopher evidently found it hard to believe that such a diminutive figure could be a descendant of any ancient lineage. Zhang Chong, fret not. Upon our return, I shall implore my father to issue a decree to enroll you in the Imperial Academy. It is entirely feasible, Lena consoled, having misinterpreted Zhang Chong's silence as a sign of distress from Christopher's words. However, Zhang Chong felt little concern. What was meant for him would come to pass, and what was not could not be forced. He took solace in the fact that he had already acquired the skills of a summoner. Lena remained silent, occasionally releasing small puffs of mist to cool the three individuals before her. It was then that Zhang Chong realized the princess was, in fact, a bronze-tier water mage. This was his first encounter with magic, and he was struck by its nature, which explained why the princess always held a small wooden staff. However, Zhang Chong's heightened perception soon alerted him to an impending danger. After chopping down a small, withered tree, he noticed several fist-sized wasps emerging from within, their bodies gleaming with a metallic sheen and covered in contrasting, long, dense hairs. As their numbers swelled, he recognized them as second-tier golden soldier wasps. Although not venomous, their sheer quantity posed a considerable threat. The group instinctively formed a protective circle around the princess, as swarms of wasps began to surround them. Seemingly unfazed by the stench of dragon dung, Chris raised his staff high above his head and waved it gently, invoking the firewall spell. Instantly, a fierce blaze erupted from the ground, crackling violently and soon filling the air with the acrid scent of burning. Though the soldier wasps possessed limited intelligence, they were notably fearless. As they ascended in altitude, they launched themselves toward the flames with reckless abandon. Fireball, Guardian Fire Shield, Blazing Fire Ring. Zhang Zhong gazed in astonishment at Christer's seemingly monstrous skills, his mouth agape in disbelief. It is often said that wizards are formidable, yet he never anticipated that such an unassuming old man could conjure such an array of magnificent flames. It was utterly terrifying. However, he failed to consider that few ordinary individuals could attain the position of the court's chief mage and protect the princess in such a perilous place. The two swordsmen, enveloped in a radiant golden light, raised their colossal swords with vigor. Whirlwind slash, explosive flame slash, sixfold slash, sword chi slash. Each technique unleashed cascades of power akin to autumn leaves swept away by a tempest. The sword energy from the two warriors transformed the earth beneath them into a scene of upheaval, deep trenches carved as if the ground had been freshly turned. It was unimaginable that such devastation could be wrought by merely two individuals. The surrounding murmurs gradually diminished as the two swordsmen, intoxicated by the thrill of battle, unleashed a thunderous war cry, bloodthirsty battle roar. Their eyes ignited with fervor as they charged forward, their great swords soaring through the air. Even Krister withdrew his staff, captivated by the display of prowess before him. This was the true strength of golden warriors. One could only wonder what the might of a saint-level warrior would entail. Throughout the chaos, Zhang Zhong had been rendered utterly helpless, unable to contribute even a moment's aid. All right, we must depart now. The scent of battle obscures the presence of the black dragon, making our escape increasingly difficult, Krister remarked. Chapter 10. The gold coin. Zhang Chong surveyed the charred land and, amidst the acrid scent, detected a faint yet alluring fragrance. Intrigued, he glanced around until a dark clump caught his attention. As he held it closer, The aroma intensified. Unable to resist, he extended his tongue and tasted it. A delightful sweetness enveloped his senses. "What are you eating?" Lena happened to notice Zhang Chong standing there, licking the dark substance in his hand. The others turned their gazes towards him. Feeling slightly embarrassed, Zhang Chong scratched his head and approached them, offering the substance to Lena. "It smells divine, and I couldn't help but taste it. It's incredibly sweet. You should try it too." Lena looked at the item in Zhang Chong's hand with a hint of disgust. However, seeing the earnestness in his expression piqued her curiosity. She reached out, took it, and, after a moment's hesitation, closed her eyes and licked it. "Wow, this is honey. It's truly delicious, better than what they serve in the palace." Her eyes sparkled as she named the dark delicacy. Old Mage Christopher furrowed his brow in contemplation before suddenly nodding. "If I am not mistaken, this should be the exquisite purple clover honey. Unlike ordinary honey, its yield is remarkably low, and it is sold at the Imperial Commerce Guild for 10 gold coins per gram." 10 gold coins per gram? Then this sizable clump must be worth 1,000 gold coins. Zhang Chong calculated in his mind. "Excellent. I shall buy it. Teacher, please give him 1,000 gold coins." Lena exclaimed, promptly stowing the honey away. She turned to Christopher and called out, "Your Highness, we did not bring such a substantial amount of money with us. And after accounting for our expenses along the way, we are left with merely 300 gold coins, which we will need for our return." Christopher offered a wry smile. No. These soldier bees were vanquished by you all. I contributed not a whit. This honey is a gift for the princess." Zhang Chong hurriedly waved his hands upon hearing this. Though such wealth would have once been beyond his wildest dreams, his simple nature prevented him from accepting so much. Christopher observed Zhang Chong's demeanor, sensing no pretense. He nodded inwardly. Honest individuals like him are indeed scarce, especially since Zhang Chong hails from a humble background, making his indifference to such a large sum of money all the more commendable. Let us not dwell on it. Lena, however, was unfazed by the matter. As a princess of the empire, money was merely a figure to her, and she perceived Zhang Chong's actions as nothing more than an attempt to ingratiate himself with her. Yet, Christopher felt a stir in his heart and presented a silver ring adorned with a sword and shield to Zhang Chong. "This is a spatial ring. It contains a space of 10 square meters. Consider it a gift." This time, Zhang Chong did not hesitate to accept. He had long heard of such spatial rings, but had never encountered one. The recent expedition to the canyon had made it evident how cumbersome it was to carry items, and he felt immense joy at Christopher's generous offer. The group engaged in lively banter, their spirits lifted. Zhang Chong gleaned insights from the old mage Christopher that he had never considered before, even surpassing what he had learned within his own legion. At this moment, a small path had appeared before several individuals, and occasionally, one could spot traps set by individual hunters. Zhang Chong glanced at the not yet darkened sky and addressed Christopher and the others, saying, "It's time for me to leave." "What? You're leaving so soon?" "I truly don't understand what is so appealing about your wretched military camp," Lena replied with dissatisfaction. Christopher chuckled, aware that Zhang Chong felt rather awkward in their company. Yet he chose not to bring it to light. Instead, he turned to Lena and said, "Princess, Zhang Chong is still a soldier, not as at ease as we are. It seems we must part ways here." Lena recognized the truth in Christopher's words, but throughout their journey, Zhang Chong had not treated her as a lofty princess. She cherished that immensely. Noticing his attire, she realized that his circumstances were less than favorable. Remembering how he had gifted her honey, her heart warmed. After a moment of contemplation, Lena looked at Zhang Chong, then at Christopher, and finally, with a determined expression, said, "Teacher Christopher, please gift that weapon to Zhang Chong." Upon uttering those words, she seemed to have relieved herself of a great burden and turned her head aside. This time, not only was Christopher taken aback, but the faces of the two golden swordsmen also revealed expressions of envy and admiration. Although this venture had merely been to capture a high-tier magical beast on the outskirts of the canyon for the princess, they had fortuitously stumbled upon a dilapidated chest along the way, filled primarily with precious gems and magical cores of levels 5 to 7. Among the treasures, however, were 3 peculiar pieces of equipment that left the trio utterly astonished. The necklace of compassionate light, as legend has it, is said to be crafted from a rare shell found at the Western Sea, which daily reflects the last rays of the setting sun with its luminous pearls. Hence, the necklace is aptly named. It offers a 10% increase in magical defense, a 1% boost in agility, and an enhancement of 10 points to intelligence. Classified as a legendary item. In the current realm, Equipment is categorized for simplicity, akin to the distinctions made between warriors and mages. The classifications include common gear, bronze gear, silver gear, gold gear, legendary gear, epic gear, semi-artifacts, and artifacts. Despite the multitude of tiers, the most frequently encountered equipment tends to be of the legendary variety. The snow spider belt, originating from the harshest of climates, is woven from resilient, cold-resistant silk, making it an excellent material, though only a semi-finished product. It possesses a singular attribute, a 1% increase in casting time, yet it attains the status of gold gear. Among the gear, the sole weapon is the one Lina intends to gift to Zhang Chong, known as the bone-racking wind. As Zhang Chong beheld the peculiar, oversized sword, a sense of astonishment and excitement enveloped him. More akin to a blade than a traditional sword, it boasted a dark crimson hue and a four-edged blade, with a hilt shaped like a human face, exuding an indescribable air of menace and strangeness. The bone-racking wind grants its wielder a 10% increase in strength, a 1% reduction in damage taken, a 10% boost in magical defense, a 10% increase in physical defense, and an elevation of 10 points in agility. Classified as a semi-artifact, it is indeed a sub-artifact. Zhang Zhong now comprehends the reason behind the peculiar gaze of those two golden swordsmen, observing Lina feigning indifference. He feels a profound sense of emotion within. He fully understands the significance of a sub-artifact within the Empire. Hey, are we done yet? I wish to return home as soon as possible. I have no interest in where anyone else chooses to go, Lina declared, leading the way without a glance back. Christopher hesitated for a moment, casting a glance at Zhang Zhong before nodding and following the princess alongside the two guards. As Zhang Zhong gazed at the retreating figures of Lina and the others, if it were not for the chilling sensation emanating from the twisted bone in his hand, he would have truly believed that this was all but a fleeting dream. Chapter 11. Imprisonment. After several days of relentless travel, Zhang Chong's attire had become tattered and worn, rendering him scarcely distinguishable from a destitute refugee upon arriving at the encampment of the Songlong Legion. However, his large, expressive eyes had grown even more luminous, resembling the depths of a frigid, tranquil pool. Who goes there? Two guards, noticing Zhang Chong's imposing figure approaching, furrowed their brows and obstructed his path. I am the new recruit, Zhang Chong, here to report for duty, he declared promptly, standing at attention with utmost seriousness. The guards scrutinized him from head to toe. Are you truly one of the new recruits from a few months ago? Indeed. The guards exchanged knowing glances before drawing their swords, pressing the blades against Zhang Chong's throat. An intruder. The fugitive Zhang Chong has been apprehended. As Zhang Chong observed the law enforcement officers rushing toward them from within the camp, he hastily exclaimed, Captain, I believe there has been a misunderstanding. I am not a deserter. I have been specially authorized by Captain White. I possess a leave of absence approval. Humph. Those old fellows were collectively granted retirement at the beginning of this month. You should rather contemplate how you will spend your time in prison, one guard retorted, signaling for several others to bind Zhang Chong and forcibly escort him away. With Captain White gone, who would vouch for my innocence? I am not a deserter. I possess the necessary authorization. Surely, there must be a record of my leave with the commanding officer. These thoughts spiraled repeatedly in Zhang Chong's mind. Yet upon witnessing the triumphant flush on the faces of his captors, he sighed inwardly, realizing that he could only hope for another opportunity in the future. This is your uniform. Your identification number is 8847. Behave yourself while inside. After speaking, the guard casually discarded his clothes onto the ground, uttering a few threats before turning away. Zhang Chong gazed at the iron bars, each thicker than his own arms, and surveyed his surroundings, which closely mirrored the illusions within his Beast King ring. The only difference was the presence of a stone bed, covered with a thick layer of straw. The walls, deprived of sunlight for years, were cloaked in lush green moss, and remnants of various peculiar symbols left by predecessors adorned the surfaces. He glanced up at the window, smaller than his own head, and managed a wry smile. In this solitary chamber, Zhang Chong found himself alone, with no one to converse with. However, he felt no discouragement. Instead, he settled onto the stone bed, seizing the opportunity to practice the fourth level of the Beast King, which he had been unable to break through for several days. As three magical beasts materialized before him, he chuckled bitterly. Each encounter had ended in mere minutes, with him being torn apart by these level 5 creatures, let alone vanquishing them within a minute. Such a notion was absurd. For the first time, doubt crept into Zhang Chong's mind. Perhaps his thoughts influenced the illusion, for the beasts vanished, replaced by the woman he had first encountered. She remained icy, yet this time her expression bore a hint of mockery and seriousness. Zhang Chong opened his mouth, but found no words to articulate. His strong-willed nature was pierced by the expression on her face. "I am called Kwa Jia," the woman declared. Zhang Chong remained still. Her name bore no significance to him. "Are you afraid?" she inquired. "Nonsense," he retorted. Zhang Chong rose to his feet, his eyes wide with astonishment. Throughout this lengthy ordeal, he had always been torn apart by three beasts. Although it was an illusion, the sensations were undeniably real. Never had he cried out in pain, nor had he ever faltered. However, he now felt an insurmountable gap between himself and those creatures. Perhaps it was Zhang Chong's fearsome demeanor, or perhaps it was the seriousness etched upon his face that caused Kwa Jia's expression to soften. "What have you learned from the previous two trials?" she inquired suddenly, catching Zhang Chong off guard. He pondered for a moment before responding. "My coordination has improved, my strength has increased, my mental fortitude has grown, and my speed has become remarkably swift." Yet, deep within, Zhang Chong understood that his enhanced speed and coordination were nothing short of extraordinary. A conclusion drawn from observing the battles of two golden tier swordsmen. But so what? He still could not even defeat a single magical beast. "You haven't taught me any combat skills. How am I supposed to fight?" he questioned, his voice laced with resentment and unfiltered candor. Kwa Jia furrowed her brow. A summoner primarily relied on their summoned beasts for combat, which was precisely why she had refrained from instructing Zhang Chong. The essence of this third trial lay in rhythm. Both humans and magical beasts followed certain patterns in their attacks and coordination, albeit in distinct ways. This was something he would need to discover for himself through experience in battle. Observing Zhang Chong deep in thought, Kwa Jia nodded. "I can send you into the Beast King's arena ahead of schedule. The skills you acquire will depend on your own efforts, but be warned. The difficulty of this challenge will be doubled." Doubled? 6 beasts? Zhang Zhong felt a twinge of fear within him, yet in pursuit of acquiring more offensive abilities. He nodded resolutely. "All right, I shall learn, just double the effort." Upon witnessing Zhang's decision, Kuai Jia placed his hand upon Zhang's head and then vanished from the stone chamber. In an instant, Zhang's mind was inundated with a plethora of knowledge, a vast kingdom of magical beasts, where various strange and ferocious creatures tore at one another, relentless in their assault, with no retreat in sight, only an endless cycle of combat until death. As he absorbed this spectacle, Zhang became profoundly engrossed. "You have acquired one of the Beast King's skills, Bloodlust," echoed a voice, which allows you to unleash your potential to its fullest extent amid a roar. Although Zhang resembled a bloodthirsty beast at that moment, he was acutely aware of it. However, his desire to engage in battle overshadowed everything else. Despite his yearning for combat, each beast before him was of an 8th tier or higher, exuding an aura that was utterly terrifying. Under the immense pressure akin to a mountain, Zhang could no longer afford to wait. With unwavering determination, he focused on the largest black dragon, which was spewing flames, and let out a fierce roar. "You have mastered another Beast King skill. Challenge," the voice proclaimed, enabling you to confront your adversaries with unwavering composure. The black dragon glanced at Zhang and swiftly swung its tail towards him. Zhang, quick as a flash and well-prepared, sidestepped just in time. However, the dragon, seasoned in combat, swiftly brought its foot down, and in a fierce exchange of attacks, Zhang found himself desperately evading the relentless strikes of the 8th-tier beast, ultimately succumbing to its precision. Zhang Zhong felt a sharp pain coursing through his body, his mind swirling in a tumult of thoughts. He realized he had failed to evade the blow and acknowledged the vast gulf between himself and the 8th-tier magical beasts. Yet, a profound sense of unwillingness surged within him. Just before his body transformed into a radiant white light, he summoned all his strength and unleashed a ferocious strike, the shocking bone and frightening wind. In that moment, he mastered one of the Beast King's skills, reverse blood combat. An inexhaustible fervor for battle ignited within his chest. As he embraced a reckless willingness to engage in a relentless clash, his spirit soaring like a tempest, powerful enough to instill fear in the hearts of his foes. At this juncture, Zhang Zhong withdrew from the Beast King battlefield, gasping for breath, utterly spent as he sank onto the stone bed. He let the sweat trickle down his face, lost in a daze as he stared at the solitary glimmer of light in the room. However, the gruesome scenes of battle remained indelibly etched in his heart, impossible to erase. Despite the exhaustion, he found solace in having acquired 3 skills. With a weary sigh, Zhang Zhong closed his eyes. Chapter 12. Imprisonment. Part 2. Awakening in a haze. Zhang Chong opened his eyes to find two guards entering, shackles in hand. Truly, one could sleep soundly here, as if indulging in luxury. Without uttering a word, they promptly restrained his hands and feet. What is this about? He questioned. Get moving. We're assembling now. Don't even think about escaping. If you do, we'll have you fed to the boss's monstrous pet, came the stern reply. Zhang Chong, still dazed, began to comprehend his situation. He recalled that during his time in the Empire, it was well known that criminals were dispatched to battlefields, mines, forests, or the depths of the sea to undertake the most arduous, exhausting, and perilous tasks. It seemed that he too was destined for such a fate, though he remained unaware of the specifics of his impending labor. As he followed the line of prisoners towards the exit, each was handed a bun, devoid of any accompanying dish. They were then ushered up a mountain. Along the way, Zhang Chong, a newcomer, attracted considerable attention. Who could have imagined that such a small figure would find himself in such a place? However, upon hearing the escorting guard label him a deserter, the onlookers understood. It appeared this boy could not withstand hardship, yet was regrettably caught again. 8847. This is your tool. If you don't extract 30 pieces of iron or by noon, you may as well forego your meal and keep digging, commanded the guard, releasing Zhang Chong from his shackles and handing him a mining pick. The instrument, worn and weathered, bore a dark red hue. Whether from bloodstains or its original color remained a mystery. Upon receiving the tools, Zhang Chong followed a few individuals deeper into the mine, which was situated within a cavern, descending further into the earth. Every few steps, a torch flickered, casting a dim light sufficient to illuminate the uneven path ahead. The ground bore the marks of prior excavation, and as they ventured deeper, the walls on either side grew increasingly hollowed out, revealing veins of or that emitted a kaleidoscope of colors, bathing the cavern in hues of blue and red. Young lad, you may dig here. Do not fret. If you find yourself lacking in ore, we shall assist you, said a burly middle-aged miner, with a round face and curly hair, towering at nearly 2 meters. His tattered clothing barely concealed the muscular physique, likely more robust than that of Lena's two guards. Kid, the boss means well. He fears you may become prey to the beasts so soon after your arrival, chimed in another. I am Carter Xiao, the temporary leader here. And you shall call me Carter, he continued. Zhang Chong, not particularly fond of conversation, merely nodded in acknowledgement, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, brother Carter. Carter led the group further down, while the surrounding guards remained indifferent, as long as one adhered to the task of mining and did not entertain thoughts of escape. They were content to turn a blind eye. As Zhang Chong engaged in the labor, he found it less taxing than anticipated, bolstered by the foundation provided by the Beast King's heart method, allowing him to excavate at an extraordinary pace. However, he also noted that the miners around him appeared either ailing or of advanced age, affirming that Carter had indeed taken him under his wing. Do you think they keep you here to bully the newcomer? A miner of a similar age to Zhang Chong spoke in a rather haughty manner. Zhang Chong paid him no mind. His sole focus was on excavating the 30 pieces of ore he had left. The miner, unfazed, continued. Hey, what is your name? Others call me Xiao Yozi. I've just turned 18 this year. You're not older than me, are you? Did you get caught for stealing too? Zhang Chong, growing increasingly irritated by the conversation, responded politely. Zhang Chong, 17. How peculiar, Xiao Yozi remarked, though you are younger than me. You can stick with me from now on. I'll look out for you. Xiao Yozi, quite friendly, chatted on as they worked, though it was evident that his mining pace was considerably slower than Zhang Chong's. While they were busy, Zhang Chong suddenly inquired, what was that you mentioned about monsters? Are there really monsters down here? At that moment, Xiao Yozi, fatigued, sat down on the ground. Hearing the question, he smiled wryly, casting a glance into the depths of the mine. For the first time, a flicker of fear crossed his features as he replied, you wouldn't know this yet, but the deeper you go into the mine, the more perilous it becomes. For every 10 meters, we leave behind a miner's life. My master perished during the last excavation. Xiao Yozi appeared to be reminiscing, his expression tinged with sorrow. I've encountered slimes that can spew corrosive acid, enormous worms capable of devouring rock, and the treacherous death spiders, he recounted with a hint of pride. Yet his face darkened. To Brother Carter and the others, these pose no threat. The true horrors lie further down. Swift predators, mutated dark hounds, and even 2 undead knights have been sighted. Would you not consider that dangerous? Zhang Chong recalled Carter's striking eyes and suddenly felt warmth in his heart. Thank you, he murmured softly, rolling up his sleeves and immersing himself in his work. By the time lunch arrived, he still had only 2 steamed buns. Yet he had not only completed his own quota of 30 blocks, but also assisted Xiao Yozi and several other miners in finishing their morning tasks. Little brother, well done. But since you are new, you must learn to balance your strength. If you go too hard, tomorrow your arms will swell larger than my fists, Carter remarked. Having heard of Zhang Zhong's performance earlier that day, offering his commendation. Just call me Xiao Zhong, Zhang Zhong replied, his face flushing. He felt that his efforts paled in comparison to those of Carter and the others. It was truly remarkable how this group of prisoners faced danger daily, yet remained so optimistic, particularly in their unity and mutual support, which Zhang Zhong greatly admired. For an entire week, Zhang Zhong toiled by day in the mines and faced those wretched beasts in the illusionary challenge by night. Although he had learned 3 skills, he still could not breach the defenses of the 6 monsters. Even being able to defend himself for a few minutes was a notable achievement. Zhang Zhong's relentless hard work not only earned him the favor of Carter and his companions, but also inspired Xiao Yozi, who began to regard him as an idol. Zhang Zhong understood that by mining more, he could alleviate the burden on those around him who were not as physically capable. This, or is quite substantial, Xiao Zhong. I believe we should consider relocating. With just the 4 of us, it is simply impossible to extract it. Before Zhang Chong and several others lay a colossal mass of iron ore. Even with Zhang Chong's strength, they could merely cause it to tremble slightly. The group panted heavily, helplessly gazing at their picks in hand and the formidable rock before them. Chapter 13. Fundamental Exercises. Is this truly all the strength you possess? A somewhat hoarse voice resonated from behind as several individuals took a moment to rest. Zhang Zhong lifted his gaze, recognizing a frail old miner named Olified, who had always been a part of their group, consistently standing behind Brother Carter. The sorrow etched on his face suggested a life spent in perpetual hardship. Have you truly exerted your utmost effort? Olified inquired once more. Zhang Zhong yearned to affirm that he had indeed given his all. Yet the words lingered unspoken on his lips. Olified regarded him with a hint of scorn and remarked, I had heard that your performance has been lackluster of late. But from my perspective, you merely rely on your physical prowess. The way you approached mining on your first day remains unchanged. You have shown no progress whatsoever. A week with no advancement renders you nothing more than a burden to our group. With a shake of his head, Olified turned and walked away. His seemingly nonsensical remarks stirred a tempest within Zhang Zhong, a tumult of self-doubt and reflection. Have I truly exerted myself? Have I truly done my best? The realization struck him. He still possessed the strength to rise. Yet why did he feel as though he had exhausted all his efforts? Was it due to the knowledge that the rock before him was insurmountable? Zhang Chong suddenly tightened his grip on the heavy pickaxe, and amidst the peculiar gazes of several onlookers, he let out a fierce roar before striking the rock with fervor. With each blow, blood trickled from his palms. Yet he remained unfazed. A man who had always prided himself on his diligence and seriousness found it difficult to accept being labeled as someone who evaded reality by an old man. As Zhang Chong immersed himself in his labor, he failed to notice the admiring gaze of Xiao Yozi or the approving smiles of the elder miners behind him. The seasoned miners exchanged glances, nodding in agreement, and one of them, seated at the far end, remarked, he possesses considerable strength, but alas, his footing is unstable. How can one harness their full power if they cannot even stand firm? These words resonated deeply with Zhang Chong, for he had previously studied gymnastics, which not only enhanced his physical form, but also improved his overall muscle coordination. The old miner's observation came at a pivotal moment, serving as a crucial insight during Zhang Chong's pursuit of self-improvement. Though the frequency of his strikes began to wane, the sparks flying from the rock grew increasingly vibrant, with each impact causing a shower of sand and earth to cascade from the tunnel walls. Observing Zhang Chong's renewed vigor, the elder miners resumed their daily banter, content in the knowledge that their share of work was being shouldered by him. Could this Na'vi lad, seemingly inept, truly be a member of the Tiansha Legion? It seemed unlikely, yet his clumsy mining technique belied such a claim. Today's soldiers are not like we were back in our day. To survive on the battlefield, one must train relentlessly. Indeed, each generation appears to be less capable than the last. Sweat trickled down Zhang Chong's forehead, not from exhaustion, but from the sarcastic remarks of a few elderly gentlemen that vexed him. It was one thing to assist them in their mining endeavors, but their constant jibes about his foolishness and incompetence were intolerable. Previously, they had ignored him, but since Alaf Eid's departure, These men had begun to bully him as well. The cave remained shrouded in a dim yellow hue. The vastness of the space and the soft, sandy ground made sitting there quite comfortable. There were no guards in sight, as everyone understood that there was but one way out. Yet, many of the true members within this enclave were content to remain, with some even being well compensated by the prison to aid in its expansion. The old men had seemingly made this place their home, coming and going as they pleased, while the warden treated them with utmost respect, often bringing in fine food and drink. Old Ghost, look at his posture, it's utterly ridiculous. You still praise his coordination, one remarked. The miner known as Old Ghost flushed slightly, retorting, it's not that he lacks skill. Did you not see how stable his stance has become? He learns faster than you did. After 3 months, you barely achieved this level. The older miner glanced at Zhang Chong and, indeed, as Old Ghost had claimed, he stood firmly. It was clear that the young man had surpassed him, and he nodded, feeling a sense of admiration for this lad's capacity to learn and his willingness to endure hardships. Hey, young man, when exerting yourself, ensure to fully extend your body and straighten your arms. For the final push, you must unleash your power. Yes, just like that. Engage your waist and keep your wrists agile. Remember to snap your wrists. Upon witnessing Zhang Zhong's demeanor, Lao Gui, apprehensive of becoming the subject of ridicule, hastily directed him during their encounter. It must be said that this adjustment indeed made Zhang Zhong feel considerably more at ease and significantly stronger. This transformation is a testament to Zhang Zhong's unique experience in the realm of illusions, having undergone rigorous training. Not everyone could grasp such concepts with equal depth or learn so swiftly. The onlookers, observing Zhang Zhong's remarkable learning ability, began to critique his actions, pointing out his mistakes and assuming the role of instructors. Inanimate objects are lifeless. Your eyes are what bring them to life. Each object possesses a center of gravity, the most vulnerable point, which, when struck, can yield over double the damage. Zhang Zhong, taking this advice to heart, quickly assessed the rocks, contemplating where to strike. Are you foolish? Listen to what others say, but remember, your weapon should not be wielded without purpose. Striking blindly only squanders opportunities and creates openings for your opponent. Zhang Zhong promptly repositioned himself, focusing intently on the large boulder before him, searching for the elusive center point. By the end of the day, while the rocks remained largely untouched, he found himself utterly exhausted. That night, for the first time, Zhang Zhong did not enter the realm of illusions, but instead reflected on the words of the seasoned miners, comparing them in his mind, feeling as though he had just indulged in an extravagant feast. The following morning, Zhang Zhong was the first to rise. Despite having gone without sleep, his eyes shone with newfound brilliance. The little fellow, Old Ghost, felt a secret delight, knowing that Zhang Chong had made another significant gain. I will demonstrate at once. Observe closely, for when you encounter a large rock in the future, I shall not intervene. Upon witnessing Zhang Chong's balance and strength surpassing his expectations, Old Ghost picked up his pickaxe and pushed Zhang Chong aside. Standing before the colossal boulder, Old Ghost appeared as though he were a different person, his face etched with solemnity. Suddenly, with a raised eyebrow, he pivoted on his left foot, his arms sweeping wide, and bellowed, "Whirlwind slash." Zhang Chong found it hard to fathom that the usually languid and seemingly frail Old Ghost could unleash such a formidable blow. A resounding crack echoed as the boulder splintered like a spider's web around the pickaxe's center, fracturing over an area of 10 feet. Old Ghost discarded the pickaxe, shaking his head. I am getting old. I could not shatter it. It seems I shall never attain the sacred realm in my lifetime. Though Old Ghost had merely demonstrated, the image was indelibly etched in Zhang Chong's mind. The application of such power and the finesse of that rotation felt as if a grand door had swung open within his heart. The old man, who often bickered with Old Ghost, rose after observing the resolute expression in Zhang Chong's eyes, saying, "If Old Ghost lacks the capability, allow me to assist you." With a mighty strike, a thunderous impact reverberated, sending a cascade of debris and swirling dust. Zhang Chong, once proud of his keen hearing, now found it ringing in his ears. After a while, the cave returned to its former state, while the boulder lay shattered upon the ground. Only absolute speed can yield absolute power. A heavy strike is the result of wielding one's weapon with unparalleled velocity, unleashing tremendous force. Zhang Chong, invigorated by this revelation, toiled tirelessly in the mines. The elder craftsmen, generous in spirit, imparted their unique skills and insights regarding weaponry to Zhang Chong. The relationship between effort and reward is inherently proportional. In just 3 short months, he succeeded in vanquishing 6 fifth-level beasts within the illusionary realm, and as a consequence, he ascended to the 5th tier of the Beast King's Heart Technique. My Summoned Beasts. Chapter 14. Assessment. The illusion fell into silence after the 6 magical beasts vanished, and Kaga stood quietly, observing Zhang Chong for the first time without mockery, taking a moment to truly appraise him. Zhang Chong felt a surge of joy within, brimming with boundless energy, capable of utilizing various skills in rapid succession. This was the essence of his repeated contemplation, allowing him to seamlessly overcome the magical beasts. The Beast King's technique had also advanced to the 5th level alongside his mastery of skills. You have entered the initial realm, Kaga stated flatly, as if she were commenting on a trivial matter. Sanctuary. Zhang Chong's heart raced with excitement. It was indeed the preliminary sanctuary, but there was little to celebrate, as many across the continent could achieve this with ease. This was not an exaggeration. Many at Zhang Chong's age had already reached the sanctuary level. Yet those were the fruits of inherited power, and few, like Zhang Chong, had cultivated such strength independently at this age. He was unfazed by Kaga's tone. He was accustomed to her demeanor and sensed that she was, in fact, showing him some respect today. Can I summon my beast now? Zhang Chong inquired eagerly, his desire palpable. For the first time, Kaga smiled, albeit briefly, yet it was enough for the attentive Zhang Chong to catch a glimpse of her beauty, even if only for a fleeting moment. I should have granted you this, she continued, but your skills are borrowed from others. You have yet to fully develop your own. How can I trust you with a companion? What? Companion? Zhang Chong was left speechless. Upon witnessing Zhang Chongma's desolate demeanor, Kaga nodded slightly and approached his side. It was then that Zhang Chong first realized the existence of such an exquisite fragrance in the world. In my faction, there existed 8 divine warriors, among whom one ascended to the realm of the supreme god wielding merely an ordinary iron sword. This individual was known as Tekaroch. You, whose domain remained shrouded in mystery, was only 43 at the time. Kaga's gaze appeared somewhat distant. Zhang Chong listened intently, absorbing the legend of a deity. At that time, his lineage was unknown, and no one was aware of his cultivation methods. It was only acknowledged that his swordsmanship was formidable, capable of overwhelming even the lords under the Demon Emperor, who could not withstand his 3 strikes. And what happened in the end? Zhang Chong could not restrain his curiosity. The final battle with the Demon Emperor took place in an unknown location. All that was known was that the demon forces retreated thereafter. Yet, before departing, he imparted a single phrase to 7 others who were also sword deities, or rather, to all of us. What was that phrase? Loyal to the sword. Sincere in the sword. A man as the sword. Boom. A colossal sound reverberated in Zhang Chong's heart, evoking thoughts of unwavering dedication. Reflecting on the tumultuous journey from the barracks to the present prison, he pondered whether his resolve in seeking the path had ever wavered. Had he been loyal to the sword, sincere in the sword? Kaga silently observed the myriad expressions on Zhang Chong's face, ranging from tears to laughter. Ding! A faint chime resonated within the illusion, announcing, "Congratulations on comprehending the heart of the sword, achieving the 3rd tier of the sacred level. You may now possess your own Beast King." Upon hearing that sound, the woman seemed to exhale a breath of relief. At that moment, Zhang Chong also awakened from his meditative state, his face adorned with a smile, one that reflected a familiarity with all things. Though no longer sharp, it was a smile that left others bewildered. Rising to his feet, Zhang Chong adjusted his attire and respectfully bowed to the woman, expressing, "Thank you, Master, for your guidance. No matter how arduous the path ahead may be, I shall persevere." This declaration was heartfelt. Previously, he had found it difficult to lower his pride before a female mentor. However, Zhang Chong had now achieved a profound understanding, and his cultivation had correspondingly advanced. The woman, Kaga, smiled, truly smiled. "You are my first disciple, and I am quite pleased. You are capable of bearing the title of Beast King. Since you call me Master, I shall impart to you the entirety of the Beast Dance's transformations. Pay close attention." Once again, she demonstrated the movements depicted in the 6 beast illustrations, yet her execution was unfathomable. She moved either forward or backward with an ethereal grace that was both light and enigmatic. Even the height of her leaps surpassed Zhang Chong's imagination. He became entranced. He had once thought he had mastered the beast illustrations, only to realize he had merely scratched the surface. In the past, he had felt a sense of pride, oblivious to the satisfaction Kaga derived from observing his performances. Now, Zhang Chong found himself somewhat disdainful of his former self. Throughout the day, he leaped and struck about the cave like a whirlwind, occasionally pausing to ponder, and at times erupting into hearty laughter. "Old man, Xiao Chong, what is going on? Have you lost your mind?" Little Liuzi, witnessing Zhang Chong's recent antics, inquired with concern, glancing at old Gui and the others. "Ah." The elderly gentleman now gazed upon Zhang Chong with envy and admiration, murmuring softly, "He is comprehending, finding his own path. Though I cannot perform those peculiar movements, I can sense their immense power." Several nodded in agreement, their thoughts mirroring one another. After observing Zhang Chong's transformation over the past month, as expressed by Xiao Liuzi, they felt that they too had been infected by his fervor. The old ghosts and their companions wielded their tools wildly, the cave resonating with roars of excitement, hearty laughter, and even tears. "I have been here for a decade, and at last, I understand. Is this the power of the sacred realm? I possess it as well, haha. I too possess it." Zhang Chong now devotedly observed the insights gained by the elderly men, recognizing that, like him, they had all ascended to the sacred tier, mastering techniques and wielding formidable strength. "Thank you, Xiao Chong," uttered the old ghost. "Thank you, Xiao Chong. Thank you, Xiao Chong." The three elderly men regarded Zhang Chong with warmth akin to that of a grandfather gazing at his grandson. "We have spent a decade contemplating this so-called sacred realm, and it appears we were merely entangled in our own stubbornness. Now that we have transcended, it seems trivial. Soon we shall emerge, and when we do, we will take you with us." Carter and others hurried over to offer their congratulations to the old men, all expressing their eagerness to reunite with them upon their own breakthroughs. "My full name is Feng Ricardo. When you return to the Empire, be sure to seek me out. My name is Light Santos. You may find me in the Radiant District of the Empire. Haha, Xiao Chong, my full name is Gui Sader, but you may call me Old Ghost. I will provide you with my address shortly, unlike those two shameless old men who lack sincerity." After the three elderly gentlemen conversed with Zhang Chong, they turned to Carter and remarked, "In truth, the location of one's cultivation matters little. If one finds no progress here, it may be wiser to seek a new venue." Observing the contemplative expressions of Carter and the others, Zhang Chong escorted the three old miners out, acknowledging them as half-teachers in his journey. "This evening, Master Kuga mentioned assisting me in acquiring a more formidable summon beast, and I wonder if it could possess the extraordinary power of the Black Dragon from the Beast King battlefield. Just thinking about it is exhilarating. If it truly were a Black Dragon, would I not then be a Dragon Knight?" Chapter 15. The Summoned Beast eagerly entering the Beast King ring. Zhang Chong spotted Kuo, who sat vacantly on a stone bench, lost in thought. The illusion remained as desolate as ever, devoid of substance. Yet it was undeniably infused with a hint of fragrance. "Have you arrived?" Kuo remarked upon noticing Zhang Chong standing respectfully at the side, a look of gratification crossing his face. He rose slowly, adjusting the strands of hair framing his face. "I once told you that each realm's Beast King possesses a guardian beast, yet there are those who fail to earn the Beast King's acknowledgement. This also depends on your fortune. All you need to do is relax and follow my guidance. Isn't that just a futile endeavor?" Zhang Chong pondered silently. Though he replied, "I am willing to heed the teacher's arrangements." With a wave of his hand, Kuo conjured a grayish expanse upon the previously blank stone wall, reminiscent of the Beast King battlefield he had encountered before, shrouded in mystery. "Place your hand within. Do not let your thoughts wander. Use your heart and spirit to perceive everything contained within. There are countless beast eggs here, ranging from 1st to 9th tier. Which one you select will depend on your luck." After speaking, Kuo stepped aside, observing Zhang Chong's actions with a cold gaze. Internally, he felt a wave of anxiety. After all, Zhang Chong had addressed him as teacher, and he truly regarded Zhang Chong as his disciple. He fervently wished for him to acquire a more advanced magical beast. Yet these matters were beyond Kuo's control, leaving him to fret anxiously from the sidelines. Zhang Zhong claimed to be unperturbed, yet that was a mere facade. Cautiously, he extended his hand, wary of the potential emergence of a beast that might bite him. Beside him, the creature, Kega, observed Zhang Zhong's demeanor with a concealed amusement, though he endeavored to maintain a serious and composed facade, as if everything were under control. Gradually, Zhang Zhong released his perception, sensing an abundance of thoughts within, each imbued with hostility. Occasionally, a few emanated a faintly benevolent aura. However, Amidst the overwhelming powerful presences, he could hardly discern them without meticulous attention. He began to comprehend that the fiercer the aura, the higher the rank it likely represented. Aware that time was slipping away, Zhang Zhong, having grasped the underlying principles, unreservedly immersed his entire perception into the fray. Instantaneously, a myriad of voices surged within his mind. He gradually invoked the Beast King's heart technique, striving to convey his goodwill through his perception. Yet, just as humans harbor countless thoughts, so too do beasts. And Zhang Zhong's spirit was gradually subdued by waves of formidable mental pressure. Recalling the relentless battles of the Beast King battlefield and the insignificance he felt, he was filled with reluctance. Could he truly be incapable of reclaiming even a mere beast egg? As time slowly elapsed, just as he felt he could no longer endure, a melodious voice resonated. Ding! Congratulations, you have attained the title of the new generation Beast King. Ding! Congratulations, you have gained the recognition of the Lion Tribe Beast King, the White Lion, who may reach a maximum of 7th tier in adulthood. The White Lion was captivated by your confidence, courage, and indomitable spirit, agreeing to acknowledge you as its master. Alas, it is a 7th tier beast and the leader of the Lion Tribe. Zhang Chong now feels as if he is on the brink of ecstasy. Yet, Hua Jia beside him discreetly furrows his brow. One must recognize that while 7th tier magical beasts may instill fear in the hearts of many, historically, every Beast King has been accompanied by a guardian beast of at least 8th tier. Particularly, lions are not extraordinary magical beasts. It is truly perplexing how Zhang Chong made his selection. It appears that this disciple of mine has set a record for the lowest tier in the annals of Beast Kings. Could it be that he entered without employing the Beast King's skills to capture one? As this thought crossed Hua Jia's mind, he felt a jolt of realization. He had imparted various cautions to Zhang Chong, but had neglected to convey the most crucial secret of capture, prompting a wry smile within him. Haha, I too possess a 7th tier magical beast. Zhang Chong's heart brimmed with joy, and ever since he had chosen the White Lion, all his chaotic mental energy had dissipated. It was uncertain whether this was due to rules or if Zhang Chong's mental capacity was simply limited. Just as Zhang Chong was about to exit in sheer delight, a formidable surge of wrathful mental energy abruptly manifested, not only thwarting his escape, but seemingly intent on annihilating him right there. The moment this force emerged, Hua Jia sensed it, his expression shifting in alarm. Yet he was powerless to assist. The magical beast realm could only sustain the strength of one individual. Should Hua Jia attempt to enter, both would become lost within. Now, he could only silently wish Zhang Chong well, hoping he could navigate this perilous trial. Slaughter, blood, resentment, death. These were the overwhelming sentiments that Zhang Chong could now perceive within his heart. Since you refuse to allow me to leave and wish to consume me, let us see who ultimately prevails. Zhang Chong summoned his tiger-like ferocity, disregarding whether he could withstand the challenge, and let out a fierce roar as he charged forward. Yet, what use is mere bravery when surrounded by the unseen and intangible? He could only watch as his mental strength was gradually suppressed. Is the heavens determined to bring about my demise? A sense of unwillingness filled Zhang Chong's heart. Faced with death, his character would never allow him to surrender easily. With his eyes burning red, he bellowed, bloodthirst. A warmth surged within him, and he immediately felt the pressure lessen significantly, his mental strength replenishing considerably. The force that had been oppressing him faltered in surprise, not anticipating that Zhang Chong possessed such a skill to restore his attributes. Whirlwind slash, triple strike, heavy blow. Zhang Chong recalled all the skills he knew and transmitted them through his mental strength. Roar. He distinctly heard the sound of a dragon's roar. Realizing that his fate hinged on this moment, he concentrated all his mental energy into a single mass and declared, "Let me show you my reverse blood battle." With that, his mental strength erupted in full force, and he subsequently fell into unconsciousness. Kaya observed a trickle of blood at the corner of Zhang Chong's mouth, and suddenly alarmed. He quickly placed his hand upon Zhang Chong's head, using his mental energy to perceive Zhang Chong's mental state bit by bit. Ah! Kaya leaped up in shock, overwhelmed by unspeakable astonishment, excitement, and even terror. How could this be possible? How could one individual possess two guardian beasts? Am I dead? Zhang Chong slowly opened his eyes, gazing at the gentle figure of Kaga beside him. A bittersweet smile crept across his face as he self-deprecatingly remarked, "It seems I am still alive, haha." Kaga, with a warm smile, looked at Zhang Chong and softly replied, Surviving a great calamity surely brings future blessings. Take a look at your own condition. Startled, Zhang Chong quickly examined himself and discovered that not only was his body unscathed, but his mental acuity had also significantly improved. He could even sense the presence of two magical beasts nearby. Wait, two magical beasts? Why do they seem so familiar? After cautiously probing, he suddenly fainted again. Ding! Congratulations on gaining the recognition of the Beast King, the Dragon Turtle. At its peak maturity, it may reach the 9th tier. The Dragon Turtle is drawn to your bloodthirst, tenacity, and indomitable spirit, agreeing to acknowledge you as its master. Zhang Chong was utterly astounded. Two magical beasts? Hadn't the teacher mentioned there was only one? What could those three question marks signify? The name Dragon Turtle sounded eerily familiar, as if he had encountered it before. Do not look at me. I too am perplexed as to why you possess two guardian beasts. However, regarding those three question marks, I can clarify. They indicate that your future growth is unpredictable and might even lead you to become a divine beast, Kaga patiently elucidated to Zhang Chong. Could it truly be a matter of character? Zhang Chong thought with a sense of pride. Hey, what are you pondering? Are you even listening to me? Kaga, observing Zhang Chong's drooling, foolish expression, was rendered utterly speechless. Chapter 16. I can go to school too. Zhang Chong gazed at the magical beasts flanking him, an indescribable affection swelling within him. The white lion, though pressed beneath the weight of the dragon turtle, remained steadfastly at his feet, its two ebony eyes shimmering with an indomitable spirit. Draped in a thick coat of soft white fur, it exuded a certain nobility that was hard to articulate. Meanwhile, the dragon turtle lay lazily on the ground, its eyes barely opening. Yet, there was an undeniable aura of intimidation about it, from a distance. It resembled a small turtle with a pale gray, uneven shell. However, its head was that of a menacing crocodile, adorned with an array of protruding scales and horns, which, upon closer inspection, gave it a draconic semblance. The massive tail, however, distinctly set it apart from any dragon. At that moment, Zhang Chong understood the source of his familiarity. If this little dragon turtle were magnified 1,000-fold, it would indeed resemble the magical beast he had battled against the Black Dragon on the Beast King battlefield. Let us give them names. That way, you can summon them directly, suggested Kaga. Zhang Chong nodded, gently stroking the head of the white lion, murmuring, You are my first Beast King and the leader of the lion tribe. I shall call you Little White. Kaga, having overheard the initial part of Zhang Chong's musing, had anticipated a more flamboyant name, only to be met with the simplicity of Little White. Zhang Chong then playfully poked the dragon turtle's lower jaw, saying, And you, so combative and of such high rank, will surely surpass me in prowess. I shall name you Little Gray. Kaga cast a scornful glance at Zhang Chong and remarked, I'm leaving now. The 6th challenge is summoning cooperation. Be prepared, for it will not be as simple as the previous ones. As he watched Kaga's fading silhouette, Zhang Chong scratched his head, pondering to himself, Does this teacher truly suffer from amnesia? He hasn't yet informed me of the rewards for passing these 6 challenges. Hey, don't sleep. You may leave the prison now. Zhang Chong felt someone entering his vicinity and promptly withdrew the Beast King ring. His eyes casually scanned the guards nearby, recognizing that despite their fierce demeanor, they were, in fact, quite lenient towards the prisoners. Why am I being released? Has my case been vindicated? Zhang Chong inquired, somewhat bewildered. You'll find out once you step outside. Following the guard, Zhang Chong emerged to see a throng of attendants gathered before the once-empty gate. Leading the group were 2 golden guards flanking Princess Lena. The crowd parted, revealing an opulent carriage adorned with the royal family's distinctive tulip emblem. As the carriage door swung open, the first to descend was Christopher, the one who had gifted him the spatial ring. The old mage frowned upon seeing Zhang Chong's current state and shot an admonishing glare at a man wielding a large sword, who responded with an awkward smile. Goodness, Zhang Chong, who has done this to you? I shall hold them accountable. Princess Lena, upon alighting, immediately noticed Zhang Chong's disheveled appearance, clad in prison garb. His hair was unkempt, and his face was dirtier than when she had first seen him in the Grand Canyon. Your Highness, this is all a misunderstanding. I will send someone to have him released at once. The speaker is none other than the current commander of the Finra Legion, whom Zhang Chong has encountered before. What brings you here? Zhang Chong asked, acknowledging Lena with a nod. Although pleased, he was not overly excited. Lena shot Zhang Chong a sideways glance and slowly approached him, saying, If I don't come, some people might still be wondering how long they'll remain locked up. A smile crept onto her face. As she always found Zhang Chong rather unfortunate looking, This time, he was even mistaken for a deserter. "Greetings, Professor Christopher. It's been a few days. And you appear much better than the last time we met," Zhang Chong remarked. Christopher chuckled at this. The young man was refreshingly candid. It was no wonder he looked unwell in such a desolate place as the canyon. Yet Zhang Chong's words were far more pleasing to hear than the insincere flattery of others nearby. "But you don't seem to be in the best of spirits yourself." Christopher jested, eliciting wide-eyed astonishment from the guards and the Finra Legion commander. Isn't he just a commoner? How could he possibly know Princess Lena and the chief court mage? The commander mused silently, contemplating a reprimand for the messenger upon his return. "Come, let us walk and talk. We cannot chat here indefinitely," Christopher said, warmly taking Zhang Chong by the hand. "Indeed, let us go to my quarters for a conversation. Someone, prepare a set of clothing for Zhang Chong," the commander commanded with a wave of his hand, and soldiers promptly set to work. Zhang Chong smiled, insisting it was unnecessary, while Lena rolled her eyes at his endearing naivety. Eventually, she began to explain the reason for her visit that day. Upon her return, Lena was promptly sent back to the inner quarters of the Magic Academy for her studies, and it was only today that she had the opportunity to venture out. Recalling her promise to Zhang Chong to assist him in gaining entry, she hurriedly requested a so-called special quota from her father, solely to provide Zhang Chong an excuse to escape from military life. To her dismay, upon her arrival, she learned that Zhang Chong had been imprisoned. How could she not be anxious? Without hesitation, she led her party directly to the prison's gates. After changing his attire, Zhang Chong made no pretense and comfortably took a seat beside Christopher. Upon hearing of the possibility of attending the Imperial Magic Academy, he quickly waved his hands in protest, declining the offer. Was that place meant for someone like him? The tuition fees were at least 3,000 gold coins per year, whereas his parents could only manage 30 gold coins annually. This was not education, it was a death sentence. Lena gazed at Zhang Chong in confusion, for in the Empire, who would not take pride in being accepted into the Magic Academy, especially someone of Zhang Chong's humble background, who could secure a position in the army upon graduation, thus shedding his identity as a commoner. How could he refuse such an opportunity? Yet, Christopher, with a shift in his thoughts, discerned Zhang Chong's concerns. With a smile, he reassured him, "This time, your admission to the academy can be considered a special approval. All expenses will be covered by the Wolf Legion, so rest assured." It was then that Lena recalled Zhang Chong's status as a commoner and the honey he had gifted her, her heart swelling with sweetness, rendering her momentarily speechless. Indeed. Just look at Zhang Chong. He is a natural talent for magic. The Wolf Legion will always fully support you. Should you return after completing your studies, I, as your commander, shall gladly make way for you. The words spoken by the Legion commander seemed to indicate a long-standing appreciation for Zhang Chong, as if he had always intended to nurture his talents. Particularly, the final remark appeared to be a jest that lauded Zhang Chong in a light-hearted manner. Disdain, profound disdain. Zhang Chong and Lena exchanged knowing smiles, their thoughts intertwined. "We express our gratitude to the esteemed Legion commander. We shall take our leave now. Should the opportunity arise, I will convey your respect for him before His Majesty," Christopher declared as he rose. Upon hearing Christopher's words, the commander of the Sirius Legion felt an immense joy in his heart. Establishing a connection with the court's chief sorcerer was no small feat as they departed. Zhang Chong held the so-called special military allowance, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips. Chapter 17. Enrollment. Once again, he found himself traversing the familiar path, wandering through the well-known streets as he bid farewell to Princess Lena. Zhang Chong made his way home, his heart swelling with emotion as he approached the entrance of his abode. Though it had been less than a year, his eyes glistened with unshed tears. Gently pushing open the door, he was greeted by a familiar voice. "Is that you, Brother Xiao?" A figure emerged from within. "Father," Zhang Chong exclaimed joyfully, rushing forward to plant a fervent kiss on his father's aged cheek. "Who has arrived?" His mother also emerged, her voice filled with warmth. "Xiao Chong." She pulled Zhang Chong out of Zhang Tian's embrace, inspecting him from head to toe with uncontainable delight. Come in, Zhang Tian urged, his heart buoyant at the sight of his son's return. Although he had heard whispers of his son's early departure from the army, the joy of reunion overshadowed any feelings of reproach. The meal was promptly served, yet the elderly couple found themselves too elated to eat, their gazes fixated on Zhang Chong. "Mother, here are 100 gold coins, a reward from the army," Zhang Chong declared. handing over the entirety of his earnings to his mother without retaining a single coin for himself. 100 gold coins? In Zhang Chang's household, this sum was nothing short of a fortune. However, Zhang Tian's expression darkened as he glanced at the pouch of coins in his wife's hands. I heard you were branded a deserter. I had my doubts, but is it truly possible to earn such an amount while serving in the military? Upon seeing Zhang Chang's desire to explain, Zhang Tian waved his hand and remarked, I have stated before that while the Zhang family may endure poverty, our aspirations shall never be diminished. Regardless of how you acquired this money, return it to me. After we finish our meal, you are to return to the military regiment. Zhang Mu, unable to bear the weight of the situation, softly called out. Yet Zhang Chong took a hearty bite of his dish, chuckling as he replied, Mother, it is of no concern. Father fears I may turn to a life of banditry, but in truth, I have been recommended by the regiment to the Imperial Academy of Magic. This money is merely a special allowance from the commander. Hearing these words, Zhang Tian's expression softened somewhat, yet he inquired, After all these years in the Empire, I have never heard of anyone being directly admitted to the Academy of Magic. Surely, you are not attempting to deceive me? Haha, it is indeed true. Here is the acceptance letter from the Academy, and the regiment has covered all tuition fees. Zhang Chong replied, carefully handing his notification to Zhang Tian. The elderly couple gazed anxiously at their son's letter, their hearts swelling with uncontainable excitement. Their son was to attend the Academy of Magic, finally achieving something remarkable. The way they clutched the paper with trembling hands revealed the depth of their elation. Go summon Brother Xiao at the door, as well as Brother Fan Lei from next door and Blacksmith Ba Fu. I will treat everyone today. Let us celebrate with a hearty drink. Zhang Tian proclaimed with a commanding voice. Zhang's mother, her face beaming with joy, nodded and turned to summon others. It was a rare occasion for her son to be present, and already, before even starting school, he had amassed 100 gold coins in savings. With such funds, securing a beautiful bride for her son would pose no challenge. As for my nephew, I always knew he would make an appearance. Indeed, where is that rascal, Xiaochong? Before they even entered, a few exuberant voices echoed, filled with unmistakable excitement. 3 individuals, all closely acquainted with Zhang Tian and having watched Zhang Chong grow up, stepped through the door, instantly elevating the atmosphere to one of fervor. As they drank and conversed, Zhang Tian proudly unveiled his treasured collection of fine wines, aged over many years. Knock, knock, knock. Who could that be? Zhang Tian glanced at his mother, silently inquiring whether it was someone she had called. Upon seeing her shake her head, he promptly opened the door. To his astonishment, standing there was an officer clad in armor, adorned with the insignia of a tulip. Although the drinking companions were unfamiliar with this emblem, they immediately recognized the officer as a member of the royal guard, rising to their feet in respect. Despite their trepidation, one bravely asked, Might I inquire, esteemed sir, what brings you here? The guard surveyed the group, then turned to Zhang Chong, inquiring, Are you Zhang Chong? Yes, that is correct, he replied. The officer continued. The queen extends her gratitude for your valiant protection of her lady-in-waiting and has bestowed upon you a reward of 2,000 gold coins. We hope you will continue your diligent efforts. With that, the officer handed Zhang Chong a pouch of gold coins, offering a peculiar smile. Very good, very good. He then declined Zhang Tian's invitation to stay and departed to report back. Upon learning of Zhang Chong's circumstances, Miss Lina resolved to provide him with financial assistance. However, aware of Zhang Chong's temperament, she instructed her guards to deliver the money under the auspices of the queen's authority. Unbeknownst to her, this act swiftly disseminated Zhang Chong's name throughout the common district, igniting speculation about his potential accolades and the queen's favor. 2,000 gold coins? This was the first time Zhang Tian had encountered such a substantial sum, leaving him at a loss regarding its expenditure. His companions, the 3 brothers, felt a surge of pride and promptly extended their congratulations. Is this Zhang Chong's residence? A butler, adorned in formal attire, surveyed the modest dwelling with evident disdain. And you are? I am the steward of Lord Christopher, the chief court magician. Here, I present 500 gold coins as living expenses for Zhang Chong at the academy. The visitor declared with an air of superiority. Zhang Tian intended to decline the offer, but the man had already placed the coins into his hands, refusing to enter further, as though fearing that a single additional word might tarnish his esteemed status. Upon his return home, Zhang Chong had suddenly acquired 2,600 gold coins, an astronomical figure that would ensure Zhang Tian's financial security for a lifetime. Build a house. Tomorrow we shall construct a grand one, just like AL's, complete with a rockery. Zhang Tian mused delightfully. Goodness gracious! Zhang Mu exclaimed, noticing the exuberance on Zhang Tian's face. Her cheeks flushing as she nudged him. There are still many people watching. Come in, let us celebrate with some wine, he urged. And so, the night unfolded. Overnight, it became common knowledge that the ordinarily unremarkable Zhang Zhong had entered the prestigious Imperial Academy of Magic. Whispers circulated that he had vanquished a tiger to protect a princess, earning the favor of the queen herself, and even the chief magician of the empire had come to present gifts. What an immense honor this was. Such individuals had rarely encountered someone of such stature. Even a mere meeting with a duke was sufficient to incite excitement and boastfulness. Zhang Tian was now in a flurry of activity, attending to the needs of guests, fetching water and chairs. As he surveyed the room filled with people, he discreetly wiped the sweat from his brow, silently praising his wife's wisdom for sending Zhang Zhong to the academy for enrollment before dawn. Chapter 18. The Academy. The Auga Magic Academy stands as one of the 6 premier institutions of higher learning on the Maya continent. Each year, its graduates emerge as the backbone of society, particularly due to the distinction between the inner and outer academies, which invigorates student ambition. The Inner Academy, colloquially known as the realm of the elite, comprises individuals who have undergone rigorous selection processes. Each student excels in their respective fields. To the Outer Academy students, those from the Inner Academy are regarded as extraordinary beings, with whispers suggesting that only those who attain the golden tier of strength are permitted to graduate. At this moment, Zhang Chong stands before the renowned gates of the academy. The entrance, wide enough to accommodate 3 horse-drawn carriages, is adorned with intricate carvings of 2 golden dragons. At the heart of the academy lies a magnificent fountain that refreshes the senses, with the statue of the academy's founder, the legendary mage Emperor Auga III, standing behind it. He holds a staff and gazes benevolently at the entrance. The pathways within the academy are crafted from myriad small stones, arranged into intricate patterns that provide a delightful sensation underfoot. The structures of the academy are nestled among various trees, presenting a serene and picturesque view from afar. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Chong inquires at the student office and strides confidently inside. The receptionist examines Zhang Chong's enrollment notice multiple times, scrutinizing him closely before reluctantly stating, "The academy has been in session for over a month now, and there are no designated instructors available for testing. May I ask which department you intend to enroll in?" Summoning. The admissions officer forced a smile, acknowledging the absurdity of the situation. In an age where anyone could easily acquire a pet space to raise their beloved companions, who would still pursue the study of summoning? Moreover, the profession of summoner had been extinct for 2 centuries. Where could one possibly find a teacher? Zhang Chong was taken aback. He had never imagined that summoning would be such an obscure vocation. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, "Which field do you think I would be suited for?" The teacher scrutinized Zhang Chong's physique and pondered for a moment before responding. "Here, we offer several disciplines: warriors, archers, mages, alchemists, clerics, necromancers, including curse mages and others, dragon riders, assassins, and bards. However, the other fields are currently filled to capacity. I suggest you pursue bard studies. It is noteworthy that bards can eventually advance to become rumor-mongers or even prophets. These are among the most sought-after talents in the empire. Let us proceed with this decision. I shall assist you with the enrollment process immediately." Without waiting for Zhang Chong's consent, the teacher swiftly filled out the necessary forms. In truth, upon Zhang Chong's arrival, the admissions officer had immediately discerned that he was merely a commoner. Coupled with his somewhat naive demeanor, the officer held him in low regard. In this continent, bards were generally perceived as mere entertainers, and the subsequent advanced professions had rarely been attained by others, making this an apt choice for the individual before him. Zhang Zhong was bewildered as to how he had donned the professional badge and stumbled into the classroom. However, upon regaining his senses, he felt an overwhelming urge to strangle the admissions officer responsible for this farce. This was supposed to be a class, yet there were barely 20 individuals scattered about, aimlessly practicing their vocalizations. To make matters worse, one particularly effeminate teacher was performing in a theatrical manner, singing with an exaggerated posture reminiscent of a delicate flower. How nauseating! Nevertheless, Zhang Zhong noticed 2 relatively normal students and approached them, offering a nod as a form of greeting. The 2 were momentarily taken aback, but, upon observing Zhang Zhong's imposing physique, nodded in acknowledgement without uttering a word. One returned to slumber, while the other was engrossed in reading continents anomalies, entirely neglecting the class. Zhang Zhong now regretted his acute hearing, as the incessant buzzing in his ears was unbearable. In an act of desperation, he tore a strip from his undershirt and stuffed it into his ears, flipping open the textbook with a sense of resignation. As he perused the pages, he discovered that bards were, in fact, among the oldest professions on the continent, akin to the shamans of the orc tribes, capable of uplifting spirits and even healing the wounded. However, following the turmoil of war and the subsequent emergence of clerics and paladins from the light faction, the bardic profession had gradually declined. Those who still sought to learn were often minor nobility or commoners, aiming to disseminate tales of heroism for the empire and personal glory. The text even indicated that bards were often gifted individuals, hailing from both noble and humble origins. With their wit, they crafted many innovative and enchanting stories. At times, one might find themselves invited to the Lord's castle, where noble ladies, young maidens, and their valiant knights are seated in an orderly manner according to their ranks. Some rest their hands upon their fragrant cheeks, while others gently relax their weapons, all attentively listening to the bard's enchanting melodies and heartfelt verses. In spring, this gathering often takes place amidst a lush garden, while in winter, it is held within the expansive confines of a grand salon. Occasionally, they venture out to the countryside, where shepherdesses, enjoying a moment of respite on the verdant pastures, and nearby farmers, momentarily freed from their toil, gather to hear the bard's tales until the last note is played. Afterward, the bard carefully stows away his violin and, under the slanting rays of the evening sun and the gentle evening breeze, makes his unsteady way back to the village for the night, leaving behind a sense of wistfulness. Yet, the minstrel possesses a unique honor that others do not. He may roam freely without hindrance, which attracts adventurous souls who embrace this vocation, proclaiming themselves as explorers. Are you new here? A sweet voice whispers near Zhang Zheng's ear. Master, Zhang Zheng shivers and promptly rises to his feet. Ah, sit down, do not be so formal. You have chosen this profession to be either a disseminator, a contributor, or an explorer. Zhang Zheng understands the meanings of a disseminator and an explorer, yet he is puzzled by the term contributor. You may not yet comprehend what a contributor is. It is one who holds an unwavering faith in the spirit of life, spreading teachings and imparting courage and joy to others, the master gently elucidates. Oh, Zhang Zheng nods, but considering the implications for his future vocation, he humbly inquires. What distinguishes a contributor from a paladin or a priest? The teachers seem to hold those professions in disdain, stating that their purpose in studying was solely to expedite healing and enhance combat abilities, with their focus entirely on warfare. Such an approach, he remarked, was simplistic and brutal, devoid of any artistic essence. Observing the contemptuous expression on the teacher's handsome face, Zhang Zheng felt a chill run down his spine. Internally, he lamented the realization that this so-called bard merely sang songs and wandered the world, lacking even basic self-defense skills. Was this truly the auxiliary profession that the original Captain Carter and his team looked down upon? In truth, our studies were far less arduous than those of the priests. We required minimal magical and mental energy, as long as we could perform our chants. Sensing Zhang Zheng's unease, the teacher hastily offered clarification. Zhang Zheng nodded in acknowledgement. Yet he understood that the so-called magic and mental energy were scarcely utilized, likely rendering the auxiliary effects painfully weak. With a sigh, feeling disheartened, he rose and, disregarding the teacher's expression, walked out without a backward glance. Chapter 19. Self-reliance. Gazing upon the spacious dormitory, Zhang Chong felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Although it contained merely 4 beds and a table, it was impeccably clean and brightly lit, with the picturesque Dalai Lake of the Academy just outside, occasionally graced by the passage of waterfowl, resembling a beautifully rendered landscape painting. Suddenly, with a resounding bang, the door was forcefully kicked open, and 3 students, roughly of Zhang Chong's age, strode in. Their expressions momentarily froze, taken aback by the presence of someone within the room. "Who are you? And what are you doing in our dormitory?" demanded the foremost intruder, a muscular young man with dark skin, his gaze cold and threatening, as if to imply that Zhang Chong would face consequences should he fail to explain himself. The second individual, a boy with blue hair clad in a mage's robe, wore a frosty demeanor. He casually brushed past the first speaker, returning to his bed, reclining effortlessly and closing his eyes, drifting into slumber. "Your temperament is as reckless as ever," Cannot you see he is merely organizing his belongings? He must be a newcomer, remarked the third, who then approached Zhang Chong with an outstretched hand. Greetings, I am Gan, a swordsman by profession, with aspirations to transition into a knight. Hello, I am Zhang Chong, a bard by trade, he replied. However, the dark-skinned lad made no effort to shake hands, simply stating, Rui. He held a particular disdain for effeminate professions and had initially intended to apologize, but now deemed it unnecessary. Jern, somewhat embarrassed, assisted Zhang Chong in tidying up, while Dalu Yi, with a personality akin to his, was genuinely kind-hearted. Like me, he was a swordsman, yet his prowess had ascended to the pinnacle of the bronze tier. As for Edgar, the slumbering mage, despite his cold demeanor towards everyone, he was, in truth, quite benevolent. Humph. Just then, Edgar turned over, seemingly indifferent. Jern chuckled and shook his head, and Zhang Chong mirrored his smile, sensing an absence of hostility from the three individuals in the room, a feeling he could not quite articulate. Noticing the time was still early, Zhang Chong seated himself cross-legged and entered the illusion. This time, he was met with the soft tongue of Xiao Bai and the rigid shell of Xiao Hui. All right, it's time to train. Didn't the master say that upon reaching the 8th layer of the Beast King, we would be able to communicate? The method of cooperative training was surprisingly straightforward. The stone chamber transformed into a volcano, teeming with fire element monsters. Xiao Hui had no issues. But if Zhang Chong and Xiao Bai did not summon all their strength and mental fortitude, they would perish from the intense heat upon entry. The monsters within the volcano moved slowly, yet the flames they unleashed could easily obliterate the three of them in an instant. Zhang Chong had only managed to advance to the 3rd layer after such a long time, whereas Xiao Hui appeared exhilarated, howling with excitement at the sight of the monsters, exuding an aura that made both Zhang Chong and Xiao Bai feel utterly embarrassed. Hey. Zhang Chong felt a gentle shove, and upon opening his eyes, he found Jern standing beside him. You truly can sleep. Come on, let's go eat. Indeed, Rui had already met Edgar at the entrance. Although their expressions were rather neutral, their demeanor suggested a hint of amusement. Zhang Zhong chuckled lightly and chose not to tidy up, directly following them. This school had many admirable qualities, yet the cafeteria was excessively distant, necessitating long queues, and upon arrival, there was often no place to sit. Rui, despite her disdain for Zhang Zhong's profession, still regarded him as a friend since they shared a dormitory. Jern remarked, even the food resembles swine fodder. I truly wonder where all our tuition fees have vanished. Edgar, unusually, nodded in agreement with Jern's statement. 20 silver coins? Zhang Zhong's voice rose significantly, incredulous that a mere basic loaf of black bread with a smear of peanut butter could cost such an exorbitant sum. The individuals in line nearby cast disdainful glances at him, and a certain fellow quickly retreated, adopting a demeanor of unfamiliarity. The cost of a black loaf scarcely exceeded 2 silver coins, and a large jar of premium peanut butter was merely 10 silver coins. One must question if this was not outright robbery. Zhang Zhong's frustration escalated. His parents labored a full day for a sum no greater than this, yet it was insufficient for a single meal. If you don't want to eat, then don't, the rotund server said coldly. Then refund my money. I shall dine elsewhere, Zhang Zhong retorted. The hefty server, seemingly unfazed by the exchange, tossed the bamboo ladle onto the table and declared, You, young man, are the first to speak so boldly. Come to my office. Zhang Zhong turned to Jern and quipped, Does a cook truly possess an office? Jern's face flushed as he spoke. This rotund fellow is Celsi, the instructor of martial arts at the academy. However, his true passion lies in the culinary arts, which is why he comes here daily to lend a hand. You're in trouble, sighed Rui, casting a sympathetic glance at Zhang Zhong. Everyone knew that Celsi, boasting a formidable silver-level prowess, had effectively dominated the kitchen, securing his position as head chef through sheer might. Edgar patted Zhang Zhong on the shoulder, reassuring him. I'll hold your meal for you, don't worry. Just as Zhang Zhong was about to depart, a crisp voice rang out. Zhang Zhong? You little rascal. Hurry up and get in here. Celsi bellowed, having waited impatiently like a fool. Zhang Zhong spotted a girl in a yellow dress racing towards him, and upon hearing Celsi's call, he hurried inside. The bustling cafeteria buzzed with chatter, with students arriving and others lingering, all gathered at the entrance to the chef's lounge, eager to witness the unfolding spectacle. Suddenly, the cafeteria trembled as if shaken by an earthquake, followed by a cacophony of odd sounds. Then an eerie silence fell. He can't possibly be dead, can he? A concerned little girl inquired anxiously. Lisa, do you know this guy? Edgar. Well aware that his seemingly cheerful classmate was the daughter of the imperial finance minister, noted her exceptional talent that nearly earned her a spot in the inner academy. She often looked down on boys, so it was curious to see her suddenly take an interest in Zhang Zhong. Lisa nodded. Yet her mind was flooded with memories of Zhang Chong's resolute demeanor upon the iron lock, the unwavering determination radiating from his gaze. She recalled the visions of a promising future he had articulated on the cliffside, as well as the bitterness in his heart at the moment he plummeted into the abyss. What manner of person was he? There were times she resented herself for not taking action sooner, never anticipating that she would encounter him today in the imperial cafeteria. Chapter 20. Brothers out. Don't crowd. What are you all staring at? If you're not eating, then get lost. Cersei's booming voice instantly silenced many, and Zhang Chong chuckled behind him. He then observed Cersei turning around to present him with a meal that ordinarily cost 3 gold coins, accompanied by a goblet of wine reserved solely for teachers. Thank you, Zhang Chong replied. From now on, you shall be my little brother. In the cafeteria, I will look out for you. After speaking, Cersei winked at Zhang Chong, conveying an understanding that required no words. Zhang Chong, a clear voice called out. He turned to find a delicate sorceress standing beside Jern, her face adorned with a smile, gazing at him with pride. Lisa, Zhang Chong grinned, feeling quite fond of her. Lisa glanced at the crowd around them, frowned slightly, and inquired, "Where do you live? I'll come visit you later." After Lisa departed, the onlookers dispersed, realizing the excitement had faded. However, Rui approached, grasping Zhang Chong's hand, and skeptically asked, "Did you lose something? That can't be right." Jern chimed in, "Indeed. Just look at you today. Normally, if anyone leaves food unfinished, this fellow would drag them in for a lesson. Who emerges unscathed from such an encounter?" Zhang Zhong chuckled softly, stating that his profession was that of a bard. He and his classmates would carry tales of heroic deeds to every corner of the continent. In return, he was released and assured that his future meals would only cost him a mere 5 silver coins. What a remarkable individual! Gwen and Rui expressed their envy, lamenting their initial choice of profession. Only Edgar regarded Zhang Zhong with a penetrating gaze, a peculiar smile gracing his lips, as if nonchalantly remarking, "I was once invited by Cersei as well." Zhang Zhong was momentarily taken aback, yet he nodded in acknowledgement. The four soon shifted the conversation to women. Not long after they returned to their quarters, Lisa and Sophie found their way to room 601, suggesting that Lisa had already informed Sophie of her encounter with Zhang Zhong. Gwen remained warm and welcoming, offering each of the 2 women a cup of water, while Rui awkwardly settled onto Edgar's bed, listening to their conversation. Zhang Zhong, however, did not have a particularly favorable impression of Sophie, finding himself engaged in a delightful exchange with Lisa instead. Edgar, who had been seated on the bed engrossed in a book, suddenly placed it on the table and remarked, "You mean to say he ventured into the Death Canyon unarmed, without a shred of combat or magic?" Lisa shot a glare at Edgar, appearing quite irked, as if to imply that he was suggesting she had exaggerated. Edgar chuckled softly, well aware of the temper of this young lady. "A monster, yet why did you choose the profession of a bard? Wouldn't a priest or a paladin be more fitting?" Gwen assessed the situation, feeling that Zhang Zhong had indeed made an erroneous choice in his vocation. Zhang Zhong offered a wry smile, unable to admit that he had been deceived by the admissions officer. As his roommates expressed their sympathy, Sophie suddenly inquired, "You have yet to explain how you emerged from the Death Valley." Zhang Zhong observed the collective gaze of his companions resting upon him, contemplated for a moment, and slowly recounted the tale of his encounter with the orcs, his evasion, his subsequent designation as a coward, and how he ultimately received special permission to attend the academy. Silence enveloped the room, an absolute stillness. It was Sophie who furrowed her brow, lost in thought, before breaking the silence with a smile. "You claim that you only followed the mercenary group out of necessity? The black dragon dung is not only scarce in the Aga Empire, but indeed throughout the entire continent. I find it hard to believe that any mercenary group possesses such resources," Sophie remarked. Zhang Zhong, already somewhat irritated by her presence, coldly retorted, "You could also leap from the cliff. I would relish witnessing your escape." Jern, Rui, and Edgar exchanged peculiar glances at Sophie, privately pondering why this woman, when silent, seemed amiable, yet when speaking, resembled an interrogator. Lisa, sensing the awkward atmosphere, promptly stood and said, "My sister's manner of speaking is simply her way. She means well." When Zhang Zhong fell into the chasm, it was indeed my sister who sent that person tumbling after him. Zhang Zhong was aware of this detail, but had not anticipated that it was Sophie who had delivered the blow. Haha, Zhang Zhong. I never imagined you had served in the military. Do share if there are any other secrets you have kept from us. Zhern observed the silence enveloping the group. Sensing the atmosphere had grown somewhat frosty, and hastily remarked. Zhang Chong remained reticent, while Rue and Edgar appeared lost in their thoughts. Sophie, too, realized that her previous tone had been rather harsh. After all, what business was it of hers how others chose to live their lives? My apologies, truly. The profession of a bard is not without its merits. At the very least, one need not worry about the essentials of life in the future. Do you have any further matters to discuss? If not, we shall take our leave, Zhang Chong stated coldly. The moment Sophie finished speaking, not only did Zhang Chong's expression darken, but even the usually enthusiastic Zhern and the impulsive Rue appeared less than pleased. After all, Zhang Chong was from the same dormitory, and there was no need to conceal anything. So what if one is of common birth? Must one lack aspirations, content merely to survive? I shall step outside first, Edgar declared, picking up a book and not casting a glance in Sophie's direction. Wait for me, Rue hurriedly called as he dashed after him. Sophie, though aware her words had been ungracious, felt she had not erred in her sentiments, and innocently looked towards Lisa. Noticing Sophie had yet to depart, Zhang Chong turned to Zhern and said, "Let us also take our leave." Zhang Chong, that was not my intention, Sophie protested. Time and again, this pattern repeated itself. Zhang Chong remained silent, grabbing a book as he and Zhern pursued Edgar. Understanding Zhang Chong's discontent, Zhern walked alongside him by the lakeside, gazing into the water and reflecting. No matter the circumstances, as long as one possesses a dream, it is sufficient. One need not concern oneself with the opinions of others. With a gentle smile, I addressed Zhang Zhong. Our family was once a distinguished and illustrious lineage, yet after several centuries of change, we have now descended into an ordinary household. My father and I aspire to one day reclaim the grandeur of our past. Gratitude warmed Zhang Zhong's heart, for he understood that Guan was concerned for his well-being. Despite having known each other for less than a day, Zhang Zhong had already come to regard the three roommates as brothers. Guan chuckled softly. He grasped Zhang Zhong's sentiments, and in that moment, the two men sat together in contemplative silence by the lakeside. One cannot leap higher without first crouching down. Edgar and Rue, uncertain of what to do, also settled down beside them. Although Rue could not comprehend their conversation, he surprisingly remained silent. Chapter 21. The challenge, the competition is imminent. We shall meet in the finals, Zhern declared to Zhang Chong and Edgar. Very well, Edgar nodded, and Zhang Chong echoed the gesture. The three of them proceeded to their respective arenas, with Rue naturally trailing behind Zhern. Speaking of the contest, the weather today was exceptionally bright, and the campus was immaculately clean. Students from various departments congregated in small groups. The gentlemen adorned in elegant attire while the ladies donned splendid garments, transforming the event into a grand soiree rather than merely a competition. Along the way, Zhang Chong encountered Lisa and Sophie, who greeted him with friendly nods. Sophie's expression, however, appeared rather awkward, yet Zhang Chong chose to disregard her, leaving her visibly flustered and pale for quite some time. Upon reaching his designated arena, Zhang Chong was taken aback and foolishly inquired, "Teacher, what is this?" Under the guidance of the fair-skinned youth, all the bards were clad in pristine robes, each cradling a guitar, seated on dilapidated chairs below the stage. Only the two adventurers stood awkwardly, sporting large hats, yet they each held up a large banner that read, "Zhang Chong, give it your all. The bards shall prevail. Rest assured, compete with confidence. We believe in you and support you," the fair-skinned youth proclaimed, his face displaying a farewell expression akin to that of a soldier preparing for battle, as he courageously waved his fist at Zhang Chong. As it was the inaugural match, the audience was sparse, and Zhang Chong's entrance garnered little attention. Rather, the bard's enthusiastic cheerleading captivated a considerable number of onlookers. Zhang Zhong ascended the stage, standing tall and surveying the excited crowd below. He felt a sense of invincibility, as if with a sword in hand, the world was at his command. Frequently, he raised his hand to wave, eliciting a chorus of cheers. Suddenly, a striking figure clad in knightly armor, wielding a lance, approached the stage. The emblem of a soaring eagle emblazoned on his chest revealed his lineage from a renowned imperial family. With a graceful flick of his golden locks, the knight smiled charmingly and courteously bowed to the audience, instantly captivating many young ladies who had come to lend their support. Observing the knight's display, Zhang Zhong was reminded of his joyful days in the military camp, competing with several mentors. "I am Hort Harvey, from Manchester," the knight declared, gazing down at Zhang Zhong with an air of arrogance, confident that he could unseat him with a single thrust of his lance, even without a steed. "Zhang Zhong," he replied. The crowd erupted into synchronized cheers, accompanied by the background music. Hort even noticed the elderly gentlemen from the cafeteria, each holding a plate, cheering fervently for Zhang Zhong. Who was this individual? Clang. The competition begins. Hort raised his lance, embodying the spirit of chivalry, and courteously awaited Zhang Zhong to draw his weapon. Zhang Zhong, glancing at the serious-faced Hort, suddenly smiled, finding the knight rather intriguing. "May I pose 3 questions to you?" he inquired. Indeed, although Hort was puzzled by Zhang Zhong's intentions, he nodded proudly in assent. The referee and the spectators below were oblivious to Zhang Zhong's intentions, while the competitors in other arenas had already commenced their engagements. Only here, there was naught but silence. "You have secured a position among the top 3. Can you prevail against the trio from the inner court?" inquired Zhang Zhong. Holt's expression shifted, yet he pondered seriously before responding. "The spirit of a knight is to never yield. Even if my adversary is a deity, I shall confront him." No sooner had he spoken than the crowd erupted in applause, exemplifying what it truly means to be a knight. Zhang Zhong nodded in admiration and continued. "Your family is quite extensive, renowned, and possesses an illustrious reputation, I presume?" Holt, slightly amused by Zhang Zhong's naivety, thought to himself, who in the Augur Empire is unaware of the Skyhawk family? A legion composed entirely of knights, each generation's head is a significant figure within the empire, having garnered countless honors. Indeed, while our Skyhawk family may not be vast, we are nonetheless ranked among the 10 prominent families of the Augur Empire. A mysterious smile graced Zhang Zhong's lips as he gestured toward the audience below, stating, "My profession is that of a bard. These disseminators are my classmates. Should I face defeat, do you suppose they might embellish the tale, spreading your exploits or those of your family throughout Maya?" Holt froze momentarily, tightening his grip on the spear. As a member of his family, he had been instilled with the belief that family interests must come first. Although Zhang Zhong's words were undoubtedly a veiled threat, the potential repercussions of such a narrative reaching the current head of the family could be significant. If Whiffy and his associates were to catch wind of it, they might very well twist the tale further. Holt's face grew increasingly pale, sweat trickling down his brow, while Zhang Chang's smile took on an ever more sinister quality in his gaze. This cannot be allowed to tarnish his reputation. The honor of a knight outweighs even life itself. He had never intended to best the 3 monsters from the inner court in this competition. But how could he concede defeat? Observing the constant shifts in Holt's expression, Zhang Chong could hardly contain his amusement. It was no wonder that, back in the Legion, several mentors often remarked, "Master these few techniques, and you shall traverse the continent with ease. By the way, you seem rather pressed for time. Why not allow me to take this match?" Zhang Chong brazenly suggested. Upon hearing this, Holt felt as though a great weight had been lifted from his heart. He nodded, elegantly addressing the referee. "I just realized that there is indeed something I have yet to attend to. I shall concede this match to them." With that, he graciously bowed before turning to leave the stage. The referee was left in utter disbelief, a dark cloud of confusion hovering over him. Meanwhile, the audience and Celsai were rendered speechless, astonished that a distinguished knight could be so easily compelled to concede defeat in response to 3 simple inquiries. Truly a remarkable feat. Zhang Chong chuckled to himself as he descended from the stage, noticing that others were still engaged in their matches, and he decided to check on Jern and the others. Chapter 22. A moment of glory. The audience appeared even more anxious than those on stage, their faces flushed and fists clenched, brimming with excitement. Gwyn wielded a classic bronze longsword, while his opponent, a rather scholarly and somewhat frail wizard, stood motionless in the corner of the arena, his staff raised high, launching fireballs in rapid succession. Gwyn, visibly tense, summoned a faint azure aura of fighting spirit and swung his sword wildly. Yet he could not breach the 10-meter barrier separating them. The contest had devolved into a battle of magical prowess and fighting spirit, a test of endurance to see who could last the longest. Although Zhang Zhong had just arrived and watched for a short time, he shook his head, harboring silent concerns for Gwyn. The wizard's ability to conjure fireballs at such speed suggested he possessed equipment imbued with enhancing magical properties. However, when comparing the size and hue of the fireballs to those of Christopher, he found them lacking. Zhang Zhong, in this comparison, failed to recognize that Christopher was the Empire's foremost master of magic, far beyond what a mere academy student could hope to match. Go in, charge in. Zhang Zhong's eyes sparkled, and he shouted loudly, but the cacophony of cheers and screams from the stands drowned his voice. With a resigned sigh, he lamented the situation. In that moment, Zhang Zhong clearly discerned a gap in the wizard's magic, yet again missed the opportunity, leaving him to silently mourn the lost chance. Guin was playing too cautiously in this match, holding back significantly, and it seemed he might face defeat. Edgar, standing beside Zhang Zhong, bore a similar expression of worry. At this moment, the two individuals understood that only Jern could rely on himself, as no one else could lend assistance. The two on stage appeared pallid. Having entered the final phase of the competition, as anticipated, Jern ultimately lost the match when he was struck by a fireball due to exhaustion of his magical energy. With a sense of resignation, the two could only help Jern down from the stage. Jern wore an expression of defiance, his cloth armor marred by a significant charred hole. If only I had one more layer of magical energy, I could have triumphed in this contest, he lamented while seated on a dilapidated chair, filled with regret. Edgar chuckled softly. The wizard Carlos was merely his classmate, relying solely on a silver-grade meditation bracelet that allowed him to save a third of his time during meditation. Not particularly formidable. By the way, how did you two fare? Jern inquired at that moment. I won, Edgar replied casually. I won too, Zhang Zhong added nonchalantly. Upon hearing that both of his comrades had emerged victorious, Jern's earlier gloom lightened significantly. However, his expression quickly shifted to one of disbelief as he pointed at Zhang Zhong. What? You mean to say you defeated that knight from the Tianying family? Jern suddenly perked up. Zhang Zhong, amused by their reactions, shrugged and replied nonchalantly. He claimed to have urgent matters and forfeited the match. Both of them then exhaled in relief. Had Zhang Zhong actually defeated a knight through sheer bardic prowess, it would have indeed made headlines. Yet Jern still expressed his envy, saying, You lucky fellow. How do you manage to stumble upon such fortuitous events? Zhang Zhong, not wishing to elaborate further, simply smiled. The bell signaling mealtime rang, prompting Edgar to suggest, Let us go and eat. The three companions paid no heed to Rue's whereabouts. As they proceeded, Edgar and Jern felt an unsettling chill, akin to that of a wild beast sighted by a pack of hunters. The peculiar glances cast upon them by almost everyone was disconcerting. Have I become renowned? Edgar pondered. Upon entering the dining hall, the trio was treated with the reverence befitting esteemed guests, as others parted ways for them. Celsai even placed a lavish feast directly into Zhang Zhong's hands, giving him a thumbs up. What was happening? It became apparent to Jern that the oddity stemmed from Zhang Zhong. Just as Zhang was about to clarify, he noticed someone rising from a distance. This way. Lisa, from afar, waved and called out to Zhang and his companions, revealing that Rue was seated at her table. As the crowd swelled, discussions of the day's competition filled the air, with several tables occasionally gesturing toward Zhang Zhong's group, deepening Jern and Edgar's bewilderment. Engrossed in their thoughts, they were interrupted by another shriek from Lisa. Good heavens! Zhang Zhong, you must confess the nature of your relationship with that hefty Celsai. How did you acquire the exclusive Fipu Manor wine and this golden steak, a delicacy reserved for teachers? This is extravagance beyond measure. Lisa's eyes sparkled as she gazed at Zhang Zhong's meal. Jern and his companions had long grown accustomed to Zhang Zhong's exceptional treatment, while Sophie quietly remarked, clearly, a nouveau riche, a mere peasant. Zhang Zhong cast a sidelong glance at Sophie, remaining silent, yet inwardly berating her. What business is it of yours what I eat? Sophie's observation of Zhang Zhong's reticence only bolstered her self-satisfaction. She mused that a commoner indulging in such an extravagant meal must have stumbled upon a windfall. However, being aware of Zhang Zhong's circumstances, she offered a well-intentioned caution. Just because you have money does not mean you should squander it so recklessly. Do not forget, you are still a student at the academy, yet to be assigned to a legion. Sophie's good intentions were overshadowed by her sarcastic tone, which Zhang Zhong found intolerable. He retorted coldly, Does my status as a commoner dictate what I can eat? Besides, I can afford this 5 silver coin meal. What? Lisa, noticing her sister's rising ire, promptly nudged her. Jern, not wishing for Zhang Zhong and his companions to create a scene in the bustling cafeteria, interjected, This is a special arrangement from Celsai. Each meal is merely a token fee of 5 silver coins, and it is the finest package available. Edgar chuckled, reflecting on Zhang Zhong's fortunate circumstances. Sophie's face flushed with embarrassment, yet she shot an indignant look at Zhang Zhong. Hey, don't just eat. I heard you were quite impressive today. scaring off your opponent with just 3 sentences. Is that true? Lisa inquired, bubbling with excitement and curiosity. Indeed, indeed. The whole academy is buzzing about it, saying that this year's representative from the Bard department is quite remarkable. Even before singing a note, the opponent conceded, Rue lamented, feeling rather disheartened as he perceived that all the good fortune seemed to befall Zhang Chong alone. Zhang Chong, feeling helpless, recounted the events of the competition once more. Suddenly, upon hearing his narration, Lisa sputtered and expelled the rice she had just consumed, splattering it across Rue's face. Rue, initially inclined to laugh, was caught off guard and choked, his face turning crimson. Amidst apologies and hurried wiping, another burst of laughter erupted. Rue felt that today was ill-suited for his outing. He should have stayed in the dormitory with a book instead. Observing the suppressed smiles of Zhang Chong and the others, he was unexpectedly on the verge of tears, especially since Sophie had just witnessed his awkwardness and, unable to contain herself, sprayed her rice onto his face as well. I'm so sorry, she exclaimed. Edgar inhaled deeply, his face still flushed, and quickly diverted the conversation. Zhang Chong, you are truly remarkable and formidable. Gwen nodded in agreement, gazing at Zhang Chong with admiration. What is genius? This is genius. At that moment, as Rue wiped his face, he lamented, Indeed, you are perfectly suited to be a bard. The group shared laughter until Edgar, finishing his last bite, remarked, I wonder how you will fare against the genius girl from our magic class tomorrow. Zhang Chong, with a wry smile directed at Lisa, replied, Surely it cannot be that fortuitous. What are you talking about? Lisa retorted, her cheeks flushing. There is a girl in our class named Sarah, only 13 years old, yet she has already reached the silver tier. I've heard that the Inner Academy is preparing to recruit her. Among the 5 spots in our class, she won her place with the greatest ease. Edgar, though somewhat arrogant, possessed a confidence that made him believe he could contend with Sarah. Nevertheless, he was still a few years her senior, and her mastery of earth magic was indeed formidable and difficult to counter. Is she truly that powerful? Zhang Chong inquired, suddenly intrigued. If you manage to defeat me, I'll treat you to a meal off campus, Edgar stated, eager to see if Zhang Chong could triumph this time. I'll wash your clothes for an entire week, Rue added. Indeed, I will certainly attend your match. I am curious to see how you plan to best the genius of our class, Lisa chuckled. Chapter 23. Intimidation. That evening, Zhang Chong ventured into the kitchen, though his purpose remained a mystery to the other 3 residents of the dormitory. Circe chuckled reassuringly, Brother, fear not. I shall take care of everything. After breakfast tomorrow, we shall set our plans in motion. The audience for the round of 16 had swelled compared to the previous day, with the third arena being commandeered by a group of unashamed young men. The charming instructor had exerted considerable effort merely to secure a small patch of space. Most of the sorcerers were acutely aware that this match was a showcase for the prodigious young female talents, particularly since Sarah had received notification from the Inner Academy after yesterday's competition, marking this as her inaugural representation of the institution. It was astonishing that a bard had managed to reach the top 16. One could only speculate how he might meet his demise. Indeed, a mere earthen wall could bury him, came another voice in agreement. Amidst the crowd, Lisa anxiously inquired of Jern, why hasn't Zhang Chong arrived yet? If he doesn't show up soon, he will forfeit. Perhaps he is simply frightened, Sophie remarked coldly, relishing her rare moment of authority. Just then, the crowd parted, revealing a petite girl clad in a sky-blue robe, who gracefully ascended the stage. Her delicate features were accentuated by a faint blush, and she clutched her wand tightly, her eyes shyly avoiding the gaze of the audience. She resembled an innocent neighbor girl, yet few understood the depth of her magical prowess. Sarah is still quite young. Just look at how nervous she is. A female instructor chuckled softly as she observed the girl's anxious demeanor while preparing to take notes. In those days, you were much the same. A few more competitions would suffice. An elderly man, wearing a satisfied smile, remarked, well known to those acquainted with him as one of the vice presidents of the Inner Academy. It was he who specifically requested Sarah's admission. Make way, make way. Clear the path for me. A cacophony erupted as Celsai, with his corpulent entourage from the cafeteria, stormed in, brandishing sticks. The old man frowned at their brazen demeanor. Hey, you're that girl who is going to compete. Don't run away. Wait until your match is over. Celsai shouted menacingly, striking the stage with his stick. Someone, remove him at once. The old man bellowed angrily, appalled at the deteriorating atmosphere within the academy. Zhang Chong, however, slowly approached the stage from behind Celsai, casting a fierce glare at Sarah. When did he acquire such a prominent scar on his face? Lisa inquired, perplexed, to which Rue shook his head in confusion. Edgar's face flushed crimson, nearly choking on his breath, pondering. This guy, how could he conceive such a wicked ploy? What's wrong? Jern asked, noticing Edgar's reaction. Suddenly, Zhang Chong roared, so you wish to fight me, do you? I'll make sure you regret it. With that, he ripped off his clothing, revealing 3 menacing serpent heads. While inwardly reveling in delight at the sight of the little girl across from him, so charmingly hesitant to strike, Zhang Zhong, lost in thought, suddenly muttered to himself. The fellow who competed against me yesterday was cleaved into 8 segments. I wonder how many I shall sever today. As he reached behind his waist, he drew forth a blood-stained butcher's knife, coldly and disgustingly licking the blade, pondering, I truly have no idea what this little girl's flavor might be. With that, he took slow, deliberate steps toward her. Witnessing Zhang Zhong's devilish demeanor and the scar etched upon his face, Sarah, merely a 13-year-old girl, gasped and dropped her staff. Turning on her heels to flee, she dove into the embrace of her female teacher, not daring to raise her head, exclaiming, Teacher, I cannot compete any longer. I cannot. A chorus of boos erupted from the audience, with many even removing their shoes to hurl at the stage. How shameless this bard was, intimidating a child. The female teacher, her expression one of fury, would have stormed the stage had she not been restrained by others. This predicament proved distressing for the referee on stage, who hastily announced Zhang Zhong's advancement before covering his head and retreating. Below the stage, Jern and Lisa, their faces flushed with embarrassment, noticed even Zhang Zhong's classmate had left and feared repercussions, so they averted their gazes and stifled their laughter as they hurriedly exited. Brother, you are truly gifted. Cersei reappeared at some point, wrapping her arm around Zhang Zhong's shoulder in admiration. It was worth noting that this fellow had wagered 300 gold coins against him. And now, having won 7-fold, he was elated at the thought. Come, let us go to my brother's place. I shall treat you. Cersei paid no mind to the glances of others as she pulled Zhang Zhong along. Do not cry. The teacher will take care of it, the female instructor said. However, the vice dean nodded and remarked, it is indeed commendable for a bardic contestant to devise such a strategy. Next match. I shall have our esteemed Halafeud from the magic department face him. I will ensure he finds losing exceedingly difficult. The female teacher, imagining Zhang Zhong's smug expression at that moment, could not help but smile. Even Sarah ceased her tears upon hearing the teacher's intention to have Halafeud seek retribution for her. The old man, however, could only manage a wry smile and shake his head, knowing full well that this Halafeud was quite the unconventional figure in the magic department. Though his innate talent was modest and his spellcasting slow, he possessed astonishing speed and formidable power, relishing the torment of his opponents on stage, earning him the moniker, the Demon. In the dining hall, the finest vodka was served, accompanied by authentic roasted magical boar. The group took their seats one by one. Lisa could not help but lavish praise upon Zhang Zhong, having long been irritated by Sarah's delicate demeanor. With Zhang Zhong avenging her, she felt an indescribable pride, while Celsai frequently boasted of her discerning eye. It was merely good fortune, Sophie remarked, unable to tolerate the smug expressions of her companions. Sister, you are mistaken. Zhang Zhong triumphed through his own ingenuity. How can you attribute it to luck? Indeed, if it were me, I wouldn't have conceived such a plan, Rue chimed in. If you possess the skill, then prove it by making it to the top 3, Sophie retorted coldly. Zhang Zhong chuckled nonchalantly. Whether I reach the top 3 or not is of no concern to you. With that, he took a sip of his drink, burped contentedly, reveling in the moment. Chapter 24, Torment, the Academy's first battle against the demon. Both contenders were notorious demons within the Academy, and this clash not only captivated the students but also drew the teachers, who eagerly occupied advantageous positions by the arena. Among the crowd were several individuals vying for the top 3 spots from the external academy, each frowning in anticipation of the outcome. Is everything truly all right? Zhang Chong quietly inquired of Celsai beside him. The latter responded with a smug smile, leaning in to whisper a few words into Zhang Chong's ear, prompting both to chuckle, leaving Edgar and the others nearby with an eerie sensation. As the time ticked down, the match commenced. The spectators craned their necks to behold the legendary duelists. On the stage, Zhang Chong and his opponent appraised each other with mutual respect. Hao Lai donned a long black mage robe and a hat, occasionally flashing a sinister grin that added to his enigmatic presence. As he approached, he had already devised a plan to thoroughly embarrass Zhang Chong. You claim to possess eloquence? Allow me to grant you an opportunity, albeit within my control. In a swift motion, Hao Li darted to one corner of the arena, astonishing all with a sorcerer's speed rivaling that of a rogue, explaining his ascent into the top echelons. Zhang Chong, however, merely smiled faintly, dismissing the speed as inconsequential, instead finding Celsie's proposition far more intriguing. Do you think Zhang Chong will emerge victorious today? Lisa whispered to Edgar. Edgar glanced at the audience, clenched his fists, and remarked, as long as Zhang Zhong can overcome his speed, there should be no issue. However, what strategies might Zhang Zhong employ? Although the onlookers eagerly anticipated Zhang Zhong's victory, the quarterfinals demanded prowess. Except for Celsi, Edgar, and Lisa, none dared to wager heavily on Zhang Zhong's success. Meanwhile, Rue discreetly seized the opportunity to place a bet of 100 gold coins on Halafid's triumph. Let us see how you intimidate this time, Sarah said, gripping her teacher's hand and watching intently from the front row. Suddenly, Zhang Zhong sprang into action as Halafid raised his wand. A flash of white light darted across, and Halafid abruptly altered his direction. What was that? Murmurs erupted from the crowd. It's the stale buns we've had in the cafeteria for 3 months. Certainly more solid than stone, Celsi proclaimed proudly, ensuring her voice carried to those nearby. Do you really think you can disrupt my casting time and claim victory? Halafid mocked. Speed, unquestionable speed, especially the ability to conjure magic while in swift motion, was Halafid's distinct advantage. With this skill, he easily triumphed over his first 2 opponents. Just as he reveled in his success, a sharp pain struck his face. He had indeed been struck by Zhang Zhong's bun. When I was a child, my favorite pastime was to toss stones. It was this very talent that led to my special admission to the academy. Did you not know? Zhang Zhong said, with a simple-hearted demeanor. Zhang Zhongbian spoke while producing a steamed bun, weighing it in his hand, and remarked, You run. If you don't. I'm not accustomed to fighting like this. Humph. Am I foolish enough to just stand here and unleash my fireball technique? Let us see how you fare. Hao Lefeuille waved his hand, conjuring yet another fireball. With a crisp sound, it burst forth. I've already stated that it's laborious for me to strike while stationary. Yet that doesn't imply I cannot hit you, Zhang Zhong replied, somewhat helplessly and a touch embarrassed. In the audience, both Lisa and Cersei were in fits of laughter, while Edgar stifled his amusement, aware that his mentor was present. You. Very well, witness my ultimate move. Suddenly, Hao Lefeuille began to circle the ring. However, with each rotation, Zhang Zhong managed to land a blow on Hao Lefeuille's face. Ha! You've fallen for it, Hao Lefeuille exclaimed, his face lighting up. Ice shield, water dragon strike. The crowd fell silent, taken aback that Hao Lefeuille, who was typically known for his fire magic, possessed dual elemental abilities, water and fire, contradictory forces at that. This revelation suggested that Hao Lefeuille's talent was on par with Sarah's. The most delighted of all was the Vice-Dean of the Inner Court, as even the female teacher holding Sarah's hand cast a triumphant glance towards Cersei. As Zhang Zhong flung his bun, he observed his opponent's wrist twist, forming a shield resembling a droplet of water in front of him, followed by a powerful torrent morphing into a dragon's head that surged toward him. In a moment of panic, Zhang Zhong stepped back, merely a slight retreat, but the meticulously calculated water dragon ultimately landed harmlessly in the vacant space, while others lamented for Hao Lefeuille. The old man from the inner court and another elderly figure clad in similar robes among the crowd exchanged glances of intrigue. Zhang Chong's retreat came at the precise moment when the water dragon had exhausted its residual force. Could it truly be mere coincidence? Behold my ultimate move, Zhang Chong bellowed, causing Hao Lefeuille to tighten his expression, a flicker of trepidation crossing his mind. Was that a forbidden spell? With his hands raised high, he formed a pentagram, his feet firmly planted. The onlookers below dared not utter a word, fearing they might miss this pivotal moment. Lisa gasped, her eyes gleaming with anticipation as she awaited the tremendous impact of this formidable strike. In a flash, countless buns were hurled by Zhang Chong towards Hao Lefeuille, who collapsed, as did the astonished spectators. The Vice-Dean from the inner court dramatically fainted, bewildered by the commotion created by this seemingly audacious youth. Observing Hao Lefeuille, bruised and pale, Zhang Chong couldn't help but smirk with satisfaction. Edgar, with a furrowed brow, recognized that Zhang Chong had truly outdone himself, having offended the entire magic department in one fell swoop. Hao Lefeuille, usually the tormentor, felt a surge of rage as his eyes reddened. Without resorting to magic, he brandished his staff and charged forward, exclaiming, "Zhang Chong, you have gone too far. I will not let this stand." As the bun spell caused two buns to land squarely at Halifud's feet, he lay on the arena floor, staring vacantly at the sky, a single tear trickling down his cheek. All I wanted was to compete. I simply wished to engage in a fair contest. The referee, who had accompanied Zhang Zhong throughout his journey, was somewhat accustomed to the scene and could only sigh inwardly, pitying the young lad. The victor, the bardic Zhang Zhong? The crowd erupted in excitement, with the young man and his classmates dancing and singing joyously below the stage. After a century, our bardic department has finally reached the semifinals under my leadership. A reward is surely in order. Cough, cough. Young friend, would you be willing to come to our inner academy for further studies? Of course, we shall allow you time to consider. As Zhang Zhong descended, he noticed an impeccably dressed elder smiling warmly at him, while behind him, Sarah wore a fierce expression. May I ask who you are? Oh, I am the vice president of the inner academy. My name is Garfield, the elder replied with courtesy. You must agree, urged Lisa, who anxiously pinched Zhang Zhong's arm, while even Sophie gazed at him with envy, as it was the first time he did not voice any opposition. Zhang Zhong had certainly heard of the inner academy, but having only just made a few friends, he was not entirely familiar with it. After some contemplation, he replied, I'm afraid I would prefer to stay with my friends. However, Garfield reassured him, in fact, joining the inner academy does not confine your freedom. You can still visit your friends whenever you wish. Upon hearing Zhang Zhong's words, Zhern and the others felt a warm surge in their hearts, hoping Zhang Zhong would indeed enter the inner academy, as it would be a significant leap forward. I believe I can acquire even more knowledge in the outer academy. Although Zhang Chong was aware of the advantages of the inner court, he was reluctant to sacrifice his freedom for them. Well said, Garfield, my old friend. It seems you've met your match this time, he chuckled. Another elderly gentleman approached, whom Zhang Chong did not recognize. But Sophie and the others were familiar with him and quickly greeted, Greetings, esteemed Dean. Garfield offered a wry smile. Riedfer, I never imagined that after all this time, someone would still choose to remain by your side. It is a pity to waste such promising talent. The conversation between the two deans left Sophie feeling rather uncomfortable, prompting her to mutter softly, What is the big deal? It's just a bit of cleverness. Why all the fuss? Riedfer smiled knowingly, casting a meaningful glance at Zhang Chong. Among the top four, there's an elven archer, a half-orc warrior, and this young man beside me. If you manage to secure first place, I shall grant you access to the second level of the academy library. Should you triumph over the inner court students, I will permit you to enter the third level. What? Even Garfield was taken aback. It was well known that access to the second level of the academy library was typically reserved for royal families or those of significant merit, while the third level housed many ancient and unique tomes of magical and martial knowledge. It was surprising that Riedfer would so readily grant Zhang Chong such privileges today. What luck! Edgar occasionally wondered if Zhang Chong was somehow the dean's godson, given the fortunate opportunities that seemed to come his way. Very well, young man. Whenever you wish to join the inner court, simply seek me out. Garfield discerned that Zhang Chong possessed considerable potential. Although this victory might appear frivolous to some, others could perceive its significance. Zhang Chong was genuinely grateful to Garfield and nodded, saying, Thank you, Teacher Garfield. I will certainly seize the opportunity to learn from you. Meanwhile, Riedford secretly admired Zhang Chong's performance, recognizing his composure and humility. It seemed that the three old fellows had not been mistaken. He was indeed on the verge of breaking through to a higher echelon. Haha, with Zhang Chong on our side in this 6 Academy competition, who could possibly defeat our Agu Academy? Riedford felt elated. Once the two deans departed, the group joyfully embraced one another, celebrating their advancement to the semifinals. Room 601 had secured 2 spots. What an extraordinary feat. Even Lisa insisted that Zhang Chong treat them to a meal. Chapter 25. The final 4 that evening. Zhang Zhong focused his mind, immersing himself in the realm of illusions alongside his 2 summoned beasts. He diligently toiled away, inch by inch, amidst the sweltering volcanic landscape. After several days of adaptation, he had established a rudimentary form of communication with Xiaobai, who had learned when to defend and when to strike. Beneath his feet lay not only the fiery magma but also stones belching black smoke, with the overwhelming sin of sulfur leaving Zhang Zhong to endure considerable hardship. Having reached the 3rd level, he was determined to break through today. He observed the clusters of fire mice. Though seemingly inconspicuous, They were indeed fourth-tier magical beasts, and the sheer number of them sent chills down his spine. Hiding was futile, a lesson Zhang Zhong had learned long ago. With Xiaowei on the offensive and Xiaobai on the defensive, he charged forth. To an outside observer, Zhang Zhong might have appeared to be a madman. Yet, with eyes ablaze and wielding the weapon Quo Gujing Foam, he engaged in relentless harvesting. The only way to achieve even a slight increase in power was to exhaust himself completely, a pattern Zhang Zhong had discerned through experience. Combining speed with technique and coordination, he effortlessly annihilated a horde of around 50 mice. Still, he expended considerable energy. Had his strikes been lower or his wrist more precise, he could have saved 3 precious seconds. Zhang Zhong closed his eyes, reflecting on the battle that had just transpired. Ding. Task activated. Eliminate 300 fourth-tier fire mice within 10 minutes. Reward? Barely a minute into his respite, the mechanical voice of the task notification echoed in his ears. The nature of the reward remained unspoken, yet it must surely be something remarkable. Xiao Bai and Xiao Hui embarked on their task. Zhang Zhong was uncertain how he had endured thus far. His sweat had vanished. Xiao Bai and Xiao Hui had succumbed to their demise within the illusion, and his own body lay in tatters, bloodied and bruised. Yet, Zhang Zhong refused to yield. When sight faded, he relied on sound, and when sound eluded him, he awaited the fiery rodent's advance. Ding! At last, Zhang Zhong exhaled in relief, relinquishing his resistance, transforming into a beam of white light as he exited the illusion. With a vigorous shake of his head, he opened his eyes to find Xiaobai and Xiaohui bounding towards him, affectionately. After regaining his strength, he noted with satisfaction that his recovery rate had increased by 1% compared to before. The task's reward was the Beast King's hidden skill, Roar of the Tiger. Chant of the Dragon, a passive ability that enhanced his physical prowess by 20%, with the next tier promising a 30% increase. I knew it. How could such an ancient summoning profession lack formidable skills, reduced to such a state? Zhang Zhong was thoroughly pleased with this reward. Upon exiting the Beast King's ring, daylight had broken, yet Zhang Zhong felt remarkably invigorated. Without acknowledging Zhern and the others, he strode forth. Brother, you are half-orc. Perhaps it is best to concede. Circe consoled Zhang Zhong, aware of his true, formidable strength. Oh, who do you consider the mightiest among the half-orcs? Zhang Zhong inquired. Circe poured a cup of wine for Zhang Zhong and then, with a grave expression, remarked, half-orcs consume more than you, possess greater strength, and typically wield two-handed axes. Their only drawback is their lack of agility and thought. Zhang Zhong nodded, seemingly unfazed, while Circe's eyes sparkled with excitement as she declared, you eat first. I shall fetch something special for you. Before long, Circe returned triumphantly, bearing a lengthy object. What is this? Zhang Zhong chuckled at the sight of the plump figure's pride. Circe lovingly caressed it, and, with a glint in her eyes, said, this is an extended version of the knight's lance, a gift from an old friend. You shall use this to outmaneuver him. Do not claim you lack a spatial ring, for I have seen it. Zhang Zhong took the lance, inspecting its considerable length, which indeed occupied half of the arena. Very well, let us strategize. We must secure victory in this match. By the time Zhern and others arrived at the cafeteria, Zhang Zhong had already finished his breakfast and was earnestly telling Circe, your provisions are abysmal. Should we win this competition, you must add a dish for me. Dream on. Sophie muttered. Within the campus, only the first arena remained, as this match featured the bardic demon against the half-orc, with an absurdly skewed ratio. There was a strong demand for Zhang Zhong, the scoundrel, to continue outsmarting his opponent. You two possess FELS. How peculiar. Lisa pouted, and when Zhang Zhong looked over, he indeed found many people, aside from those from the cafeteria, calling his name, wishing for him to maintain his current standing, particularly against the half-orc. Zhang Zhong. This is the medal the Bard's department, present to you, announced a rather excited young man, who rushed over and presented a golden box to Zhang Zhong. Upon hearing it was a medal, Edgar and others quickly gathered around, while the young man beamed with pride, generously declaring, our Bard's department possesses many splendid treasures. The Explorer's Medal, when worn, could automatically dispel negative mental effects and boasted golden craftsmanship. Remarkable. Zhang Zhong was taken aback that the young man could bestow such a valuable gift upon him. Even Lisa, who usually handed out rewards, began to envy Zhang Zhong's fortune. All right, you should head up now. We'll be cheering for you. The young man felt a sense of pride swell within him. Witnessing the fervent gazes from the students of various departments filled him with a joy he hadn't experienced in years, affirming the worth of this reward. A gentle breeze began to stir in the heavens, slightly cool, yet it did nothing to dampen the enthusiasm of the crowd. Zhang Chong ascended the stage step by step, surveying the half-orc before him. He noted a significant difference from the orcs he had encountered previously. This half-orc was tall and muscular, with yellow skin, a prominent nose, and a wide mouth, particularly striking due to the two sharp canine teeth that gleamed ominously. His forehead bore tribal markings, and he wielded two massive axes that were quite intimidating. "Heh, kid, I've heard you're quite the troublemaker, but unfortunately for you, you've crossed paths with me," the half-orc declared. Zhang Zhong, with his earnest demeanor, remarked, "In truth, I am merely a freshman who has just enrolled. It seems you have misunderstood me." Laughing, he added, "Well, allow me to take a swing at you." The half-orc responded. Suddenly, Zhang Zhong's expression shifted as he inquired, "Who is behind you?" The half-orc, observing Zhang Zhong's demeanor, sensed no deceit. However, upon glancing back, he found no one there. When he turned back, he discovered that Zhang Zhong's elongated spear was already poised against his throat. "You are deceiving me," the half-orc exclaimed fiercely. Zhang Zhong remained silent, yet the half-orc continued, "But can your spear pierce through my silver battle aura? It's merely a contest. If you refuse to concede, I shall surrender instead. However, if I were wielding a divine artifact, you would inevitably face defeat." Zhang Zhong retracted his spear. "Heavens! A spatial ring!" gasped the students below as they gazed at Zhang Zhong in astonishment. Although there are numerous spatial rings across the continent, very few can be worn on one's hand. To put it plainly, a spatial ring signifies one's status. "We shall see," the half-orc declared, stepping down from the arena, while Zhang Zhong, rather shamelessly, claimed victory. Chapter 26. Transformation in the Dormitory 601. Zhang Zhong sat quietly on his bed, the window ajar. Although he had achieved a rather shameless victory in the recent match against the half-orc, an intense battle spirit surged within him at the last moment. This fervor was reminiscent of the times when both Xiao Bai and Xiao Hui would summon forth such vigor in the realm of illusions. Within the Beast King's ring, the once barren stone chamber suddenly morphed into a desolate desert, devoid of any signs of life. Zhang Zhong recognized these manifestations as mere illusions. He settled into a cross-legged position, embracing the oppressive heat surrounding him. As he sat, the desert transformed dramatically. Fierce whirlwinds whipped around him, striking his face with painful intensity. The sandstorm intensified, gradually burying Zhang Zhong beneath its relentless layers. Yet, he felt no difficulty in breathing. Instead, he continued to circulate the essence of the Beast King's heart method. Ding! The comprehension of the advanced level of the Beast King's heart method triggered a transformation into the tranquil mind technique. Though Zhang Zhong heard the sound, the peculiar battle spirit within him remained undiminished. A sudden clarity struck his mind, and he exclaimed, "Bloodthirsty." A flash of red light erupted from the sand, emanating a fierce aura. However, the forces of nature were boundless. The sand continued to accumulate, weighing him down to the point where even the slightest movement felt impossible. "Director, is Zhang Zhong truly all right after 4 days in this state?" Lisa observed him with concern. In the meantime, Redev was equally perplexed. While Zhang Zhong still exhibited signs of life, there was a complete absence of any aura of combat or magic, resembling more the state of a soul departed from the orc druid. This was the first time that Redford encountered such a situation, and he naturally intended to return and investigate thoroughly. However, he reassured, he currently has no pressing matters. There's no need for you to be anxious. Should anything arise, do inform me. Regrettably, he had missed the latter matches of Zhang Chong. The stout Selxi, who had hurried over, expressed his dismay. Meanwhile, the pressure on Zhang Chong continued to mount, blood gradually seeping from his nose, eyes, mouth, and ears. Zhang Chong could sense the anxiety of Xiao Bai and Xiao Hui. Yet in the face of such circumstances, he could only summon all his strength to resist. At last, the storm subsided, the sand piles vanished, and the stone chamber returned to its original state. Xiao Bai and Xiao Hui obediently nestled at Zhang Chong's feet as he rubbed his arms. Ding! After passing the trial, the skilled Bloodthirst achieved a breakthrough, transforming into the Beast King battle, with all attributes doubled. Zhang Chong sensed this change as the sand pile dissipated, a refreshing chill coursing through him, making him feel even better than before. Suddenly, The figure of Kaya appeared before Zhang Chong. Though his demeanor was cold, it could not conceal the glimmer of surprise in his eyes. I never anticipated that you would break through to the entry level so swiftly. You have now reached the intermediate stage. Pray tell, what experiences have you encountered in these past few days? Have you comprehended any new skills? Upon hearing this, Zhang Chong felt a surge of joy, though it did not evoke the same excitement he had felt upon first reaching the holy level. After all, the growth in levels was inextricably linked to the evolution of one's mindset. He recounted the events that had transpired since entering the academy. Kaya gently cradled Xiaobai in his arms and stroked him, saying, "Our Beast King is divided into 3 factions. I did not expect that you would comprehend the tranquil mind technique. What do you think? Is there a distinction?" Zhang Zhongdao cast a humorous glance at Zhang Chong, who, despite having reached the intermediate level of the saint rank, still exhibited such impatience. Noticing the flush on Zhang Chong's face, he spoke. The first faction focuses on combat, employing the tranquil heart technique, which unleashes formidable explosive power, akin to the fighting spirit of a warrior. The second faction emphasizes magic, utilizing the concentration technique, which accelerates the recovery of mental energy, favoring mages. Pausing for a moment, he added, "I belong to this faction. What about the third faction?" Zhang Chong, intrigued by the revelation that the Beast King Heart technique was categorized into multiple factions, inquired eagerly. The third faction, however, is the most challenging to comprehend. It seeks a balance between offense and defense, cultivating both the body and spirit through the coiling dragon technique. While Zhang Chong felt envious, he still preferred his own tranquil heart technique. After listening, he did not dwell on it further and instead posed numerous questions regarding challenges he faced during the illusion trials. Zhang Zhongdao addressed each query with detailed explanations and examples, deepening Zhang Chong's admiration for his mentor. Sensing the genuine admiration reflected in Zhang Chong's eyes, Zhang Zhongdao remarked, "Though you have taken your first steps, the journey ahead has only just begun." After a moment's contemplation, he removed a charming amethyst ear stud shaped like a claw from his left ear and offered it to Zhang Chong. Although Zhang Chong was uncertain of its significance, he accepted it gratefully. The ear stud enhanced mental energy by 30%, classified as legendary tier. Zhang Chong never anticipated that even an ear stud could possess attributes, let alone be of such an esteemed caliber. It seemed that Kaga discerned Zhang Chong's hesitation and remarked, "Although you have now reached the intermediate level, you are unlike others. You possess 2 Beast Kings, which necessitates a greater expenditure of mental energy. This ear gem was bestowed upon me by my teacher, and now I pass it on to you. Do not tarnish the honor of our summoners." Zhang Chong nodded in acknowledgement. Kaga, pleased yet still gentle, continued, "Little Chong, I am aware of the trials you have faced along your journey. However, remember that to wield the Beast Kings is to uphold their dignity and majesty. Though you are clever, do not allow this to compromise your resolve. A man must rise to battle when called upon, shouldering his responsibilities." Zhang Chong's face flushed with embarrassment as he bowed his head and replied, "I understand, master." Observing Zhang Chong's sincere acceptance, Kaga felt a sense of relief and, with a turn, vanished from the stone chamber. Zhang Chong remained, contemplating Kaga's parting words. A man must rise to battle. A Beast King must possess his own dignity and majesty. He recalled the scenes from the Beast King battlefield, where both low-tier and high-tier magical beasts continually challenged one another. This, he realized, was the essence of the distinction between Beast Kings and magical beasts. Chapter 27. The inner courtyard. Zhang Chong awoke to find himself surrounded by familiar faces, including Dean Reedfer, who filled him with warmth. He nodded appreciatively, and upon seeing that Zhang Chong was unharmed, the group eagerly insisted that he treat them. "Let us venture to the Shuiyun Pavilion," suggested Selxi. "For the music there is the most enchanting, the wine the most fragrant, and the women the most beautiful." Zhang Chong felt a pang of apprehension, realizing that the expenses might also be exorbitant, yet he assented. For he genuinely wished to treat his friends, those who were dear to him. "Since you have chosen that destination, I possess a dragon card that grants an 80% discount," announced Dean Reedfer, producing a golden card from his ring and handing it to Zhang Chong. "Why aren't you joining us, Dean?" Zhang Chong inquired, puzzled. "Oh, I have some matters to attend to. You young ones should enjoy yourselves," Dean Reedfer replied with a smile. Amidst the excited shouts of the group, a throng of exuberant individuals surged out of room 601 of the Magic Academy, making their way toward the courtyard. The remnants of last night's rain left the streets slightly damp, and the thoroughfare was not overly crowded, with the occasional sighting of patrolling guards. As Zhang Chong strolled along the renowned Guhua Street, famed for its affluence within the empire, he marveled at the numerous magic equipment shops and opulent carriages, realizing for the first time just how many wealthy individuals resided in the Agu Empire. "We've arrived," exclaimed Lisa, bouncing ahead. Before them stood a three-story building entirely constructed of wood, flanked by two large iron trees, with several elven beauties stationed at the entrance to greet visitors. It is indeed the elven race. Although this was not Zhang Chong's first encounter, it marked the first time he witnessed such extravagance, employing beautiful elven maidens merely as greeters. As the doors swung open amidst a chorus of welcome, he stepped into a realm of opulence, with a magnificent banyan tree at its center, beneath which rested an elegant organ. The hall was sparsely adorned with a few scattered tables. "May I take your orders?" inquired an elven maiden, holding a menu. You can go ahead and order," Zhang Chong replied. The group exchanged polite gestures, ultimately allowing the Sophie sisters to take charge of the ordering. This one, and this one," Sophie expertly selected, adding, "The wind wolf meat must be cooked medium, with a hint of rare." Stealing a glance at the prices, Zhang Chong was astounded to find that even the most ordinary iced water cost a staggering 10 gold coins, a true den of iniquity. When the dishes arrived, Zhang Chong was astonished by their exquisite presentation, far surpassing the offerings of the cafeteria. As he delicately lifted a slice of wind wolf meat, the flavor was indescribable, swirling in his stomach like a gentle tempest. Suddenly, he noticed that Guin, Rue, and Edgar were all gazing blankly at the entrance. A few individuals had walked in, but it was the girl at the forefront who caught their attention, her hair a soft golden hue, eyes as blue as the sky, skin sparkling like diamonds. Radiating a cool yet regal aura, she was even more haughty than the Princess Lena he had encountered. A bunch of lecherous fools," Lisa deliberately raised her voice. A few individuals flushed with embarrassment, lowering their heads in unison. Only Edgar spoke softly. They belonged to the inner courtyard. That girl arrived at the academy 2 years ago, reportedly hailing from the frigid northernmost lands. By the time she entered the academy, she already possessed the prowess of a golden tier adept. It is said that she devoted almost all her time to cultivation. Alarmingly, she triumphed over the inner courtyard's foremost expert in last year's competition. It is likely she has now ascended to the sacred realm. What? The sacred tier? How is that possible? Rue could scarcely believe that such a girl had attained the sacred tier, a level coveted by all across the continent. But her heart was heavy with disappointment. Edgar nodded, confirming she is also one of the 3 representatives for this year's 6th Institute competition, known as Shui. As the group engaged in hushed conversation, Shui suddenly cast a glance at Zhang Chong, puzzled by her inability to sense any magical aura emanating from him. Could it be that he had not practiced at all? This seemed implausible, given that everyone around him possessed at least bronze-tier strength. Was he perhaps like me? This thought astonished Shui, yet upon observing Zhang Chong's minstrel attire, realization dawned upon her. Isn't that man the famed dragon slayer, Cannerman? Rue's face flushed crimson. He was her idol, rumored to have been gifted a set of silver-tier courage armor by the king. Edgar affirmed, indeed, the ice goddess Shui, the dragon slayer Cannerman, the shadow Leylite, the tiger enthusiast Tum, and the sand maiden Nico. My heavens, they are all renowned prodigies from the inner courtyard. Why are they all here? Lisa exclaimed in astonishment. Several individuals, aside from Zhang Zhong, were enviously gazing at the table, while Sophie's eyes sparkled as she looked at Cannerman. Edgar deliberately cleared his throat, prompting a few to realize their lapse in decorum, and they chuckled lightly. Amidst the melodious strains of the piano, Zhang Zhong distinctly heard his name mentioned at that table, eliciting a smile from him. The Outer Academy had indeed seen a decline year by year. This year's top 3 even included a bard, which was rather amusing. The dragon slayer, Cannerman, remarked with a sigh. Indeed, came the retort. I heard he was supposed to compete against our Shui Shui, but was so frightened that he hasn't left his room for days, ultimately forfeiting. The sand maiden, Nico, mocked lightly. Shui furrowed her brow. She had remained silent since entering, and upon hearing the discussions, she continued to refrain from speaking, merely nodding occasionally. The others were accustomed to Shui Yi's demeanor, engaging in lively conversation, particularly concerning the competitions between the inner and outer academies. Zhang Zhong noticed Edgar's pallor, having naturally overheard the chatter from that corner, and gently raised his glass, proclaiming, "Let us drink." Edgar offered a warm smile, his heart unburdened. and thus he spoke more freely. This time was embarrassing, but I am confident that I shall surpass them next time. Rui, aware of Edgar's predicament, felt a sense of injustice for her friend. They had indeed been excessively cruel, especially that fellow, Deck, who, relying on his superior equipment, had single-handedly taken on 3 members from our outer academy. Zhang Chong felt a surge of apprehension. He was uncertain of Edgar's true strength, yet he could distinctly sense the prowess of the half-orc. However, Edgar merely chuckled, asserting, "No, his power indeed surpasses ours. Among the 3 of us, I alone have attained the mid-level of gold. They are merely silver tier, barely at the threshold of gold." "My heavens, Edgar, you have reached gold tier? How formidable!" Lisa exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment. "Well, what significance does that hold?" Edgar replied, casting a sidelong glance at Zhang Chong. The conversation swiftly shifted to focus on Edgar, who was not particularly loquacious and bore a rather flushed countenance. That fellow over there possesses at least a modicum of self-awareness." Recognizing that Deck did not exert his full strength, remarked Conman, feeling a sense of pride, as it was well known among those present that Deck had been defeated by his blade on multiple occasions. Stealing a glance at Shui Yi's indifferent expression, he noted her continued coolness, which did not seem to concern him. "Indeed, Conman must be regarded as the strongest in the academy," Shunny observed, glancing at Shui Yi, who was all too aware of Conman's sentiments. At that moment, the boisterous Tumik drained his cup and proclaimed, "Strong or not, I shall reserve judgment until I face him next. I refuse to be swayed by mere equipment." Conman, aware of Tumik's reputation as a ruffian and his penchant for seeking duels, felt unfazed, particularly with Shui Yi in attendance. He laughed heartily and graciously responded, "Very well. I shall grant you an opportunity next time. I will forego my armor in our bout. Should I lose, do not accuse me of taking advantage of you." Tumud nodded. As long as Cannerman agreed to engage in combat with him, that was sufficient. Chapter 28. Retreat. It was utterly excessive. For the first time, Rui felt an intense aversion towards her idol. The dragon-slaying warrior, Kalman, no longer merely looked down upon the strength of the outer academy, but held it in contempt. Silence. Is the inner academy truly so remarkable? Rui clenched her fists, her eyes ablaze with fury as she charged forward. Not satisfied, are we? Kalman glanced at Rui, a smirk gracing his lips. "Don't say I'm not giving you a chance. Just manage to force me to rise." Upon uttering these words, the expressions of Zhang Zhong and his companions shifted dramatically, while Edgar's eyes blazed with indignation. Zhang Zhong, too, felt that Kalman's words were insufferably arrogant. The ice goddess, Shui Yi, who had remained silent until now, cast a glance at Kalman before rising to her feet. She placed 100 gold coins on the table and exited amidst the gazes of the onlookers. Kalman's expression darkened. He recognized Shui Yi's displeasure and shot Rui a glare before hastily following her out. "What is the big deal?" Lisa exclaimed, observing the demeanor of the departing group. With their departure, the remaining individuals lost all interest in their meal. After settling the bill, which amounted to over 300 gold coins, it was the portly Celsi who hastily covered the cost. Lacking any enthusiasm, the group returned to the academy. By evening, however, they noticed a considerable number of outer academy students flocking toward the square. "What is going on?" Jern inquired, detaining a frail student. The student glanced at Jern and his companions and replied, "The dragon-slaying warrior, Kalman, is willing to teach us swordsmanship, and some formidable creatures from the inner academy have also arrived. This is indeed a rare opportunity for us to learn." Jern nodded, and Zhang Zhong, with a shift in his mindset, comprehended Kerman's intentions. He sought to win over Shui while simultaneously showcasing his own exceptional abilities. What were they up to? Rui refrained from elaborating. Both Zhang Zhong and Edgar simultaneously remarked, "Boring." After exchanging glances, they burst into laughter, as if sharing a singular thought. Presently, Kerman was earnestly elucidating the application of various sword techniques, highlighting certain misconceptions prevalent among contemporary swordsmen. It must be said that Kerman possessed genuine skill. His analysis was quite insightful. This was Zhang Zhong's first encounter with such theories, and many who had previously received his guidance had indeed improved their abilities. Throughout the explanation, Kerman exhibited neither impatience nor disdain, which Zhang Zhong found rather admirable. The presence of female students from the outer courtyard, coupled with the arrival of the dragon-slaying warrior, transformed the playground into a vibrant gathering. The atmosphere was charged with enthusiasm. Outside the throng, Garfield and Redford nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, Such exchanges between the inner and outer courtyards had long been overdue. Kerman appeared to be quite promising. Upon seeing Zhang Zhong and the others approach, Garfield smiled, seemingly pleased. It seemed Kerman was on the verge of a breakthrough. Observing Kerman as he gracefully wielded his sword, Garfield inquired with genuine concern about Zhang Zhong's well-being. This young lad always emitted an odd aura, which was difficult to articulate, yet undeniably mysterious. The group remained captivated by Kerman's demonstration and exposition. "So, what do you think of Kerman's prowess?" Garfield casually inquired, yet his question was directed not at Riedfer, but rather at Zhang Zhong. Zhang Zhong had just heard Kerman expound upon the application of certain sword techniques, and with his own golden prowess, he nodded earnestly and remarked, "Quite formidable." "Oh, we are all aware of that, but does he possess no weaknesses?" Garfield probed. Zhang Zhong contemplated for a moment, comparing it to the two golden guards of Lina, and slowly articulated, "His momentum is lacking. Although he wields his weapon with sufficient strength, his agility and adaptability leave much to be desired." There was an unspoken thought lingering in Zhang Zhong's mind. If a person's presence is inadequate, they are merely a fade. His observations prompted not only a discreet nod from Garfield, but also a raised eyebrow from Riedfer. "Humph, you've managed to express both praise and criticism. I could voice such sentiments as well," Sophie grumbled, pondering why these two deans held such high regard for this individual. Given the opportunity to represent the Outer Academy in a duel against him, how confident are you? Riedfer suddenly questioned, though it was evident to all that a glimmer of hope sparkled in his eyes. For many years, the best students from the Outer Academy had been swiftly selected, and it had been ages since anyone from the Outer Academy had triumphed over the Inner Academy. In truth, Zhang Zhong also wished to hone his skills and, after a moment of silence, declared, "I wish to challenge the one known as the Ice Goddess, Shui." This statement implied that he did not yet regard Kerman as a worthy opponent. He sought someone who had reached the saintly level. "What? Have you lost your mind?" Zhang Zhong? Lisa and Sophie were the first to express their alarm. Neither Guin nor Rui had grasped the situation. Was it possible that Zhang Zhong had been provoked? Could it be that he had simply overindulged today? Only Edgar exhibited an intense fervor in his gaze. "Well, do not say that I am unwilling to provide you with an opportunity, but should you engage in a direct contest with Shui, it might incite discontent among some of the students in the inner courtyard. Thus, let us establish this. If you can triumph over Zyklade and Kerman, I shall acquiesce." Garfield wore a broad smile, seemingly unconcerned about the possibility of his student facing defeat. Zhang Zhong nodded. Since the decision was made, there was little left to contemplate. "If you win tomorrow night, I shall uphold my promise," he declared. Redford, observing Zhang Zhong's impending departure, added a remark, indicating that he too held great expectations for Zhang Zhong. Chapter 29. The Bard. It is undeniable that Sophie was deeply concerned about Zhang Chong. The room was enveloped in silence, and she gently nudged Zhang Chong, whispering, "Perhaps I should speak with the dean. We could forego the competition." Zhang Chong chuckled, clearly aware of the anxiety etched on everyone's faces, particularly as Lisa's complexion began to pale. The individuals from the inner courtyard were certainly not easily deceived. "Thank you, but I still wish to give it a try," Zhang Chong responded with determination. "I cannot possibly lose. You all need not worry." However, his reassurances only heightened the girl's apprehension. "Now that you've said that, I can relax a bit," Rui remarked. "I shall eagerly await your triumph over that coward tomorrow." It was only then that she realized two other ladies were present, but the atmosphere had noticeably brightened. One sensed that Zhang Chong was not one to boast without merit. Nodding in agreement, "Tomorrow, we shall ensure they receive a proper lesson." Sophie's lips moved silently for a moment, and upon observing Zhang Chong's expression, she stamped her foot and declared, "Your fate is no longer my concern." She then turned and dragged Lisa out of the room. Watching the door slam shut, Zhang Chong felt a wave of gratitude for Sophie. Despite her fierce demeanor, there was an undeniable kindness in her heart. Both the inner and outer courtyards received word that Zhang Chong, the bard, had forfeited due to illness. The academy was prepared to grant him another opportunity to challenge the representatives of the inner courtyard, showcasing its commitment to nurturing talent. Good heavens! Has our outer courtyard fallen to the level of relying on a bard for its defense? That shameless fellow has returned? Excellent. I am in favor of this. I shall lend my support. Zhang Chong is oblivious to these discussions. He is currently devoted to meticulously piecing together the fragments of his knowledge, particularly reflecting on the insightful remarks made by the dragon-slaying warrior, Kerman, earlier today. This night is destined to be anything but tranquil. In the martial arts plaza of the inner courtyard, a small group is seated in a circle, predominantly comprised of elven students, with only a couple of human students present. Their expressions serious as they hold their longbows at the ready. A strikingly handsome young elf, with sharply pointed ears and extraordinarily large eyes, is polishing his longbow while listening to the conversation nearby. Zyklade, do you truly believe that Bard possesses extraordinary strength? One individual interjects, skepticism evident in their tone. It is known that few can command such respect from Zyklade, even within the inner courtyard. Indeed, I have heard the same. He merely possesses a modicum of cleverness. Another elf retorts, unwilling to concede. Zyklade raises his hand, gazing into the distance as he speaks. One must never underestimate their opponents, nor should one elevate themselves too highly. Otherwise, there will inevitably be repercussions. The group is further impressed, recognizing that even someone of Zyklade's prowess remains vigilant against underestimating any adversary. It is no wonder he has consistently achieved peak golden tier strength within the academy over the years. Noticing that his words have resonated with the others, Zyklade feels a sense of reassurance and softens his tone. If that bard did not possess something remarkable, I doubt the two deans would expend such considerable effort on him. After all, the competition among the 6 academies is imminent. Though the golden dragon wing bow in my possession is merely a piece of silver equipment, it has accompanied me in achieving countless honors. Its singular attribute is a 10% increase in shooting speed. While it may seem inconsequential in the hands of others, it becomes a formidable weapon in the grasp of a genius marksman. On this night, another figure remained awake, the so-called ice goddess, Shui. No one anticipated that the ice goddess would be tirelessly honing her skills, relentlessly pushing against her own limits on such a night. As the sky began to blush with the dawn's first light, Guin and the others roused Zhang early, particularly Louis, whose excitement was palpable as he donned his backpack and filled his water bottle. The logistics team had already erected a gigantic arena, adorned with a thick layer of green paint. After finishing his meal at Selxi, Zhang made his way to the arena. The time had yet to arrive. And Zyklade sat on a chair at the side, sporting an enormous hat that obscured his entire face. Zhang took a seat at the opposite corner of the arena, surrounded primarily by students from the external academy. A few members from his bard class provided on-the-spot tactical advice and engaged in mental relaxation exercises. With a resounding clang of a massive gong, the competition officially commenced, and both sides ascended the stage. To Zhang's surprise, he noticed that Zyklade's eyes were among the rarest white on the continent, although his expression remained cold. A vibrant aura of life emanated from him. "I shall not show you any mercy," Zyklade declared, striding toward the opposite side of the arena. Zhang nodded, feeling a tinge of nervousness for the first time facing an archer from the assassin class. The arena was expansive, and instead of launching a direct assault, Zhang unveiled his peculiar weapon, the twisted bone blade, showcasing this bizarre artifact before the crowd. What a striking weapon it was. As a warrior, Rue couldn't help but covet a weapon of such caliber. His eyes remained fixated on Zhang's twisted bone blade. Lisa and Sophie, this time, chose not to align with him, instead standing alongside their fellow magic students. Although they weren't participating in the battle, their hands were clasped tightly together, betraying their anxiety. Zyklade retreated a few steps, his body trembling as a golden aura enveloped him. With a swift motion, he traced strange symbols on his forehead, murmuring, "Mind's eye." His formerly pale eyes transformed into a vibrant green, reminiscent of a magical wolf on the vast prairie. Zhang, too, activated his meditation technique, emanating a primal aura that, while not as dazzling as the golden energy, compelled the students in the stands to draw a sharp breath. Piercing cloud arrow, piercing cloud arrow, piercing cloud arrow. The strings resonated softly as 3 arrows, each at varying heights and speeds, hurtled towards Zhang. With a swift motion, he maneuvered right in front of Zyklade and raised his blade in a decisive strike. No one anticipated that a bard could move with such swiftness, leaving mere afterimages in the eyes of ordinary spectators. Zyklade observed Zhang's movements with great clarity, secretly astonished. Had he not preemptively summoned his inner strength, he might have indeed succumbed to Zhang's swiftness. Zhang executed a series of 3 strikes, all deftly evaded by Zyklade. Suddenly, a colossal arrow, accompanied by a thunderous crack, erupted after Zhang narrowly dodged it. Were it not for the protective barrier established by the surrounding instructors, numerous individuals could have been injured. Just as Zhang had evaded, He was taken aback. Zyclade's audacity was truly remarkable. Chapter 30. Sky Archer and the Three-Legged Crow. Zyclade now stood upon his pet three-legged crow. Though the creature was not particularly large, as a fourth-tier magical beast, it effortlessly bore the weight of a slender elf. The students from the outer academy, upon witnessing such shameless tactics, erupted in a chorus of boos. The arrow formation unleashed a relentless barrage of arrows that rained down like they were free, occasionally accompanied by bursts of black fire emitted from the three-legged crow. Despite Zhang Chong's remarkable speed, he was struck by 2 arrows. However, to his astonishment, he suffered no harm at all. Realizing that the passive defense of his tiger roar and dragon chant had activated, Zyclade furrowed his brow, uncertain how Zhang Chong had managed to evade his arrow formation. Nevertheless, he cautiously descended a little lower. At this moment, Zhang Chong resembled a madman, dodging and leaping upon the stage. He executed the beast dance that he had once seen in the illusion, though he was careful not to jump too high. Despite one being an assassin archer from the inner academy and the other a bard from the outer academy, their contest was exceptionally thrilling. Although Zhang Chong found himself in a defensive position, the oppressive aura of the beast was palpable even to Zyclade in the sky. After a moment's hesitation, Zyclade tapped his three-legged crow's head and clapped his hands, summoning the heavenly net. Countless sharp arrows filled the sky, each imbued with violent power. Although the arena was vast, the sheer density of the assault ensured that not even a fly could escape. When has an archer possessed such formidable power? When have we witnessed the true potential of the inner courtyard students? Now, everyone is astounded by the might of this arrow. Amidst the rain of arrows, Zhang Chong, ignited with fury, let out a roar, invoking the Beast King battle. He then leaped fiercely towards the three-legged crow, executing a devastating strike, the Fury Slash. Can a mere bard leap so high? All onlookers pondered this question. Indeed, Zhang Chong's jump surpassed the limits of everyone's imagination. Seeing Zhang Chong ascend, Zyclade sensed an imminent danger, a primal instinct inherent to the elven race. Without a moment's hesitation, he executed a somersault and descended, shifting through 3 different positions before turning back. Astonishingly, the so-called fourth-tier magical beast, the three-legged crow, was rendered motionless by this single blow, only retracting into its pet space after a considerable pause. The injury inflicted upon the three-legged crow caused Zyclade's expression to darken significantly. Never had he imagined being cornered so helplessly by a bard. Amidst the bewildered gazes of the crowd, Zyclade began to spin faster and faster, eventually duplicating himself. With 2 Zyclades flanking Zhang Chong, coldly declaring, "I acknowledge your strength, yet I have underestimated you. You have compelled me to invoke divine punishment." "What then? Is divine punishment?" In a hushed tone, Leisha inquired, to which Sophie shook her head. However, the female teacher observing from behind wore a stern expression. Seemingly incredulous as she remarked, "The divine punishment harnesses formidable magical elements, manifesting a powerful attack skill conjured by the harbingers of the inferno, striking foes as if they were confronted by the wrath of deities." "Then let us settle this with a single strike," Zhang Chong declared, channeling all his strength into his hands, coldly gazing at the 2 identical Zyclades before him, and charged forward with ferocity. With a swift motion, he unleashed the flying slash of divine punishment. As the 2 collided, Garfield offered a wry smile to Redver, saying, "I didn't expect him to employ the signature technique of the Selt family." Redver, maintaining a cheerful demeanor, replied, "I recall that Xiao Chong should be familiar with Gui's Selt. How could you not know?" "Ah, indeed. I've been quite busy lately and neglected to inform you." He tapped his forehead, exhibiting a rather smug expression. Garfield inwardly scoffed at Redver's arrogance. Suddenly, the students from the outer academy erupted in jubilant exclamations. "We won. The bard representing us has truly triumphed over Zyclade." On the arena, Zyclade appeared pallid, a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, struggling to rise while clutching the protective ropes. Zhang Chong took a breath, approached, and helped Zyclade to his feet, asking, "Are you all right?" Zyclade gazed at Zhang Chong and declared, "You are formidable. I shall challenge you in the future." Zhang Chong nodded in acknowledgement, yet Zyclade wore a smile, expressing his hope that they might become friends in the future. Their encounter had earned mutual respect, and Zhang Chong remarked with a grin, "It seems I have acquired another target for my playful torment." Their laughter echoed in the air. A group of assassin students from the inner courtyard rushed over, casting a disapproving glance at Zhang Chong as they took Zyclade away. The latter shot Zhang Zhong a wry smile, pondering if this truly was the extent of Zhang Zhong's formidable prowess. Edgar contemplated the duel between Zhang Zhong and Shikilida, witnessing the undeniable might of archers. Yet, Zhang Zhong's beast-like ferocity left many warriors feeling disheartened. Was this truly a bard? He resembled more of a mythical beast. However, several instructors from the warrior department gazed with keen interest, swiftly gravitating towards the striking figure of Zhang Zhong. What a talent, they mused. How could such a promising warrior have been assigned to the bard department? Lisa hurried over, her eyes wide with astonishment as she exclaimed, "You're so impressive. You've kept this secret well. My sister and I were genuinely worried about you." Zhang Zhong's face flushed, and he scratched his head, opting for silence. In his mind, the priority was to digest the insights gained from the recent battle. The Dragon Slayer, Cowman, clad in gleaming silver armor, would undoubtedly surpass Shikilida in strength. In an instant, Zhang Zhong's reputation was firmly established among the students of the outer courtyard. Chapter 31. The unexpected Zhang Chong in a daze was dragged by Rui to the cafeteria, yet he was unprepared for the lively atmosphere that awaited him there. Upon spotting Edgar across the room, he greeted him and made his way over. As he indulged in his musings, an unsettling sense of danger suddenly permeated the crowd. Sometimes, Zhang pondered whether he was akin to a humanoid beast, possessing an acute sixth sense. He could sense impending peril even before laying eyes on the threat. Although he did not see any enemies, an instinct told him that trouble was brewing with such a large gathering today. Raising his gaze, he caught sight of a girl alongside a man. "Are you the renowned top expert they speak of?" The man inquired first, his eyes gleaming with intensity. A chill washed over Zhang Chong, yet he shook his head and replied, "I am unaware of what you mean. I am merely a student of the Bard department, having enrolled this year." "Is that so? Then why did they seek you out after that group suffered defeat?" The man pressed. "How would I know?" Zhang expressed his slight annoyance at Rui for dragging him into this situation. "I was merely informed by my dormitory brothers that something had happened in the cafeteria, prompting me to come and investigate." "I do not know you," he stated honestly. Having been engrossed in analyzing today's competition before Rui, he hastily pulled him away. The man chuckled, "I am Shalak." Upon hearing the introduction, Zhang felt it inappropriate to remain aloof. "You are the one who triumphed over Zykelida today," Shalak said, his smile fading. Zhang suddenly realized that the person before him was not from his academy. Shalak nodded and remarked, "It appears they were not speaking falsely. You do possess some degree of capability." Zhang was reluctant to engage in a conflict without understanding the situation, yet the man's imposing demeanor suggested an unyielding advance. Showing no signs of relaxation, Shalak regarded him with a sudden silence, and the atmosphere grew palpably tense. Zhang sensed that matters were taking a turn for the worse. "I shall not beat around the bush," Shalak stated. "I have come to the Academy of Ogu with the intention of recruiting a few companions." "Recruitment?" Zhang replied with a wry smile. "What does that have to do with me? I only enrolled this year." Shalak's expression darkened. "Allow me to speak candidly. Our mercenary group is the most formidable on the continent. There are countless individuals vying to join us. If you can defeat me this time, the rest will be negotiable." Shalak was indeed straightforward, conveying his intentions with clarity. Before Zhang could respond, Shalak continued, "Our team has not welcomed any newcomers for quite some time. Should you pass the test, I can offer you monetary compensation in whatever terms you desire." Shalak did not underestimate Zhang due to his identity as a bard. Rather, his years of experience led him to believe that such individuals often possessed genuine skills. Had these words been spoken by another, Zhang might have turned to leave. However, he maintained his courtesy and replied, "I believe you have misunderstood. I am merely an ordinary student at the academy, not what you envision." Shalak waved his hand dismissively, stating, "There is no need for explanations. Their gazes have already conveyed everything to me. I hold you in high regard, yet we must engage in a contest." Zhang sighed, pondering the absurdity of the situation. Trouble had followed him even in the comfort of his home. "Are you prepared?" Shalak inquired. "You appear to be merely a commoner, living in rather humble circumstances. Should you truly manage to join our ranks, it would indeed be a transformation akin to a crow becoming a phoenix." Zhang felt a surge of indignation, thinking to himself, "What is wrong with being a commoner? I have no desire to join your so-called mercenary band." Shalak continued, "Although all our members are present, at this moment it is merely my younger sister. All the so-called strong individuals from your Augu have already been defeated. You may challenge her. If you emerge victorious, I shall consider it a testament to your worthiness." Zhang was secretly intrigued. It was not that he held any particular regard for Schlock, but rather he was curious about the strangely dressed young girl who had managed to vanquish the Dragon Slayer Kalman, the Shadow Laylat, the Tiger Fool Tom, and the Sand Maiden Nico. Who were Schlock and his companions, truly? Schlock noticed Zhang Chang's wavering resolve and could not help but smile. He had come well prepared today. Each of his subordinates had traversed the mercenary guild for many years, each possessing a wealth of experience and unique skills. It was no exaggeration to claim that, aside from Aogu's academy, few across the entire continent would dare assert they could best him. The reason Schlock had ventured here was indeed due to Aogu Academy producing a formidable cadre of individuals over the years, firmly securing its position among the 6 great academies of the continent. But that was a tale for another time. Zhang Zhongdao suggested, "Let us step outside. After all, we will need to take a taxi." "Very well. You are quite straightforward," replied Shilao Ku as he walked out, secretly mocking. "Young man, you are doomed today. If you only knew my true identity, you would be terrified to the point of wetting yourself." In contrast, Zhang Zhong laughed even more coldly within, thinking, so far, aside from that Shui who sensed some threat, I have yet to fear anyone. I am curious to see what skills you possess. Meanwhile, at the dining hall, Su Fei and others were still engaged in discussion. At that moment, Edgar and Jern had also clarified the situation, and Edgar felt quite resentful towards Rui, pondering why she had to meddle in the recruitment and internal trials, pulling Zhang Zhong out into the fray. Kerman, observing the conflicting emotions in Zhang Zhong's eyes, spoke up. "This Shilao Ku and that little girl are formidable. Many of their skills are unprecedented to me. You must exercise caution." Laylod sighed in agreement. "Indeed. I also feel that the previous match was a fair loss." The diners were abuzz with conversation. The portly Selxi leaned in, saying, "Brother, we are counting on you to uphold the honor of the First Academy of Ogu." Su Fei could not help but interject. "Aren't you a teacher in the martial arts department?" "Oh, dear classmate, that statement is quite erroneous. Even if I win, it would be an unworthy victory. After all, I am a teacher," Selxi retorted. Su Fei remarked, "I see you are apprehensive. If Zhang Zhong wins, you will gain fame, and more students will flock to the dining hall. However, should he lose, your current comfort will be lost forever, will it not?" Selxi coughed twice and remarked, "I do not harbor such thoughts. I merely wish to provide my classmates with more opportunities for practical experience." Sophie also coughed twice in agreement. "Yes, indeed. It is to grant us opportunities." Zhang Chong suddenly felt a jolt as he observed the individuals surrounding Schlock. He had never anticipated that each person in Schlock's entourage was fully equipped, wielding advanced great swords issued by the military. This revelation instilled a profound sense of astonishment in him. Were they all veterans of the Legion? Were they members of the renowned Tianyao Mercenary Corps, ranked 27th on the Maya continent? While he harbored no fear of the Ice Goddess Shui, the Dragon Slayer Cannerman, the Shadow Laylide, the Beast Master Tum, or the Sand Maiden Nico, he understood that someone emerging from a military background would possess a keen awareness of the formidable nature of true warriors, individuals forged through the crucible of bloodshed. It was particularly well known in the barracks that those who survived 10 battles had the opportunity to become reserve members of the Tianyao Mercenary Corps. Back in the recruit camp, he had witnessed the prowess of those leaders, who were merely the most basic ranks devoid of combat aura. In terms of skill and experience, they were leagues ahead of the likes of Zyklade. Yet, when they spoke of the Tianyao mercenaries, their faces radiated with pride. A cold sweat trickled down Zhang Chong's forehead. This time, he could not afford to take things lightly. Suddenly, Zhang Chong realized the peril he was in. This individual had evidently come well prepared to deal with him, bringing along such a formidable group for recruitment. Not only would Cannerman and the others likely suffer a brutal defeat, but he himself might very well find his own fortunes turning awry. However, Schlock's voice resonated. "We, from the Tianyao Mercenary Group, allow you to choose anyone at your discretion, even though we have 5 on our side. Do you have any objections?" Zhang Zheng nodded, perceiving Schlock's words as reasonable and fair. "I concur," he stated. Suddenly, Sophie interjected, "We cannot acquiesce to him. Zhang Zhong waved his hand dismissively. "It matters not. I am familiar with the Tianyao Mercenary Group." Sophie, utterly unconvinced, retorted, "You truly know the Tianyao Mercenary Group?" Zhang Zhong inhaled deeply and replied, "One fights for dignity. Even if the Pegasus Mercenary Group and the Purple Rose Mercenary Group were present, I have no reason to retreat." He gazed at Schlock, his eyes brimming with a glimmer of combativeness. He did not seek to dominate or inflict harm. He merely yearned for an encounter with Tianyao to gauge his own mettle. To yield now would be to invite mockery from the leaders of his original group, who might scoff at his cowardice. Zhang Zheng's demeanor was bold and righteous, suddenly imbued with an aura of steadfast ferocity. Sophie was momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless. "Very well," Edgar and Jern shouted. "Zhang Zheng, we stand with you." Schlock raised his thumb in approval. "Good lad, you truly possess some courage. Let us see how long you can endure today." Having said this, he turned and instructed, "Let him choose. Is it that girl?" A frigid voice echoed in the ears of those present, as chilling as the winds of the Arctic, devoid of any warmth. In the dining hall, the excited shouts erupted as Xue, the snow goddess, finally made her entrance after a prolonged wait. Zhang Chong stared blankly at the girl before him. Xue nodded at Zhang Chong and then pointed towards the audacious girl, gradually positioning herself beside him, clearly indicating her intent to confront that very girl. Chapter 32, The Snow Goddess Ha. "So you are the famed Xue? I must say, you seem rather haughty," remarked the girl as she confidently approached, scanning Xue from head to toe. "This is my sister, Alice," Schlock announced, pride gleaming in his eyes. Two equally beautiful yet distinctly different girls stood in the plaza outside the cafeteria. The surrounding students had cleared the area, standing behind Zhang Chong and his companions, united in a shared purpose, hoping that Xue and Zhang Chong could restore the academy's honor. The clash between the wolf girl Alice and the snow goddess Xue was imminent. Suddenly, Alice's once bright eyes clouded over, growing increasingly hazy. Zhang Chong watched as the previously empty plaza erupted with towering trees, a frenzy of plants swirling through the air. Roar! Roar! A primal growl echoed in Zhang Chong's heart, startling him. He promptly activated his meditation technique, causing the trees to vanish and the scene to revert to its original state. As he surveyed his surroundings, he noted that apart from a few inner courtyard students, most others wore expressions of bewilderment. Seeing Zhang Chong regain his clarity, Schlock nodded in admiration. A flush crept across Zhang Chong's face as Kerman leaned in and whispered cautiously, "She is an ancient profession, an illusionist, now a rarity on the continent. High-level illusionists can even cause an entire legion to lose their sense of self." It was then that Zhang Chong understood. Kerman's image in his mind had improved somewhat. The man was indeed commendable. Zhang Chong and his companions were not the aggressors in Alice's display, and their vigilance kept them safe from harm. Xue's expression remained frigid as she gradually raised her staff, reciting the arcane incantations with a certain awkwardness, causing the surrounding air to drop several degrees in temperature. Absolute Zero Ice Shatter and Mystic Ice Arrow, 3 ice-based spells executed in perfect harmony. The first dispelled Alice's illusions, the second ensnared her in a frozen grip, and the third transformed ice into a lethal arrow. Crack! Despite Alice's swift reflexes, she was struck squarely in the shoulder, sending her tumbling heavily to the ground. Ice Blade Array. Xue clearly had no intention of letting Alice escape so easily. The formerly smooth expanse of the square was suddenly pierced by countless ice spikes erupting from the ground, forming a vast area of assault centered around Alice. Zhang Zhong, witnessing Xue's onslaught for the first time, was taken aback by the seamless coordination of her techniques. She exuded an air of calmness. If Zykeela was known for her powerful skill-driven tactics, then Xue was undoubtedly the embodiment of experience, executing perfect synergy for the most effective strikes. To the astonishment of all, Alice, who had been sprawled on the ground, suddenly vanished, a living being seemingly evaporating from sight. Leylide stared dumbfounded at the spot where Alice had just been, muttering, "I never expected she was a rogue." Crack! A flash of steel appeared as Alice, dagger in hand, materialized behind Xue. Though her strike missed, she instantly vanished once more into thin air. The rogue's advanced ability, stealth, some students, recalling this, gasped in surprise. Unfazed, Xue swiftly traced an irregular hexagonal array in front of her with her staff, which then began to spin rapidly, resembling a graceful white swan dancing upon the surface of a serene lake. The atmosphere around Xue grew increasingly frigid, as countless bubbles began to encircle her in a swirling formation. Alice, lurking in the shadows, dared not approach, fully aware that the sudden appearance of these bubbles signified the opponent's ultimate technique. Realizing she had no choice but to fight with all her might, a glint of cold determination flickered in her eyes as she prepared for a lethal strike. Xue, observing Alice's pale visage as she appeared before her, regarded her with detached indifference and waved her hand dismissively. Dance of the murky waters unleashed a simultaneous explosion of countless bubbles, some of which overlapped, amplifying their destructive power. Alice was struck as if by a thunderbolt, collapsing unconscious as her dagger fell from her grasp, narrowly missing Xue's throat. Silence enveloped the scene. Was this the true prowess of the ice and snow goddess? Such formidable skills and impeccable strength effortlessly defeated Alice, who wielded both the rogue and illusionist professions. A nearby bystander from Tianya swiftly carried Alice away, while Shylock, taken aback by the strength of this cold girl, noted that her rank was evidently superior to that of the so-called Dragon Slayer heroes. Nodding at Zhang, Shylock, under the scrutinizing gazes of the onlookers, produced a suit of silver-white armor and began to don it piece by piece. He then summoned from his pet space a magnificent steed, a tall, pure black horse adorned with long, chestnut mane. Sherlock gently patted the horse's neck, then raised his lance, inquiring, "Are you prepared?" A knight, a true knight. Many young maidens gazed in admiration, their eyes sparkling. Just as Xue was about to step forward, Zhang Zhong suddenly chuckled, taking a step ahead. Under Shillick's imposing presence, he had distinctly sensed the furious roars of Xiaobai and Xiaowei. The dignity of the Beast King was not to be challenged. With a subtle wave of his hand, Zhang Zhong summoned Xiaobai for the first time before the crowd. Roar. Upon appearing, Xiaobai immediately let out a fierce roar. Its piercing blue eyes fixated intently on Sherlock and his steed, occasionally emitting low growls. Had Zhang Zhong not been nearby, it would have lunged at once. "My goodness, Zhang Zhong's pet is formidable," Louis exclaimed, her eyes gleaming with excitement. "When did he capture a level 5 companion?" Sophie wondered aloud, glancing at Lisha, who also appeared bewildered, clearly witnessing this for the first time. Zhang Zhong gripped his weapon, Quoguz Hangfeng, firmly, and addressed the astonished Sherlock, "Come on." Instead of launching a direct attack, Sherlock opted to enhance himself with 2 consecutive buffs, steel armor and knight's vitality. Meanwhile, Xiaobai charged directly at Shillick's horse, seizing the opportunity for Zhang Zhong to strike. As Sherlock noticed Zhang Zhong rushing towards him, he deftly maneuvered his lance and spurred his horse forward. In perfect synchrony, Xiaobai swiped its massive paw, toppling both Sherlock and his mount, then clamped down on the horse's neck, forcefully pinning it to the ground. As Sherlock witnessed the damage inflicted upon his BMW, a pang of sorrow struck his heart. He brandished his weapon and thrust it forward, while Zhang Chong leapt into action, exclaiming, "Jump slash!" The impact reverberated as their strikes collided, forcing the ground beneath them to yield to their combined weight. Zhang Chong silently admired Sherlock's defense. Though Sherlock felt a sense of despair, were it not for the strength conferred by his armor, he would never have withstood such a blow. In a dazzling display reminiscent of a fiery tree adorned with silver blossoms, Sherlock reacted with remarkable speed, maneuvering his rifle to shield himself beneath its barrel. Goodness, his hand speed must surely exceed 300. Cannerman gazed at Sherlock with admiration. The warrior class diligently trains in strength, speed, and defense each day, with some individuals honing their hand speed to enhance their accuracy. Cannerman himself achieved a hand speed of 270, ranking first among his peers. Yet in comparison to Sherlock, he felt woefully inadequate. However, Sherlock's swiftness paled in comparison to that of Zhang Chong, whose speed appeared to surpass even that of the shadowy Liliad. Just as Sherlock aimed to strike Zhang Chong, the latter evaded the attack with an unorthodox stance. In a swift counter, Zhang Chong closed the distance and unleashed techniques learned in the mine. The wind-shattering strike effortlessly breached Sherlock's defenses, landing 2 decisive blows upon him. Sherlock was propelled backward, leaving numerous cracks in the ground. Even Cannerman found himself speechless, his eyes wide in astonishment. Is this truly a bard from the Outer Academy? As the crowd gazed in astonishment at Zhang Zhong's prowess, Sherlock gradually rose from a distance, wiping the corners of his mouth and declaring, "If you can withstand this move of mine, I shall concede." With that, he advanced step by step. Raising his hands high, he bellowed, "Thunderous strike." Witnessing the formidable force of this final attack, those of timid disposition instinctively shut their eyes, while only Xue remained fixated on Zhang Zhong, harboring an unwavering belief that he could endure this assault. In the Beast King battle, Zhang Zhong chose not to evade, sensing the fierce fighting spirit emanating from Xiaohui. He boldly stood his ground. Bang, bang, bang. 3 consecutive blows landed upon Zhang Zhong, who swallowed a mouthful of blood, his eyes turning crimson. In response, he effortlessly unleashed his final move, Reversal Blood Combat. As the dust settled, the onlookers discerned the situation within the arena. Xiaobai obediently lay beside Zhang Zhong, while Sherlock lay sprawled on the ground, his fingers twitching ever so slightly, leading one to believe he had been felled by Zhang Zhong's last strike. The crowd gazed at Zhang Zhong with trepidation. He summoned Xiaobai back and gave a slight shake, intending to return, only to collapse onto the ground. Chapter 33. The disturbance after the departure of the wanderers from the ends of the earth. Zhang Chong lay in bed for 3 consecutive days, immersing himself in a hallucinatory realm of challenges, yet with scant success. At this moment, every student in the academy was aware of a figure named Zhang Chong from the Bard's department, yet Zhang Chong himself had vanished from the institution. Presently, he sat comfortably in his new home, recounting his experiences at the academy while enjoying a meal. His father, Zhang Tian, felt a swell of pride, and his mother shared in his joy. However, Zhang Chong refrained from disclosing the details of his competitions to his parents, fearing their worry. The Zhang family had gained a certain renown in the commoner district, having acquired a tailor shop and employing 2 assistants. Although business was not exceptionally thriving, it had improved significantly compared to the past. Moreover, Zhang Tian informed his son that they had a reserve of 1,000 gold coins untouched, intended for Zhang Chong's future bride. As he dined, the door was abruptly pushed open, and a flustered middle-aged woman rushed in. Boss, it's terrible. The city guards have come and wrecked the shop, threatening to set it ablaze if we do not pay up. What? Upon hearing this, Zhang Tian was immediately alarmed. Grabbing a wooden rod, he dashed outside, prompting Zhang Chong to hastily follow, concerned for his father's safety. Upon arriving at the tailor shop, they found a crowd gathered outside, where several uniformed men had thrown bolts of fabric onto the ground, amidst the wreckage of broken tables and chairs. A few neighbors, noticing Zhang Tian wielding a stick, hurried over to restrain him. Brother Tian, calm down, remain calm. Zhang Tian, finding himself unable to escape, angrily discarded his staff and pointed at the city guards, exclaiming, "Are you truly this oppressive? Just yesterday, I paid 2 gold coins, and now you come demanding more. This month alone, I have paid 3 times." Throughout the month, Zhang Tian had earned less than 5 gold coins, while these city guards relentlessly harassed him for money, threatening to shatter his shop if he refused, and this time even threatening to set it ablaze. "You old fool, don't think I'm unaware. Your son is attending a magic academy, so surely you have funds. Spare me your excuses," one of the guards shouted. At this moment, Zhang Zhong grasped the situation and coldly pushed through the crowd, declaring, "What if I choose not to pay?" The guards appraised Zhang Zhong, noting he was merely a bard, and erupted into laughter. "What? Do you intend to meddle in matters that do not concern you?" Observing their demeanor, Zhang Zhong saw no need for further words. He swiftly kicked the leader away and, in a flash, dispatched the remaining guards to the ground with a few deft slaps. "Get lost." Seeing his son drive the thugs away, Zhang Tian burst into hearty laughter. "Well done. You truly are my son." Bystanders shook their heads in dismay. Who was unaware of the guard's notorious ruthlessness? It seemed the tailor shop would soon be forced to close, and Zhang Tian might even face imprisonment. Zhang Zhong helped his father gather the scattered items from the floor. Although Zhang Tian had a fiery temper, he was not foolish. With a worried glance at his son, he advised, "Xiao Zhong, you should return to the academy shortly. Do not concern yourself with matters at home. I will manage." Zhang Chong gazed at his father, fully aware of his thoughts, and chuckled, "Rest assured, they dare not lay a finger on me. I refuse to believe that there exists no sense of reason within this empire." With the assistance of the townsfolk, the tailor shop swiftly returned to its former glory. Before long, the atmosphere buzzed with life as a contingent of city guards approached. The leader, perched upon his steed, cast a cold glance at Zhang Chong and his father, commanding, "Seize him. Who dares?" Zhang Chong's obstinate temper flared, and he brandished his formidable weapon, the cursed bone blade, resolutely standing his ground. The officer's eyes glimmered with avarice upon sighting Zhang Chong's armament, for he had not anticipated such a fine weapon in such a modest locale. Clearly of at least silver grade. "What are you all waiting for? Capture him." Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Chong unleashed his blade in a swift arc, sending the first wave of attackers sprawling, showing mercy by sparing their lives. How audacious to resist. "Charge at him." The mounted man arched an eyebrow, glaring fiercely at Zhang Chong. Yet, no matter how numerous the city guards, they could not hope to match the fighting spirit of one such as Zhang Chong. As the guards multiplied, he remained undaunted. "Seize this at once." An elderly man, diminutive in stature yet resplendent in a robe of purple and gold, slowly made his entrance. Flanked by 2 young men who appeared to be in their 20s, each wielding at least bronze-grade swords. We pay our respects to the Marquis. The expression of the mounted man shifted dramatically, and he hastily knelt, prompting the other guards to follow suit in alarm. The surrounding crowd found it hard to believe that the frail old man before them was indeed the most esteemed Marquis of the Empire. The Empire was hierarchically divided into 5 ranks: Duke, Marquis, Earl, Viscount, and Baron. Although the Duke held the highest title, it was reserved for members of the royal family. Thus, in the eyes of the populace, the Marquis was perceived as the most powerful noble, ignoring the kneeling city guards. The old man approached Zhang Chong with a playful reprimand, saying, "You young rascal, instead of focusing on your studies, you seem to have developed quite the temper. It appears you haven't mined enough yet, have you?" Zhang Chong's face flushed upon recognizing the visitor, and he quickly sheathed his weapon, exclaiming, "Teacher Selt, what brings you here?" "Not here, not here. You can handle it yourself," Selt replied, casting a cold glance at the kneeling men. "Get lost, and tell that little brat Rivert that if he dares to cause trouble again, I shall ensure his commander can no longer serve." The captain, drenched in sweat, realized the gravity of the situation. Rivert was none other than his superior's superior. What connection could this young man possibly have with Marquis Selt to warrant such protection? He glared fiercely at the kneeling group, thinking, "Did you not claim this was merely a shop run by a commoner? Just wait until I return. I will make you pay." The others seemed to share a telepathic understanding, their faces paling in unison. Zhang Tian, introduced by Zhang Chong, bowed respectfully to Selt, who, feeling at ease, took Zhang Chong's hand and began chatting amiably. "So, how are you adjusting to school? How did that fellow Reed force you into the bar department?" Selt inquired, furrowing his brow. Zhang Zhong then realized the reason behind the dean's kindness towards him. It turned out that Teacher Sater had previously spoken on his behalf. "I had intended to wait for your graduation, but upon hearing from my subordinates that someone from your family was causing a disturbance, I came to investigate," Sater remarked. Zhang Zhong felt a warmth in his heart, knowing that Sater must have dispatched someone to protect his family, allowing him to arrive swiftly. With this thought in mind, he respectfully bowed and expressed, "Thank you, Teacher Sater." "Haha, why are you being so polite? If I am to assist anyone, it should be you," Sater replied jovially. At that moment, Zhang Tian added, "Let us return home. Everything is prepared, and the Marquis must certainly extend a favor to the old man." As the Marquis and Zhang Tian made their way home on foot, the onlookers began to murmur among themselves. "I never knew Zhang Tian possessed such wealth. It appears he is acquainted with the Marquis. Indeed, otherwise, would he dare to strike the city guards?" Although Zhang Zhong and the others were unable to overhear the conversation, the incident significantly enhanced the Zhang family's reputation, leading to an improvement in their business. The previously hesitant small-time thugs and ruffians now dared not provoke them. Chapter 34. The steward. After bidding farewell to the Marquis of Selt, Zhang Chong found himself in a tumult of emotions that lingered long after their parting. The prospect of supplying all garments for the Selt family was an immense order, one that initially caused Zhang Tian some hesitation. However, upon receiving the substantial sum of 3,000 gold coins left by the Marquis, Zhang Tian resolved to take a chance. Following the events of the day, Zhang Tian felt a profound sense of pride in his son, Zhang Chong. The two engaged in extensive conversation, during which Zhang Chong expressed his awareness of the numerous slave traders operating in the northern district of the city. Though he had seldom ventured there, he was well aware that many of the enslaved individuals possessed considerable skills, with the family's tailoring shop poised for expansion. It seemed a fortuitous opportunity to explore the market, and Zhang Tian concurred with his son's astute reasoning. Yet, given their previous financial struggles, they both decided to proceed with caution. The so-called slave market was merely a modest open space beneath the city walls, not particularly expansive. Each vendor had set up an individual tent, within which resided varying numbers of enslaved individuals. A faint, unpleasant odor permeated the air, causing both Zhang Chong and Zhang Tian to furrow their brows as they observed the vacant gazes of the captives, feeling a deep discomfort in their hearts. Noticing only the two of them, the surrounding slave owners paid little heed. After all, could two commoners truly afford to purchase slaves? Their naive expressions, indicative of first-time visitors, prompted disdainful disregard from the traders, who continued their own conversations. The two soon completed a circuit of the market. Suddenly, Zhang Chong noticed an old man lying on a tattered mat in a corner near the city gate. The man was emanating a foul odor, his body covered in wounds. Beside him, A petite figure bore a face marred by dark spots, with similar blemishes scattered across her exposed hands and feet. Zhang Chong furrowed his brow, as if a sensitive string within him had been plucked painfully. "Father, let us purchase them," he suggested. Zhang Tian followed his son's gaze, sighed, and nodded. "I will take these too." Zhang Chong then observed a portly individual lounging on a nearby folding chair, realizing he was likely the owner of the two slaves. The hefty man glanced at the pair without rising, coldly declaring, 3,000 gold coins. "What? Why don't you go rob someone?" Zhang Tian, now aware that the 1,000 gold coins he had brought were woefully insufficient, responded. The rustic, overweight man mumbled something under his breath. "Could you possibly lower the price?" "The old man is in such a dire state." Zhang Chong managed to suppress his anger as he spoke. The man cast a disdainful glance at the old man lying nearby and hesitated before saying, "They have eaten and slept under my care throughout this journey. 3,000 gold coins is already the minimum. However, seeing your earnestness, I can reduce it to 2,500 gold coins for you to take them away." The girl nearby seemed to sense that her fate was being decided, her large eyes reflecting a mixture of hope and fear. Zhang Chong's heart ached anew. Such a girl should be joyfully attending school, not trapped in this grim reality. What had led her to such a plight? "All right, I shall return for the money." Zhang Zhong, unable to bear the sight, asked his father to look after the situation. Before long, Zhang Zhong dashed back, unceremoniously tossing 2,500 gold coins onto the ground. Cautiously addressing the girl, "Come home with us." Suddenly, the girl knelt before Zhang Zhong and Zhang Tian, bowing her head 3 times in gratitude. "Please rise, child, please rise. Our family does not partake in such customs." Although Zhang Tian felt a pang at the loss of money, he nonetheless supported his son's decision in this matter. The two arranged for a carriage, lifting the ailing old man onto it, while ensuring the little girl took her seat as well. And both Zhang Tian and his son followed behind the carriage. 3 days passed. At last, the old man was revived, thanks to the pastor and apothecary summoned by Zhang Zhong. The innate kindness of the Zhang family filled the old man with silent gratitude, though the dark spots on the girl's face remained an insurmountable challenge. "I have forgotten the past. What was my name is now merely a moniker. From now on, I shall be called Zhang Zhong." Once the old man regained his health, Zhang Tian intended to escort him home, but Zhang Zhong declined, stating that this continent was still a place of living, especially after enduring so much. He was reluctant to depart. "This is the granddaughter I recognized during my years of servitude. She is somewhat reticent, yet without her, I would not have survived this long." Zhang Zhong expressed with deep emotion. Listening nearby, Zhang's mother was moved to tears, holding onto the girl's hand and refusing to let go. "My name is Wei Weian," the girl said, her shyness evident, yet her eyes sparkled with joy. Several individuals observed Wei Weian's demeanor and burst into hearty laughter. Feeling a pang of sympathy for her appearance, "Tian Ge, when Xiaochong returns to school in a few days, could you possibly take Xiaoan along?" Mother Zhang was aware of the exorbitant fees at the Augu Academy and surmised that if the Zhang family were to contribute, they would have to revert to their former way of life. However, witnessing Wei Weian's anxious expression deeply troubled Mother Zhang. Zhang Tian, upon hearing this, remained silent. Yet he could see the anxiousness in his mother's demeanor, the hopeful glimmer in Zhang Zhong's eyes, and the disbelief etched on Wei Weian's face. "Xiaochong, the money is yours, you decide." Although Zhang Tian had formulated a plan in his mind, he ultimately chose to present the matter to Zhang Chong. "Very well. I shall take Wei Weian to school," Zhang Chong declared. Upon hearing his words, Zhang Tian and his mother exchanged smiles, evidently pleased. While Wei Weian's eyes glistened with unshed tears, she felt no extravagant hopes, for as a servant, she was already content to be associated with such a kind family. "Rest assured, though I may lack funds, I believe I can still find a way to establish the tailor shop," Zhang Zhong proclaimed, his expression brimming with excitement as he stood up. He was well aware of the Zhang family's poverty and the inherent kindness of its members, yet he had not anticipated such profound benevolence. "Child, at school, you must heed your brother's advice. His capabilities are remarkable." Mother Zhang's tenderness towards Wei Weian even sparked a hint of envy in Zhang Chong. Wei Weian's cheeks flushed as she cast a furtive glance at Zhang Chong. Chapter 35. The allure of Wei Weian. With a sense of wonder, Wei Weian observed every detail of the school, reminiscent of Zhang Chong's first visit. "Soon, I shall introduce you to the dean. Feel free to express your interests in any department. Do not follow my example and become the subject of ridicule," Zhang Chong remarked. a hint of embarrassment evident as he recounted his own misadventures. As they walked, Wei Wei had already gleaned some of Zhang Chong's stories and couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Yet, she offered encouraging words. Brother, you are exceptional in any department. Engaged in conversation, they swiftly arrived at the serene Dai Lake of the academy. Zhang Chong. A voice filled with surprise reached their ears. Zhang Chong turned to see Lisha and Sophie approaching, hand in hand. They had not anticipated the presence of another girl beside Zhang Chong. Upon seeing Wei Weian, both felt a slight tremor. After all, who wouldn't desire a visage of beauty? Yet, the girl before them bore dark blemishes upon her face. Her demeanor calm and her expression one of serene indifference. Is something the matter? Zhang Chong, sensing their silence, felt a chill. Fearing they might harbor disdain for Wei Weian. Hello, sister. I am Lisha. How come I have never seen you before? Lisha boldly grasped Wei Weian's hand, inadvertently revealing the unsightly dark spots adorning her own skin. Wei Weian gently withdrew her hand, positioning herself behind Zhang Chong. Zhang Chong cast a protective glance at her before introducing, This is my sister, Wei Weian, who is preparing to attend the academy. This is Sophie. They both belong to the Department of Magic. If you wish to study magic, feel free to consult them. Zhang Zhong turned and spoke to Wei Weian. With both Zhang Zhong and Lisa present, Wei Weian no longer hid away, although she remained silent, were it not for her occasional nods. Lisa and Sophie might have doubted whether she was listening to their conversation. The quartet did not return to room 601, but instead proceeded directly to the office of the esteemed dean, only to discover that the dean was absent. Come on, since the dean is not here. I shall take you on a tour of the academy, Lisa suggested. Zhang Zhong was grateful for Lisa's company, as he was also new to the place and had yet to explore many areas. Shaoan, you should go enjoy yourself with Lisa. Come find me in room 601 later, Zhang Zhong said. Wei Weian nodded and positioned herself behind Lisa. Upon returning to room 601, they found that the three brothers were deeply engrossed in their training. It seemed Zhang Zhong had indeed made a significant impact on them. Ah, Zhang Zhong, you have finally returned, Li Yi exclaimed, delivering a playful punch to Zhang Zhong's shoulder, her face alight with joy. Good lad, you remembered to come back after all, Edgar added, rising to his feet. Now our room 601 is complete again. Let us go celebrate with Fatty, Louis shouted. After parting ways, there were endless conversations to be had. That evening, Wei Weian's appearance astonished the members of room 601, but soon they all regarded her as their little sister. Unable to resist her innocent demeanor, which stirred a sense of protectiveness in the big men. Is this your brother? Inquired a woman with a wrinkled face, her age indiscernible, who had appeared behind Wei Weian. Who are you? Zhang Zhong asked, looking puzzled at this stranger. Please step outside for a moment. I have matters to discuss with this young one. The three of them, although unaware of the woman's identity, sensed no malice towards Zhang Chong and thus vacated the room. I am Karen, responsible for the foundational teachings of magic. I hope she will study under my guidance, the woman stated. That's wonderful. It's quite admirable for a girl to learn magic, Zhang Chong replied. A smile flickered in Karen's eyes as she added, This child insisted on seeking your approval. Turning to Shaoan, Zhang Chong asked, If you wish to learn magic, then by all means, do so. I shall plead your case with the dean. However, Karen interjected. Who said being with me equates to learning magic? What exactly would that entail? Puzzled, Zhang Chong inquired further. Karen glanced at him, pulled out a chair, and seated herself, gently urging Wei Weian to sit beside her. Poor child, one can only imagine the suffering you have endured, she murmured softly. The dark spots on Shaoan's skin, known as the curse of darkness, were not a natural affliction. Are you suggesting it can be healed? Zhang Chong exclaimed, rising in excitement before Karen could finish her explanation. Wei Weian trembled slightly upon hearing this. Pleased with Zhang Chong's reaction, Karen continued, In ancient times, there existed a family known as the Zijin, who revered the serpent god. Every millennium, when the continent would shift and a new sovereign emerged, the serpent god would also manifest, safeguarding the peace of both the continent and the family. The Zijin family stands as a symbol of wisdom on the mainland, with its members possessing a remarkable aptitude for contemplation, reminiscent of ancient fable weavers endowed with extraordinary cognitive abilities. Their eyes, clear and perceptive, seem to possess an uncanny insight into the affairs of the world, a gift beyond the reach of the divine. This extraordinary capability was bestowed upon them by the mystical deity at the dawn of creation. Yet, despite their composed demeanor, they inevitably become entangled in the tumultuous currents of mortal existence, driven by the whims of love, both its disappointments and joys. The deity of fate sets in motion the gears of destiny, initiating the narrative that belongs solely to them. But what relevance does this hold for Wei-An? Zhang Chong, having absorbed so much, remained perplexed. Karen rolled up her sleeves, revealing a black serpent tattoo, and spoke softly. Wei-An is a descendant of our Zijin family. The dark spots upon her face are merely a sign of her bloodline awakening. They shall vanish once she ascends to the silver tier. A flicker of joy ignited within Zhang Chong's heart upon learning of her ancient lineage. Though the Zijin family has fallen into obscurity, he never anticipated encountering a kin today. From now on, you may call me Aunt, Karen said, her heart brimming with happiness, having thought herself the last of her lineage for many years. Wei-An gently replied, Aunt. As Karen revealed her tattoo, Wei-An experienced a sudden sense of an ancestral connection, an emotion both familiar and alien that instilled her with trust in Karen. Wei-An, you must strive to reach the silver tier as soon as possible, Zhang Chong urged. Wei-An, her face alight with excitement, fervently nodded in agreement. Hee. Our Zijin family practices the art of incantation, and some refer to us as sorcerers, incomparable to mere magicians. In that moment, Karen felt a profound sense of pride and satisfaction. As for the dean, I shall speak on this matter. I will take responsibility for Xiaoan's tuition and future living expenses. After Karen spoke, she produced a ring and handed it to Wei-An, saying, This is a spatial ring, containing certain cultivation methods. Please take it with you. Wei-An, upon seeing it, nodded eagerly and accepted it with delight. Chapter 36. A new idol. As Zhang Chong settled his mind, he recalled his promise to the captain of Tianya a few days prior to assist them with several tasks when the opportunity arose. With a moment to spare, it was indeed time to visit the mercenary guild. Upon exiting the academy, Zhang Chong inquired for quite some time before discovering that the mercenary guild was situated right at the entrance of the East City Gate. The building was unmistakably a two-story structure shaped like a sail, established 2 centuries ago. It not only resolved numerous delicate issues for the empire, but also contributed significantly to its tax revenue. In front of the guild stood 2 enormous statues of magical beasts, while several wandering mercenaries sought their targets. Some were even boldly proclaiming, Bronze rank warrior, C-class mercenary, with years of experience in the forest, seeking a professional team, price negotiable. C-class high-attack warrior, looking for a specialized mercenary group. C-class Tiger Mercenary Corps, in need of 2 mages for a C-class treasure hunting mission. A priest will ensure safety. Zhang Chong was astonished to learn that mercenary groups could recruit temporarily. He had previously assumed that mercenaries formed fixed teams. Upon entering the bustling hall adorned with numerous task postings, he found a quiet corner and surveyed his surroundings. It became clear to him why there were so many mercenaries thriving on the continent. An array of diverse and peculiar tasks awaited, ranging from search missions to escorting trade caravans, and even assassination contracts, each offering increasingly generous rewards in gold coins. Zhang Chong approached the reception window, momentarily taken aback by the sight before him. The receptionist, a girl with a round face and large eyes, bore a slightly languid expression. Most captivating of all were the 2 fluffy ears adorning her head, adding an endearing charm to her demeanor. It appears to be your first visit here. I am a girl from the Cat Clan. The cat girl observed Zhang Chong's exaggerated expression with a quiet amusement, yet she felt a fondness for the boy's charming demeanor. I wish to register as a mercenary. Could you inform me of the necessary procedures? Zhang Chong's face flushed, and he hurriedly attempted to mask his embarrassment. The cat girl scrutinized Zhang Chong and, seeing that he was indeed serious, retrieved a manual, stating, The registration fee is 50 gold coins. You will start at D rank. After accumulating a certain number of task points, you can be promoted to the next tier. Currently, the highest personal mercenary rank in our Algu Empire is S rank. Given your bard profession, I recommend that you initially join a mercenary team, as it will save you considerable effort. Zhang Chong nodded in agreement and handed over the money. Shortly thereafter, he received a badge, which was his identification within the mercenary guild, valid throughout the continent. It would record his achievements and task progress. If lost, he must promptly report for a replacement. After expressing his gratitude, Zhang Chong realized that D-rank mercenaries could only accept corresponding D-rank tasks. Although the board was filled with various tasks, the highest reward was merely 5 gold coins, revealing why so many mercenaries outside were seeking private jobs. Fortunately, Zhang Chong was not particular. He accepted all tasks that could be completed within a day's journey. They were straightforward, often involving helping individuals with fights or collecting debts. The most perilous task was related to a nearby village that had recently reported a level 3 magic bear, for which a few farmers had pooled together 4 gold coins to post a quest. "Hey, Zhang Chong," the Catwoman exclaimed, "that magical bear is likely at level 4. Have you not noticed it hanging around for over a week? This sum is insufficient even for the travel expenses of a mercenary squad. You cannot hope to confront it alone, so I advise against your undertaking. It would merely squander your time. If you are to accept a mission, choose one posted within the last 3 days." Observing Zhang Chong take on multiple tasks at once, the Catwoman offered her well-intended counsel. She herself was unsure why she divulged so much to Zhang Chong. After all, she interacted daily with numerous mercenaries. Yet, there was something peculiar about him. He did not quite resemble a typical mercenary. Could it be because he was a bard? She mused inwardly. Given Zhang Chong's attire, it was unlikely anyone would approach him with an invitation. Exiting the guild and glancing at the sky, he resolved to first undertake the task of defending the village and vanquishing the magical bear. Upon arriving at Gushui village, the village chief looked at Zhang Chong, who appeared even younger than his own children, with a puzzled expression. Zhang Chong nodded, acknowledging that he indeed did not look the part of a mercenary. Yet he assured the elder, "Rest assured, all you need to do is inform me of the bear's whereabouts." The chief hesitated, clearly reluctant to witness such a young life potentially lost. He recalled that a few strong individuals had previously attempted the task, capable of shattering large stones. Yet none had returned. "Perhaps you should reconsider," he suggested. Zhang Chong smiled, about to respond, when the door swung open and a villager entered, calling out, "Chief, Chief, another one has arrived." Zhang Zhong glanced over and saw a girl with short golden hair, clad in leather armor, her complexion slightly flushed yet remarkably delicate. She entered, carrying a bow. The village chief appeared taken aback by the arrival of yet another newcomer, particularly a young girl. With kindness, he introduced the two, revealing that the girl's name was Lafu, her voice crisp and melodious. She was an archer, here primarily for training, with no concern for monetary gain. Under the village chief's guidance, they swiftly arrived at a stretch of fields, surrounded by unharvested wheat and several campfires set to deter the magic bears. Zhang Zhong furrowed his brow, examining the surroundings with growing perplexity. This environment was utterly unsuitable for the survival of magical beasts. How could any magic bears possibly be present here? "Village chief, is there anything particularly unusual or any unique individuals who have lingered here?" Zhang Zhong inquired. The village chief pondered for a moment, glancing at the villagers accompanying them, and replied, "Our village lies on the outskirts of the empire, primarily subsisting through farming. Rarely does anyone visit, let alone magic bears. Even the first-tier magic rabbits are seldom seen." Zhang Zhong nodded, surveying the area and finding no extraordinary features, leaving him with a sense of quiet astonishment. "Do you still suspect that a fourth-tier magic bear is a product of human interference?" Lafu asked. Considering that many people now owned high-level magical beasts, yet it was uncommon to encounter someone who would casually abandon their powerful companions. Zhang Zhong recognized the futility of his words, as it was merely a feeling in his heart, and he could only shrug in response. "Return to your homes. Our presence here suffices," Rafe urged, observing the increasing number of villagers. After all, confronting a fourth-tier magical beast was a daunting challenge, and a mishap could lead to grave consequences. The village chief, witnessing the determination of the two, sighed deeply, reiterating his counsel, should the situation become dire. They must retreat to the village, where a great bonfire could impede the movements of the magical bear. Grateful for his guidance, the duo took their positions, vigilant and prepared. Before long, a massive, dark gray bear emerged from the wheat field. "Swift-wind arrows! Swift-wind arrows!" Rafe commanded, raising her arm as 2 arrows flew forth, striking the creature's eyes. Although the arrows did not pierce the magical bear's vision, they certainly found its tender spot, prompting it to charge forward. "Dodge!" Zhang Zhong instinctively sensed the imminent danger, shoving Rafe aside just as 2 earthen spikes erupted from the ground where she had stood, a manifestation of third-tier earth magic. Zhang Zhong, having encountered high-tier magical beasts in the realm of illusions, understood that the more advanced the creature, the more innate magical abilities it possessed. Rafe felt a flush of gratitude towards Zhang Zhong, realizing she had been saved by a bard. Demon-breaking arrow. She unleashed a shot that shattered the earthen barrier, creating a gaping crimson wound on the magical bear. It was, without a doubt, Rafe's most esteemed skill. The bear roared in pain, slamming its massive paws against the ground, abandoning Zhang Zhong in favor of lunging toward Rafe. The speed of the fourth-tier magical beast is astonishing, a fact well recognized by both Zhang Zhong and Rafe. Yet, despite this awareness, evasion remains an impossibility. As she gazed upon the blood-red eyes and the gaping maw of the foul-smelling magic bear, Rafe shut her eyes in disbelief. Who could have imagined that a student from the elite class of the Tulip Academy would meet their demise at the jaws of a mere fourth-tier magical beast? How absurd. Chapter 37. Secrets. Zhang Chong beheld the ferocious bear suddenly go berserk. With a swift motion, he positioned himself in front of Rafe, gripping the beast's head tightly and twisting with all his might, delivering a decisive blow that silenced the creature. Turning back, he noticed Rafe with her eyes tightly shut. He smiled and remarked, "Hey, the black bear is dead, yet you still keep your eyes closed." Instead of the expected roar from the bear, Rafe heard Zhang Chong's voice. She opened her eyes to see the monstrous bear draped over Zhang Chong's shoulders. Remembering her previous demeanor, her cheeks flushed, but she managed to whisper, "Thank you." The duo carried the black bear back into the village, where the village chief expressed profound gratitude upon witnessing that they had indeed slain the formidable fourth-tier beast. After graciously declining the chief's invitation to stay, they meticulously gathered the monster core and bear hide before returning to the mercenary guild. To Zhang Chong's surprise, the task had been successfully completed. The cat girl, noticing his swift accomplishment, found her admiration for him growing ever deeper. This time, she had reserved a particularly enticing D-rank mission just for him. "What is the task?" he inquired. The cat girl smiled mischievously, beckoning with her finger. "If you call me something sweet, I might just tell you." Seeing her playful demeanor, Zhang Chong felt a rush of warmth to his face and shyly suggested, "If I call you sister, will you tell me?" The cat girl found his blush utterly adorable, suppressing a giggle. She glanced around to ensure no one was watching before handing him a white mission release order. Recently, some devotees have reported the appearance of powerful spirits at Tianmu Mountain, assisting the Church of Light in their exploration of the area. The task is to be completed within a month, with a reward of 500 gold coins. Quite generous. Isn't it? All you need to do is take a stroll around, and regardless of whether the spirits manifest, the 500 coins will be yours. The cat girl was quite pleased, as such lucrative rewards are rare in D-rank missions. It seems the Church of Light is rather unconcerned about monetary matters. Yet the danger level is indeed somewhat elevated compared to typical D-rank tasks. Zhang Chong was surprised that such a straightforward task could yield a reward of 500 gold coins, and he felt grateful for the cat girl's kindness. He touched his ring and said, "Thank you. I would like to give you this magic core." What he produced was the one from the magic bear. The cat girl's eyes sparkled. The earthy yellow magic core was evidently of considerable value, and she cherished it immediately, asking, "Are you truly giving it to me?" Zhang Chong nodded. The cat girl joyfully accepted it, promising to reserve any good future tasks for him. Although the fourth-tier magic core is the lowest grade and worth merely 200 gold coins, for someone like the cat girl, earning about 30 gold coins a month is commendable. Especially since Zhang Chong was unlike other mercenaries who had never teased her. His eyes were so clear and sincere that it was impossible not to feel delighted. Upon returning to the academy, night had fallen, and with Jern and the others absent, Zhang Chong did not dare to squander time and promptly entered the illusion. The scene remained set against the backdrop of a searing volcano, where Xiaobai and Xiaowei lie at Zhang Zhong's feet, one on each side. This segment of practical combat has significantly enriched Zhang Zhong's experience and skills, and before he knew it, he had progressed to the 4th level. Several stone-like creatures roamed about, their bodies ablaze, and occasionally, a few would spew fire from their mouths. Zhang Zhong dared not confront them directly. Instead, he summoned Xiaobai to cautiously approach and lure one closer. Crack! Just as Zhang Zhong intended to swing his blade, he felt a sharp pain course through him. Were it not for the protective aura of Tiger Roar, Dragon Chant, this blow might have cost him half his life. He awkwardly evaded and retaliated with a furious slash. The stone creature merely staggered, showing no signs of retreat. Zhang Zhong calculated silently. This stone monster was at least of the 6th tier, with defenses equivalent to a 7th-tier beast. "Oh!" the stone creature bellowed, raising its fiery fists to deliver a direct assault. Zhang Zhong dared not engage. However, as he retreated, he was met with a barrage of fireballs hurtling toward him. Bang! 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 3 consecutive impacts struck him, and Zhang Zhong was instantly transformed into a wisp of white light, exiting the illusion. Gazing at Xiao Bai and Xiao Wei at his feet, Zhang Zhong managed a wry smile. This illusion was far too realistic. His entire body still throbbed, as if scalded. Xiao Wei, you truly are a great turtle. Xiao Bai always fights valiantly, yet you remain lazily tucked away at the back. I wonder when I will finally witness your prowess, Zhang Zhong muttered, observing the two beasts. It seems that Xiao Hui can understand, as he cast a glance at Zhang Zhong and then crawled away to rest on the ground. In contrast, Xiao Bai was exuberantly bouncing around, leaping into Zhang Zhong's embrace. Zhang Zhong gently comforted the two beasts, and upon withdrawing the Beast King ring, he noticed Wei Wei and sitting quietly in a chair, observing him. When did you arrive? He inquired. I just came in and saw you in meditation, so I refrained from disturbing you, Wei Wei replied with a smile. Zhang Zhong observed that the dark spots on Wei Wei's face had indeed diminished significantly, and he felt a surge of joy. How have you been? Has it been arduous over there? Wei Wei gently shook her head. Now that I have you and Aunt Karen, it truly feels like a world apart from before. Sometimes, I wonder if my prayers have genuinely moved the deity of fate. Zhang Zhong affectionately stroked Wei Wei's head, saying, let the past be bygone. By the way, you look significantly more beautiful this time. Humph. Wei Wei playfully swatted Zhang Zhong's hand. You're such a lecherous brother. Seeing Zhang Zhong's face flush, Wei Wei felt a delightful sweetness within, relishing this sensation. Brother, in a few days, Teacher Karen will transfer me to the inner courtyard for studies. She mentioned that there are many outstanding students there for interaction. Will you be going too? Wei Wei asked, gazing at Zhang Zhong. Hiki, there's little purpose in my going to the inner courtyard. As there are no students from the bard department, it's far more liberating to remain in the outer courtyard, Zhang Zhong replied. The two engaged in conversation for quite some time, laughing heartily until Guan and the others returned, at which point they realized they had yet to dine. Chapter 38. The Thief Before Dawn. Zhang Chong had already risen. Among the myriad tasks he had undertaken the previous day, one involved escorting a merchant caravan across Tianmu Mountain. Naturally, this was a public quest accessible to anyone, offering a reward of 3 gold coins for a day's work. He arrived at the merchant guild, where indeed a multitude of carts were stationed, and many individuals were busily loading goods. Some, upon noticing Zhang Chong's approach, scrutinized him with wary eyes. May I inquire who Brother Locke is? I have been referred by the mercenary guild, Zhang Chong called out to a middle-aged man who appeared amiable. The man glanced at Zhang Chong and gestured toward a figure in the distance. Over there, you will find him, the man with the large beard. As anticipated, on the stone steps of the guild, a bearded man was engaged in animated conversation with several individuals adorned with D-rank mercenary badges, their laughter echoing as they exchanged tales. Are you Locke? Zhang Chong inquired. The group, intrigued by Zhang Chong's presence, noticed his own D-rank badge and chuckled. You two have come to escort Baron Jaco's caravan. I see. This is Brother Locke. We merely follow his lead. Locke and his companions, upon observing Zhang Chong's minstrel attire, recognized the challenges he must face as a young mercenary and did not impose any burdens upon him. Instead, Locke stated, let us clarify the terms of this task. Upon its successful completion, each of us shall contribute 1 gold coin from our earnings. This sum is intended for the Baron's steward and the specially invited guards. Our primary responsibility is to gather intelligence and similar tasks. Rest assured, Brother Locke, we comprehend the rules. This gold coin serves as our life-saving fund. The guard we specially hired is merely a formality, a gaunt man with a sallow complexion exclaimed. Indeed. Locke, you are the leader. We trust your judgment, another chimed in. Zhang Chong then realized that there were so many intricacies involved in escorting the merchant convoy, yet parting with a gold coin to appease those guards seemed rather prudent. As they conversed, Locke rose with a broad smile. Calling out to the 3 individuals approaching at a leisurely pace, Steward Pfister, what brings you here in person? Are you still not confident in my abilities to handle matters? Haha. The steward, referred to as Pfister, appeared to be in high spirits as he approached the group, nodding in evident satisfaction. Zhang Chong was momentarily taken aback, for among the 2 women accompanying Pfister stood one who was famously known as the ice goddess, Shui. I recognize you. You are Zhang Chong from the Outer Academy. I look forward to our encounter, Shui remarked, her ageless visage finally graced with a hint of a smile as she nodded and spoke softly. Allow me to introduce you. These 2 are the special guards recommended by our Baron friend, Pfister enthusiastically announced, perhaps sensing the mercenary's bewilderment. Pfister deliberately adopted a stern expression and continued. These two are affiliated with the renowned Rose Mercenary Group, one of the top 10 mercenary factions on the continent, while the other is an inner academy student from the Augur Magic Academy, also a reserve member of the Rose Mercenary Group. After Feast finished speaking, he patted Locke on the shoulder, and the two stepped aside, disregarding the onlookers. This was, in fact, a customary escort procedure. Mercenaries needed to assess the capabilities of their protectors, while merchants sought to evaluate the skills of the mercenaries, establishing a mutually beneficial relationship. Zhang Chong observed as several mercenaries made way, retreating a few paces. Suddenly, a member of the Rose Brigade emitted a sharp exclamation, and a shimmering golden aura enveloped her, revealing a visible layer of yellow fighting spirit. It was of the golden tier. She was indeed a golden warrior. One mercenary gazed in disbelief. Indeed, it was said that every member of the Rose Brigade possessed the prowess of a golden swordsman. Another concurred. Although the crowd acknowledged her strength, they remained uncertain about the icy beauty standing nearby and whether she shared the same capabilities. Shui furrowed her brow with a flick of her hand. A crystalline ice shard materialized in the air. A sorceress specializing in ice magic. Just as the crowd was taken aback, Feast returned alongside Locke, a jovial expression on his face, seemingly pleased with the audience's reactions. After briefly outlining the route, he led the two women back. Now, let us arrange the order of the escort, Locke declared, clapping his hands to gather the murmuring crowd. As it was Zhang Chong's first escort mission, Locke had intentionally placed him at his side. Although it was their first encounter, Locke found himself fond of the quiet young man, sensing a wildness within him reminiscent of his own spirit. All right, let us depart. 7 carriages slowly emerged, with Zhang Chong and others coordinating the operations from the third carriage, while Butler Feast and Shui occupied the last one. Throughout the journey, they were entertained by Locke's numerous jokes, which kept the atmosphere lively, and they encountered no bandits at all. Just as they left the city of Augur, the ever-smiling Locke's demeanor shifted to seriousness, as he frequently dispatched scouts ahead. Beyond the city lay the domain of bandits, a realm where the garrison bore no responsibility, and the taxes collected by these brigand bands were scarcely less than those of the merchant guilds. While remaining vigilant, Locke continued to brief Zhang Chong on their surroundings. Suddenly, he raised his hand, prompting mercenaries to rush forward and shield the convoy. At that moment, Feast also emerged, anxiously peering ahead from the carriage. Before long, a horde of bandits burst forth from the ground, each brandishing a blade, silently surrounding the convoy in groups of 3. Chapter 39. Intimidation despite the overwhelming number of thieves. Not a trace of fear marred the faces of Locke and his companions. Each remained steadfast beside the vehicles they guarded. As per our usual arrangement, leave behind 1,000 gold coins, and we shall allow you to pass, declared a burly figure with fiery red hair, flanked by a row of archers with their arrows ignited. Locke's expression hardened as he replied, "This is the caravan of Baron Jocko. I propose we each take a step back, and we shall consider this incident as if it had never transpired. In the future, we might even regard one another as friends." Laughter erupted among the bandits, for a mere baron in the realm of the Ogd Empire hardly commanded respect. It was indeed audacious for this mercenary to attempt to intimidate them with such a title. "Ah, so you intend to force your way through?" The bandit leader sneered, casting a sideways glance at the caravan. "Do you still wish to keep us here?" A melodious voice chimed from behind the wagon. Zhang Zhong recognized it as belonging to the sword-wielding maiden from the Rose Brigade. As anticipated, she approached slowly, flanked by 2 women. The bandit leader seemed to recognize the rose insignia emblazoned on the swordswoman's attire. His expression shifted slightly, yet he still gestured for his men to prepare for battle, having no intention of retreating. Attack! The bandit chief was the first to charge towards the rose swordswoman. Instantly, chaos erupted, with one side vastly outnumbering the other, while the opposing force consisted of D-rank mercenaries. This marked Zhang Zhong's first visceral encounter with death, and soon the ground around him was strewn with lifeless bodies beneath Locke's formidable sword. Meanwhile, Shui relentlessly unleashed her iceball spells, causing countless thieves to fall before the caravan. Suddenly, Zhang Chong witnessed the diminutive mercenary, who had been jesting moments before, being brutally slain by several assailants. A chill coursed through him. With a fierce roar, Zhang Chong unsheathed his weapon and leaped from the carriage, plunging into the fray. Locke, in a moment of panic, recognized the necessity of safeguarding the carriage and could only hope that this newly acquainted young brother would emerge unscathed. Zhang Chong's strikes grew increasingly swift. After a few awkward initial blows, he realized that humans were far easier to dispatch than magical beasts, often felling one or even two with a single stroke. The metallic scent of blood bore no distinction from that of the beasts. Though numerous thieves surrounded him, Zhang Chong's pace remained deliberate, each step measured. Yet, those who might have witnessed his hand speed would have gasped in astonishment, exceeding 470 strikes per minute, a feat even a master of the divine tier might struggle to match. Locke felt the weight of anxiety pressing upon him as he cast a worried glance toward Zhang Chong. What a harrowing scene unfolded before him. His hand trembled, nearly causing him to drop his sword as the sight imprinted itself indelibly in his memory, a ground strewn with lifeless bodies, each felled by a single decisive blow. Strangely, Zhang Chong's pristine robe remained untouched by blood, each step he took leaving multiple foes vanquished in his wake. A chilling realization swept through the thieves. He was a demon. Who first uttered the accusation, none could say, but soon cries of heaven help us, the demon has arrived, echoed throughout. Those who had once been resolute fled in terror, abandoning their fallen comrades without a second thought. The once precarious leader of the band, casting a venomous glance at Zhang Chong, feigned a move before fleeing, leaving behind a scene littered with corpses and a group of disheartened survivors. Zhang Chong, in a dazed state, returned to the vehicle and took a seat beside Locke. Under the watchful and fearful gazes of the onlookers, Locke, with a deep understanding of Zhang Chong's predicament, murmured to himself while staring ahead, I was just like this during my first encounter. However, I vomited profusely that time, yet gradually I became accustomed to it. This continent is one where power reigns supreme, overthinking is futile. Shui, her complexion pale, also returned to the vehicle, reflecting the somber atmosphere. The remaining mercenaries, faces drawn, dug graves for their fallen comrades and buried them with heavy hearts. Yet they approached Zhang Chong to offer a few words of comfort. Haha, such a wealth of fresh material. A sinister yet youthful voice interjected, as a figure of around 15 or 16 years, clad in black garments and wearing black, fishnet gloves, approached the scene of the earlier battle. With a smile, he rummaged through the bodies and called out, Hey, Big Beard, I'll take care of these corpses for you. Locke furrowed his brow but remained silent, and Zhang Chong merely cast a cursory glance. Unperturbed, the youth produced a staff crafted from bone, crowned with a gem resembling a black eye. He clasped his hands together and began to draw an intricate symbol in the air, standing at the center with eyes alight with excitement. O souls that burn eternally in the depths of hell, feel my anguish, gather around me, and in my name, become my guardians, shattering all who dare impede my path. He chanted, invoking the spirits. The once chaotic assembly of corpses suddenly seemed to respond to an unseen summons, slowly rising and swaying as they gathered around the young boy. Zhang Zhong, astonished, heard the mercenaries cry out in terror, a necromancer, an evil necromancer. Locke, his face etched with fury, unsheathed his great sword. It was well known that necromancers on the continent, having devoted their lives to manipulating the dead, often used the living as targets for their grim practices. Thus, the mere mention of a necromancer elicited feelings of both wrath and dread. Once the boy had assembled the corpses, he appeared indifferent to the expressions of those around him, cheerfully bidding farewell. Farewell, may you journey smoothly. A curious individual indeed. Locke hesitated, slowly lowering his weapon. Pfister surveyed the now tranquil surroundings and nodded, declaring, each deceased mercenary shall receive an additional 10 gold coins. As a token of our regard. The crowd's esteem for Pfister grew a notch higher. Zhang Zhong gradually eased his tension, oblivious to the concern etched on Shui's face. After crossing the black water, they arrived at the destination designated for the caravan. This time, Locke refrained from collecting any payment, instead informing Zhang Zhong that he must seek him out upon returning to the Empire. With a smile, Zhang Zhong bid farewell to the group, but as he turned, he felt an unsettling presence beside him. There stood Shui, icy and resolute, waving at the rose swordsman. Could she possibly be intending to follow me? Zhang Zhong pondered silently. He remained still, while Shui stood motionless beside him. Resigned, Zhang Zhong set off on his journey, and true to his suspicion, Shui gradually trailed behind him. Chapter 40. Misunderstanding. The two walked in silence, each lost in their own thoughts. I merely wished to gain some experience. It seems fortuitous that I encountered you this time. I hope it isn't too much of an inconvenience, Shui remarked, a hint of shyness in her voice. Zhang Chong chuckled, pondering what else could be said. He briefly explained his task to her. Shui nodded in response. Unlike Zhang Chong, she donned a delicate light blue magic robe interwoven with golden threads, complemented by a pure white metallic belt whose intricate patterns clearly indicated its considerable worth. In her grasp was a staff imbued with a potent essence of ice and snow, a fact even Zhang Chong, an outsider, could discern. Shui had always believed herself to be a prodigy destined for the arcane arts, yet every encounter with Zhang Chong seemed to deliver a blow to her confidence. Nevertheless, she held steadfast to the belief that one day she would surpass him. Do you have confidence for the competition among the 6 academies? Shui inquired, following Zhang Chong with a casual tone. I have not participated before, so I cannot say, Zhang Chong answered candidly. Shui nodded, elaborating. The 6 academies comprise our Aogu's Martial Arts Academy, the Oceanic Academy at Yaoite Islands Harbor, the Holy Light Academy of the Brellan Empire, the Tulip Academy of Zaire City, the Amar Martial Arts Academy of Beijing, and the Royal Academy of the Nanchitlan Empire. These institutions compete every 3 years, and our academy has secured the championship title for 3 consecutive contests, showcasing our formidable prowess. However, the other academies possess their own unique strengths that should not be underestimated. Zhang Chong nodded, not dwelling excessively on the matter. The two engaged in discussion regarding their respective training methods and specializations, and before they realized it, they had arrived at the foot of Tianmu Mountain. This must be the only tavern where news can be gleaned, Zhang Chong remarked, pointing at a dilapidated, coffin-shaped inn ahead. Shui gazed at the shattered magical lantern in front of the tavern, furrowing her brows, yet she acquiesced to Zhang Chong's suggestion. Upon pushing open the door, a pungent blend of smoke, alcohol, and sweat assailed their senses, accompanied by the raucous sounds of mirth and several attractive barmaids soliciting patrons. Zhang Chong settled himself at the bar, while Shui stood behind him, curiously surveying the surroundings. A bartender with yellow hair and green skin wiped a glass and inquired, "May I ask, what would you like to drink?" Zhang Chong hesitated as he glanced at the drinks of others, when Shui coolly interjected, "Prepare him a fire rain meteor, and for me, a deep chill." The bartender's previously smiling visage abruptly faltered. He glanced at Shui, silently admiring her beauty, yet blushing as he replied, "Miss, the 2 drinks you mentioned can only be crafted by a master mixologist. They are not available here." Sensing the bartender's discomfort, Zhang Chong quickly intervened. "Just 2 random drinks will suffice. Please hold on," he added with a smile to Shui. "Are you feeling a bit out of place?" In truth, Shui regretted her earlier words. She couldn't quite comprehend why she found pleasure in this moment, sharing drinks and conversation with Zhang Chong amidst the lively atmosphere. "Your drinks," the bartender announced, sliding a red and a blue cocktail towards them. Zhang Zhong did not hasten to take action. Instead, he casually inquired, "I have heard that Tianmu Mountain has been rather tumultuous of late. Is that true?" The bartender chuckled, acknowledging the swift dissemination of news. He gestured towards a table in the center of the hall, saying, "They belong to the Black Crow mercenary squad. They have undertaken a mission and are also inquiring about the situation there. That drunkard over there, named Desu, possesses some knowledge of the matter." Zhang Zhong casually tossed a gold coin to the bartender before approaching Desu's vicinity to sit down. "On that day, I happened to ascend the mountain to hunt a 6th-tier beast, only to unexpectedly encounter several thousand skeleton soldiers emerging. I fought my way through a bloody path just to escape with my life," Desu recounted, his face alight with excitement, speaking with fervor. "All right, enough boasting. Just how many skeletons were there? What color were they? And what other creatures did you encounter?" A burly man interjected, tossing a gold coin towards Desu. Desu adeptly caught the coin, biting it before carefully tucking it away in his pocket. Glancing at his empty cup, he smirked. "You, old man, can truly drink. Should you deceive me, I shall ensure your reckoning." The burly man waved, and another patron brought Desu a drink. With a flattering smile, Desu sipped from his cup and began to recount, "That day, I intended to venture into the valley behind the mountain to procure some beast meat. However, upon reaching the slope, I spotted 2 skeletons wandering back and forth. In order to promptly report this to my esteemed god of light, I hurriedly made my way back." Snow Yi's icy countenance softened with a hint of amusement as she remarked, "Look at this individual. Despite being a coward at heart, he speaks with such pompous grandeur." Zhang Zhong nodded in agreement, saying, "It seems this is not a matter of great significance. After all, they are merely 2 skeletons." The 2 conversed quietly, while nearby, Desu cautiously retrieved his water flask and proclaimed loudly, "Behold, This is the holy water bestowed upon me by the esteemed priest Johann of the Augu city. In a gesture of goodwill, I shall part with it for a mere 100 gold coins." A chuckle escaped Snow Yi's lips, as if the icy mountain had suddenly thawed. She found Daesu's audacity rather amusing. To be so shameless was indeed a form of invincibility. This smile left Zhang Zhong momentarily entranced. Sensing Zhang Zhong's gaze upon her, Snow Yi's cheeks flushed crimson, prompting him to hastily avert his eyes, at a loss for words. The burly figure who had posed the earlier question, realizing he could extract no further information, nodded and addressed his two companions. "It appears this is the location we have been seeking." Observing Snow Yi's silence, Zhang Zhong pondered inwardly. This Snow Yi, in both beauty and demeanor, rivaled the noble Lena he had encountered before. She too seemed to hail from an aristocratic lineage. "They are leaving. Shall we follow?" Snow Yi inquired softly, noticing the three burly men departing with their weapons. Zhang Zhong contemplated for a moment before responding. "That seems prudent. But we must not rush. Let us depart shortly." The three burly figures hurriedly departed, oblivious to the lurking mantis poised to capture the cicada. In the eyes of Zhang Zhong and Shui Yi, two more groups of hurried individuals followed suit. Noticing that no one else had exited, Zhang Zhong and his companion exchanged subtle nods and proceeded to step outside at a measured pace. Chapter 41. Farewell to the spirits. This mountain is peculiar. It is merely cloaked in a thin layer of yellow earth, while beneath lies a bedrock of stone. Shui inquired softly. Zhang Chong turned his head and replied, "This is a mining site. In my youth, I used to excavate such stones to deliver to the blacksmith, earning a silver coin for 3 baskets." A tremor coursed through Shui's heart as she gazed at Zhang Chong's slightly flushed face, a medley of emotions swirling within her, bittersweet and rather uncomfortable. Yet, in this desolate mountain, one would find not even a skeleton, let alone a single beast of magic. It seemed that Daesu had truly indulged in drink and spun fanciful tales. Zhang Chong remarked. Meanwhile, the trio ahead were grumbling, joined by 2 other groups, totaling 10 individuals, all scouring the mountainside. "What are you searching for?" A curious voice echoed from a nearby valley. The group was startled by the unexpected sound. Lifting their gaze to see a young boy clad in a black robe perched upon a large stone, observing the 3 with intrigue. "Ah!" Shui involuntarily exclaimed, recognizing the boy. Zhang Chong did as well. He was the very lad who had transported the bodies of the bandits. Fortunately, the 2 were at a distance, their voices not carrying far enough for the others to hear. Suddenly, Zhang Chong's ears twitched slightly, and his eyes darted toward a stone behind him, where he spotted 2 figures rapidly advancing towards the boy's back. The boy appeared to have anticipated the presence of others, as a wall of shattered bones had formed, perfectly concealing the 2 assailants. Judging by their speed, although not as swift as the shadowy Leleid, they were undoubtedly of silver-tiered prowess. Shui remarked. The young boy turned around, a pure smile still gracing his face, and remarked, "I never anticipated that the Thieves' Guild has fallen to the point of obeying the Church of Light." "Humph, little brat. I didn't expect you to be so clever," one of the thieves retorted. Meanwhile, the other thief, enveloped in a radiant glow, swiftly wielded his dagger and charged forward. The boy, taken aback by the ferocity of the 2 thieves, felt a flicker of fear cross his visage. "Behold my swift strike." The burly figure nearby, though unaware of the unfolding situation, seethed with indignation at being tailed by the 2 thieves. With 3 swords among them, despite their combat prowess only reaching the bronze tier, their teamwork was commendable. The boy summoned several skeletons to shield himself. Indeed, this resembles the demeanor of a young master from the Longjin family. A glint of cold light flashed in the boy's eyes as he ominously inquired, "How did you know I am of the Longjin lineage?" "Die." Taking advantage of the boy's momentary distraction, the 2 thieves effortlessly slit the throats of the 3 burly men with a single, fluid motion. Zhang Zhong, astonished by the ruthlessness of the thieves, grew increasingly curious about this so-called young master of the Longjin family. "Now, tell me, how did you recognize me, blade wielder?" The boy's expression remained unchanged, as if the 3 who had just perished were mere dogs. "Ha. Go down below and ask your mother." The 2 thieves taunted as they closed in from either side, denying the boy any chance to chant a spell. Zhang Chong, witnessing the peril faced by the young boy, disregarded all else and leapt forward with great urgency. He interjected, "It is rather unjust for 2 to assail 1. Perhaps it would be prudent to cease this altercation." This swift and decisive action of Zhang Chong's was born from his desire to safeguard the lad, had his intent been otherwise. He could have easily seized the opportunity for a stealthy attack. The two thieves, witnessing their most formidable strike thwarted by Zhang Chong, felt a surge of anxiety, causing them to thrust their daggers towards him with reckless abandon. Clang! Zhang Chong's defensive maneuver, known as the Quo Gujing Feng, intercepted their strikes. To Zhang Chong, the thieves' movements appeared sluggish, leading him to ponder if they were attempting to deceive him. Unbeknownst to him, the thieves were adept at assassination, often finding themselves outmatched in fair combat against others of equal rank across the 6 realms. One thief, upon seeing his dagger parried, revealed a grim expression and nodded to his companion, exclaiming, "Self-destruct." In an instant, one of the thieves detonated like a balloon filled with air, leaving no room for hesitation for the other, who swiftly fled the scene. The sudden explosion sent shockwaves, but the young boy, with remarkable reflexes, remained unharmed as Zhang Chong absorbed the brunt of the impact, the white light surrounding him shimmering in the aftermath. Snow E, positioned at a distance, was fortunate enough to escape the blast's effects. She hurried towards Zhang Chong, her heart easing upon seeing him unscathed, though she found herself perplexed by her own urgency. Zhang Chong surveyed the scattered bones on the ground before turning his attention to the young boy, who sat on the ground with a countenance marred by rage. Slowly, he approached, and the boy, with a voice tinged with suppression and melancholy, remarked, "You two sought to capture me, yet I am grateful for your assistance just now." Zhang Zhong smiled, contemplating the peculiar image of a necromancer being relentlessly pursued, yet he did not expect such a young age. "May I hear your story?" During his interactions with his classmates, Zhang Zhong discovered that every genius harbors a captivating tale. The young boy, taken aback, glanced at Zhang Zhong and then at the delicate Shui behind him, saying, "I believe in you. I see neither greed nor mockery in your eyes. My father is Baron Longzhen of the Empire, and I am his 3rd son, but my mother was merely a slave. It was only through my birth that her status was elevated. From a young age, it was evident that my magical perception surpassed that of others, which incited jealousy in my elder brother. Perhaps unable to endure such an environment, I ran away from home, yet to my astonishment, even after 2 years, my brother still has not relinquished his pursuit. How can you be certain that it is your brother who sent them and not the church?" Zhang Zhong inquired. "If the church intended to kill me, they would dispatch paladins, and only my brother's men know that I am the young master of the Longzhen family." After finishing his words, the boy stood up, saying, "Follow me." The 3 stood atop Tianmu Mountain, feeling the mountain breeze and gazing at the bizarre rock formations below. In that moment, many burdens were forgotten, and even Shui's face displayed an uncommon tenderness. "I am Cardi Longzhen. I am Zhang Zhong. Shui Diamond TT, Hodurka." Zhang Chong was also hearing Shui's full name for the first time. In the mainland, individuals with longer names are deemed more noble. To preserve the purity of their family lineage, they often prepend terms like gold or diamond to their names, distinguishing the legitimate from the collateral branches. The 3 of them shared an unspoken understanding and chose not to mention the matter of the skeleton. "May I acknowledge you as my elder brother?" Cardi suddenly inquired. Zhang Chong reacted with surprise, and Shui appeared equally perplexed. Cardi gazed down the mountain without turning back, continuing, "From childhood to now, aside from my master and mother, you are the first ones who accompanied me to appreciate the scenery, without bullying or looking down on me. I place my trust in you. I hope you can visit my mother from time to time. She is not living happily at the Baroness estate. Aren't you going back?" Zhang Chong asked. Cardi smiled brightly. "I am a necromancer. Unless I can find equipment that conceals magical fluctuations, I would certainly be detected by the forces of the Light Church upon entering. What do you plan to do next?" Zhang Chong inquired with some concern. "Do not worry, elder brother. I intend to visit the Angma Magical Martial Academy in Beigang. I have heard there are no members of the Light Church there, and this year, the academy is specifically recruiting a new batch of students. I wish to give it a try." Zhang Chong nodded. Compared to Cardi, he felt truly fortunate. Recently, he had been encountering opponents of silver-tier strength, and he realized he must swiftly break through his own limitations. He understood that his current ability to afford education and his family's well-being were all due to his connection with the princess, but he pondered what the future would hold. In this continent where the strong reign supreme, one must swiftly elevate their prowess. "Brother, to speak candidly, while I cannot discern the depths of your strength, I am aware that you would falter before a true master. I have witnessed a warrior of the bronze tier triumph over one of the golden tier. Some truths are beyond expression." "Cuddy, what?" Zhang Chong was secretly astonished, yet he understood that Cuddy would not deceive him. Brother, Shiwei and I must take our leave. To have met you has been the greatest fortune of my life. There is a saying in the Eastern continent, the green mountains remain unchanged, and the waters flow eternally. We shall meet again without regret. Zhang Chong vigorously waved his hand. Chapter 42. The deal. Zhang Chong, what shall we do about the multitude of zombies that remain? Shui inquired. Zhang Chong surveyed the throngs of zombies wandering the valley, a frown creasing his brow as he contemplated the possibility of one straying down the mountain. We ought to slay them, and then find a cave to bury the remains, he replied. As the two were about to part ways in search of a suitable cave, an elderly figure in a blue clerical robe emerged slowly from a corner of the rocky terrain. A smile crept across Zhang Chong's face as he thought, just as I wished, this priest's presence will facilitate our dealings with these zombies. Praise be to the God of light. The resolve exhibited by you, young friends, in combating these undead creatures is truly commendable, the priest remarked, a smile gracing his features. Zhang Chong recognized that this old fellow had likely been hiding away until now. But he still inquired, is there something you require? The priest, unfazed by Zhang Chong's demeanor, cast a disdainful glance at the swarming zombies. These wretched souls, having betrayed the light, are destined for damnation, he declared. Zhang Chong, along with Shui, stood respectfully to the side in silence. After offering a few more devout praises to the God of light, the priest continued, I perceive that you have reached the golden rank. Might I enlist your assistance? Rest assured, I shall not ask for your aid without recompense. I will assist you in eradicating these filthy creatures, he added. Upon hearing this, Shui's face contorted into a mocking smile, while Zhang Chong chuckled softly. It was indeed the priest's duty to cleanse the world of these dark entities. Yet it seemed to have morphed into a task that he believed was solely theirs. The old priest smiled awkwardly, then feigned a sudden realization. I happen to possess a piece of equipment that I can offer to both of you. What do you think? Zhang Zhong, unconcerned about the equipment, inquired directly. What kind of matter requires our service? Praise the God of light. How could I have forgotten such an important issue? The priest exclaimed, then solemnly continued. A fringe child was bitten by a level 2 vampire bat during a recent outing. To completely eliminate this toxin, we must procure 9 serpent cores from purple jade ice snakes as a medicinal catalyst. As far as I know, there is a vein of purple jade beneath Tianmu Mountain. Are you suggesting we accompany you down there? Zhang Zhong asked. While Shui was unaware of the dangers within, Zhang Zhong was fully aware that even a multitude of skilled warriors from the military had been carried back at intervals, particularly those swift dark creatures, leaving Zhang Zhong uncertain about their safety. This piece of equipment is called the Cloak of Secrecy. It is a golden artifact of the Light faction, bestowed upon me personally by the Pope when I served as a bishop. It can negate all negative effects and provides a certain enhancement to light magic. The priest tempted them. But we are not of the Light faction, Shui pointed out, grasping the situation. The priest pondered for a moment, then said, I am Archbishop Filian of Nankis. Upon the successful completion of this task, I shall grant you an additional 1,000 gold coins. The allure of gold was undoubtedly more enticing to Zhang Zhong than any piece of equipment. Shui slowly positioned herself in front of Zhang Chong and stated, This is merely a piece of equipment, and we are 2 individuals. I am aware that every year, numerous individuals offer substantial tributes of equipment to the guild. I believe you ought to provide us with another piece. Filian, the esteemed Archbishop of Nankis, upon hearing their agreement, quickly responded, Very well. I perceive that this gentleman is a swordsman, so I shall bestow upon him a shattered dust, crafted from the skin of a South Sea tiger shark. It may be worn on the hand, enhancing one's perception of weapons and capable of resisting any water or fire magic below the 4th tier. Are you now satisfied? Shui refrained from speaking further, leaving the decision entirely to Zhang Chong. Nodding, Zhang Chong replied, Then it is time for the esteemed Archbishop to take action against these zombies. Filian chuckled heartily, seizing the opportunity to demonstrate the greatness of the God of Light, and without hesitation, declared, Behold my prowess. He placed his right hand upon a thick tome with a demeanor of utmost reverence. O Spirit of the King, heed my call. Let the elemental spirits break free from their shackles and restore the liberating light of their souls. A vast expanse of brilliant white light enveloped the mountaintop, captivating Zhang Chong, who had never witnessed such formidable and expansive magic before, and even Shui's eyes widened in astonishment. Filian, pleased with the manifestation, continued to chant. Angels who revel in the ethereal void, return to the troubled and tainted world, for the impure air requires your strength to purify it. Cleanse, O fallen earth. Holy light. With a crackle, the incantation resonated through the air. All the zombies emitted primal cries of terror, instantly disintegrating into water upon being illuminated by the holy light, leaving not even a bone behind. This divine radiance proved effective solely against dark entities, having no effect on others. Shui could discern that Zhang Chong's complexion was far from favorable. It seemed that this Philian was merely at the mid-tier of golden rank, yet the force exhibited was astonishingly potent. Contemplating this further, the journey underground appeared to be far from simple. Philian regarded the two with satisfaction. Yet the weariness etched on his face betrayed that these two strikes had nearly exhausted his entire energy. Let us proceed. I am aware of an abandoned mine from the time of the previous conflicts. As the three conversed while walking, Zhang Chong was astounded by Philian's vast knowledge, and even more so by his remarkable memory, which enabled him to locate such a narrow path leading directly to the entrance of the mine, which, to their surprise, was scarcely larger than a dog hole. Shall we crawl in? Zhang Chong suggested, noting that while he could manage alone, the presence of the aloof Shui complicated matters. Philian chuckled helplessly. There was no alternative. As the entrance was of such limited size, would they really resort to brute force, risking a cave-in? I could give it a try, Shui murmured, her face slightly flushing as Zhang Chong glanced her way. Very well, I shall enter first to clear the way, Philian declared, hastily diving into the entrance, seemingly unfazed by the possibility of magical beasts guarding the cavern. With the absence of outsiders, Shui smiled faintly at Zhang Chong, though it was but a subtle smile. Zhang Chong found himself momentarily entranced. With a helpless cough, Shui entered the room, leaving Zhang Chong to ponder in delight. He smiled at me again. Chapter 43. The Perilous Abyss Cough. The mine exuded a faint odor, mingled with a thick layer of dust, which rendered the trio quite uncomfortable. Let us proceed. This was once the grandest mine of the empire. Alas, it fell into desuetude after the battle with the demon clan, lamented Philian. The three descended along the mine's path. Despite their torches illuminating the way, the cavern remained dim and somewhat chilly. The deeper they ventured, the more discomforting it became, not merely due to the scent, but because of the sticky ground beneath their feet. After years of neglect, a thick accumulation of bat guano had formed, making the surface slippery and treacherous. Zhang Chong covertly cast a glance at Shui and could not help but admire her ingenuity. She had encased her feet in ice. Sensing his gaze, Shui raised her head, a look of unspoken triumph on her face. As they continued, various minerals began to proliferate within the cave, many emitting a faint luminescence. To conserve resources, the trio extinguished their torches. As they walked, Shui tugged at Zhang Chong's sleeve, exclaiming, "What is that ahead?" Before them, the ground and walls were teeming with clusters of green, spherical creatures. Some leaped about, while others clung to the walls, slowly oozing corrosive fluid. It appears we have descended into the depths. These are first-tier magical beasts known as slimes. Their defenses are weak, yet they can excrete a potent acid that dissolves anything in its path, Zhang Chong stated, drawing upon the knowledge he had gleaned about the mine. The chilling aura emanated slowly from Shui, causing the numerous slimes to gradually collapse onto the ground or curl into tight balls, ceasing their erratic movements. The three individuals swiftly traversed the area, fortunate that the slime's territory was not extensive. After rounding a few corners, they vanished from sight. I didn't expect your ice magic to be this formidable. I wonder who your teacher is, remarked Philian. Shui remained silent, standing beside Zhang Chong. Zhang Chong, however, caught a peculiar scent in the air. Do you all feel an unsettling silence here? It seems to carry a hint of decay. Upon his words, the two others indeed sensed an eerie quietness, devoid of even the faintest sound of insects. We must tread carefully. This could be the domain of powerful dark creatures. Philian warned, producing a black staff adorned with a pair of metallic wings at its apex, resembling a diminutive angel from a distance. Zhang Chong, unwilling to take chances, summoned his companion, Xiaobai. Praise be to the god of light. Zhang Chong, your pet is truly remarkable. It's likely on the verge of breaking through to the fourth tier, Philian expressed with envy. Shui, undeterred by danger, bent slightly and joyfully caressed Xiaobai's long, white fur. Suddenly, Xiaobai pressed down, digging its claws into the ground. Its eyes fixed intently on a shadow lurking atop the cave. Be cautious, Zhang Chong warned, swiftly brandishing his weapon, The crossbone gale. A howl echoed as the shadow above seemed aware of the trio's presence. A flash of white light streaked through the air, and it lunged down with ferocity. With a fierce roar, Xiaobai was incensed, feeling that his authority had been challenged. Although the opponent was astonishingly swift and its nature remained unknown, Xiaobai sprang to his feet, his massive foreclaws pinning the creature to the ground. With a gaping maw, he seized the creature and began to slam it violently against the earth. The creature, clearly unable to endure Xiaobai's relentless biting, howled incessantly, its large claws flailing wildly. However, with its neck firmly clamped in Xiaobai's grip, it was utterly helpless, soon becoming motionless. The trio observed as beneath Xiaobai's colossal claws lay a creature resembling a wolf dog, its skin stripped away. Its eyes were a striking white, and its forepaws bore an uncanny resemblance to human hands, with long claws evidently suited for climbing. This was likely a fourth-tier predator, as I had seen in the scriptures, thought Filian as he leaned in for a closer look. Meanwhile, Zhang Zhong and Shui remained tense, their gazes fixed on the cave ceiling. A series of rustling sounds echoed ominously throughout the cavern, and after a few menacing growls, Xiaobai gradually retreated to Zhang Zhong's side. Filian's expression shifted dramatically. He had remained silent, mouth agape with apprehension, his eyes filled with despair as they fixated on the clusters of predators glowing ominously with red light overhead. Run, Zhang Zhong urged, pushing the priest Filian towards Shui. He turned back for a fleeting glance at Shui, marveling at her beauty. Take him away. With a swift motion, Zhang Zhong leaped into action, unleashing a blade of energy. Filian's last lingering thought was one of disbelief. How could he jump so high? Was he truly human? Snow's countenance was frigid. Yet she understood Zhang Zhong's resolute determination. Every passing moment increased his peril. Without uttering a word, she seized Filian's hand, and together they fled down the forked path. Countless shadows lunged towards Zhang Zhong, each swifter than the last, perceiving him merely as a delectable morsel. With a sweeping motion, Zhang Zhong unleashed a whirlwind of blades, enveloping the cavern in a tempest of lethal energy. After executing a single maneuver, heedless of how many predators he had vanquished, he turned and sprinted away. His speed was remarkable, yet the predator's swiftness was even more formidable. Zhang Zhong's body bore countless lacerations, each one a reminder of his pain. A howl escaped him as he felt a gust behind his head. He barely managed to sidestep before a sharp pain in his shoulder sent him crashing to the ground. Whereupon a swarm of predators descended upon him. With a tranquil resolve, he engaged in a fierce battle, feeling an increasing heaviness upon him. However, protected by the roar of tigers and the chants of dragons, he suffered no fatal wounds, though discomfort gnawed at him, compelling him to refrain from glancing back. Suddenly, Zhang Zhong halted. Before him stood a junction where Snow and the priest Filian stood back to back, surrounded by a sea of predator corpses, clearly having been besieged. Praise be to the god of light. You are unharmed, my child. This is truly wonderful, Filian exclaimed sincerely, elated by Zhang Zhong's survival. Snow's icy visage softened with a glimmer of excitement. Despite the visible scars adorning Zhang Zhong's body causing her heart to ache, her predominant sentiment was one of joy. 3 individuals converged, surrounded by an ever-increasing number of predators. In no time, they would be engulfed in this perilous environment. The predators, inherently ferocious and remarkably swift, would even consume their own kind in the absence of food. Their vast numbers and adaptability to the darkness rendered them a formidable threat. In such dire circumstances, the common practice in any mine was to first set fire to the area before sending in hired hands. Zhang Zhong and his companions were unprepared for the impending danger, and evading misfortune seemed nearly impossible. Zhang Zhong, my child, it appears we are destined to meet our Maker this time. I have brought you into this predicament. May the Lord in heaven watch over you, murmured Philippe, his countenance wan and the priestly garments he wore reduced to tattered rags. Zhang Zhong, unsure how to console the elderly man, resorted to humor. No, Father Philippe. The corpses of these predators would suffice for a lifetime of sustenance if delivered to the mercenary guild. Therefore, I am quite grateful to you. Upon uttering these words, Zhang Zhong indeed collected all the visible remains of the predators into his ring, even managing to retrieve those further away with Shui's assistance. Philippe smiled gratefully, recognizing Zhang Zhong's intent to comfort him. If I manage to escape this fate, I shall surely repay you both, Philippe vowed silently to the light. Chapter 44. The appearance of Xiao Huizhang Chong cast a glance at the densely packed predators surrounding him, tightening his grip on the twisted bone staff, and thought to himself, it seems I must forcibly summon Xiao Hui. Although my level is insufficient, given the synergy established in the illusions with Xiao Hui, it is not entirely impossible. With newfound determination, Zhang Chong focused inward, channeling his energy at an accelerated pace, his eyes gradually turning a deep crimson. A metallic scent wafted from his body, causing Shui Yi and the others to regard him with concern due to his peculiar demeanor. Yet, within Zhang Chong's heart, an indescribable joy blossomed. Xiao Hui, who had long sensed Zhang Chong's plight from within the Beast King's ring, mocked both Zhang Chong and Xiao Bai with words. But the instinctual thirst for blood surged strongly within, yearning for an opportunity to emerge. Together, they endeavored to break through forcefully. Grr! A profoundly resonant growl emerged, a sound that signified Xiao Hui's current fury. The once unadorned head of the crocodile had now sprouted two small, scaled horns, while a series of formidable spines densely lined the center of its hardened shell, and its tail had grown alarmingly thick. Heavens! Praise the god of light. Zhang Chong, you cannot possibly tell me that this legendary sacred beast is your pet? Filian stared in astonishment at the fearsome crocodile, while Shui gazed at Zhang Chong with eyes full of wonder. Oh no, one can possess only one pet at most. You are a summoner, undoubtedly the long-lost summoner. Filian, well-versed in knowledge, instantly recognized Zhang Chong's true vocation. Grr! The predators on the wall let out a series of shrill cries before gradually retreating, bringing a sigh of relief to Zhang Zhong and his companions. However, the furious growls of Xiao Hui persisted, growing increasingly intense. Zhang Zhong peered ahead, noticing two exceptionally tall predators emerging from behind the rocks, towering over a human's height, their mouths dripping with repugnant white slime, their gaze fixated on Xiao Hui. These were the evolved predators known as plunderers, likely possessing 6th-tier strength, whispered Filian with concern. Zhang Zhong turned and positioned himself beside Xiao Hui, ready to strike without hesitation at the first sign of movement from the plunderers. Feeling his dignity challenged, Xiao Hui lowered his body momentarily before launching his head upward with a fierce roar. A colossal fireball shot forth, and with a powerful thrust of his tail, he leaped into action, sinking his teeth into the front leg of one plunderer. As he retreated, he pushed and clawed at it, swiftly dismembering the creature and leaving a disturbing scent of blood and remnants in his wake. Meanwhile, Zhang Zhong moved with remarkable speed, engaging the other plunderer single-handedly. With a series of 3 swift slashes, he brought the creature crashing to the ground. Yet, just as he finished his attack, Zhang Zhong felt a sharp pain in his abdomen as a chunk of flesh was torn away by the plunderer's claws. Snowstorm, noticing Zhang Zhong's injury, disregarded her own safety and unleashed 3 massive snowballs that crashed to the ground. The plunderer, though battered by their joint assault, remained resilient, dodging left and lunging forward. Little Gray transformed into a blazing fireball, shattering the boulder, and then lunged forward. The raider, clearly intimidated by the tortoise, attempted to flee several times, only to be forced back by Zhang Zhong. In a swift moment, Zhang seized the opportunity and struck the raider's leg with his blade. Little Gray, seizing the moment, bit off the raider's entire head, seemingly relishing the blood that splattered over him as he feasted with abandon. Shui Yi, witnessing the tortoise's gruesome act, felt a wave of nausea while Filian grasped Zhang Zhong's hand, insisting that he embrace the light of the god of light. Let us go, Zhang Zhong said, allowing his mental energy to relax, and in an instant, he found himself back in the Beast King's realm. Ding! 2 level 5 Beast Kings have been eliminated, triggering a branch mission. The task requires the extermination of 50 level 5 Beast Kings, with rewards yet to be determined. Zhang Zhong was taken aback. The voice from the Beast King's ring resonated in his mind, revealing that rewards and missions could also manifest in the external world, a notion he had never contemplated. What is it? Nothing. Let us proceed, Zhang Zhong replied. The trio proceeded with heightened caution, encountering numerous dark creatures along the way. However, none required Zhang Zhong or Shui Yi's intervention, as they were swiftly purified by the explosive power of Filian. Something feels amiss, Zhang Zhong thought, prompting the other two to halt. Look, the ground here is hard and devoid of any loose soil, indicating frequent passage. Furthermore, the stone walls on either side gleam, a sign of prolonged friction. If I am not mistaken, there are indeed people here. People? Filian was taken aback and quickly surveyed the surroundings with caution. Shui, clutching her staff tightly, stood beside Zhang Chong. Surely, you must be mistaken. We are underground, and given the pervasive darkness, how could there possibly be anyone here? Shui whispered. I hope I am wrong in my assessment. However, Have you noticed the fresh traces on the ground? They appear to be quite recent, suggesting someone has just passed through. Zhang Chong crouched down and examined the ground with his hand. Let us follow the trail and investigate, he declared, his gaze resolute. Since we have come this far, I must discover what manner of creature lurks here. As they proceeded, the surroundings grew increasingly illuminated, revealing an extraordinary natural cavern. In the center lay a depression featuring a sizable pond. Stone pillars rose majestically from the ground and the ceiling, while the view beyond disclosed a labyrinth of interconnected tunnels. Their destinations unknown. The trio approached the pond with caution, noticing that while the water was not deep, it teemed with an array of fish. The rhythmic sound of dripping water resonated throughout, and patches of large-leaved wild grass dotted the edges of the pond. The light emanated from variously colored stones, some embedded in the walls and others hanging elegantly from the ceiling, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Which path shall we take? Shuei inquired as she glanced around. Noticing Filian also looking to him for guidance, Zhang Chong offered a wry smile. He scrutinized several tunnel entrances before stating, "We shall take this route. The soil here is firm and devoid of any foul odor." Both companions trusted Zhang Chong's judgment implicitly. After each taking a sip of water, they pressed on without pausing for rest. Zhang Chong chose the middle path, the widest of the options, which proved to be quite navigable. The three individuals ventured not far before they became rooted to the spot, unable to fathom the astonishing sight before them. Chapter 45. The knolls within a mine directly ahead. Several hand-pushed mine carts lay horizontally, laden with freshly extracted ore, while the rhythmic clinking of mining tools resonated in the air. Three individuals cautiously peered inside, observing dozens of knoll miners fervently wielding their pickaxes. A few diminutive or evidently elderly knolls were laboriously transferring chunks of or onto the carts by hand. Amidst this throng of miners, several grotesque, diminutive figures with large ears were seen pacing around, brandishing whips with fingers so gnarled they resembled twisted branches. Praise be to the god of light. This was the knoll race, thought to have vanished during the cataclysmic wars between gods and demons, yet here they were, confined within these walls. Filled with excitement, Filian traced peculiar symbols upon his chest. Zhang Zhong scrutinized the individuals within, whispering, "Who are those diminutive beings? Are they dwarves?" "No, my child, they are goblins, cowardly yet cunning creatures. Judging by their complexion and appearance, they likely belong to the Carcosa clan of the Jade Mountains," Filian replied. Zhang Zhong nodded, his mind racing as he calculated how to traverse this area unnoticed. The goblin guards seemed manageable, but the gnolls posed a significant challenge. Their keen sense of smell and swift movements rendered them formidable adversaries. Filian remarked, lost in thought, while Shuei also contemplated their next move. Suddenly, a voice from behind them broke the tension, inquiring with astonishment, "Who are you?" Zhang Zhong's heart sank as he realized he had unwittingly let his guard down while lost in thought. Upon turning around, he found the skeletal figure of a dog-headed creature looming behind him, its voice echoing in alarm. This creature, pushing a mine cart, was wide-eyed with terror, utterly unprepared for the presence of three humans. "Why you? How did you get in here?" It stammered, trembling. "Silence," Zhang commanded, pressing his knife down slightly. He turned to see that no one else had noticed them, and he breathed a sigh of relief. "I ask you, how many guards are here? And how can we pass through?" The dog-headed creature had lost some of its initial fear, scrutinizing the three with a cautious gaze. "Who are you? And what do you intend to do?" It retorted. "We merely seek to capture a few purple snakes. Lead us to them, and we shall set you free afterward." Zhang replied, his tone honest. The creature remained silent for a moment, contemplating. "The purple jade snakes are hidden within the purple jade mine, which is heavily guarded. Moreover, there are patrolling elves in that vicinity. You stand no chance," it explained. "Elves?" Zhang was taken aback. He had always considered them a peaceful race and had encountered them before. Why would they be serving as guards here? Noticing Zhang's disbelief, the dog-headed creature hastily clarified. "They are a faction of the elf race, the Dark Knight elves who have betrayed the god of freedom." Realization dawned upon the three. They were at an impasse. "Is there truly no way forward?" Filian inquired. The creature's heart leapt with excitement at their question. It had taken a considerable risk to divulge so much information, and this was precisely what it had been waiting for. "If you agree to my condition, I may have a way to help you get there." "What is it? Are you actually trying to negotiate with us?" Filian inquired, his voice tinged with anger. The goblin closed his eyes, seemingly indifferent to the knife at his throat, remaining silent. "What conditions?" Zhang Zhong asked. The goblin opened his eyes wide in surprise, exclaiming, "Have you agreed?" Zhang Zhong tightened his grip on the twisted bone in his hand. And the goblin, disregarding the peril, spoke gravely. "I have a son who is 14 years old. I do not wish for him to endure the same fate as mine. Confined in this dismal place until he ultimately perishes, serving as fodder for the beasts. I hope that when you leave, you can take him with you." Zhang Zhong observed the goblin carefully, sensing the paternal love emanating from his eyes. "Very well, I promise you, as long as I can escape, I will ensure your son comes with us." Upon hearing Zhang Zhong's agreement, the goblin wasted no time, immediately dumping the ore from the mine cart to the side. "You must hide inside here. I will cover it with more ore. Do not utter a word. I will handle everything." The cart was modest in size, yet it sufficed for 3 individuals to conceal themselves. Although Zhang Zhong trusted the goblin, he still gripped the twisted bone tightly. The goblin pushed the cart slowly into the heart of the expansive mining area. The goblin guards cast a glance their way, but merely waved their hands dismissively, while several goblin miners displayed expressions of confusion. A few attempted to approach quietly, but were swiftly met with the crack of the guards' whips, leaving them to inquire with their eyes. The goblin made his way directly to a smaller goblin who was moving stones, saying, "Today we have an abundance of ore. Please assist me in transporting these stones down." The dog-headed man remained silent, discarding the stone, and approached to offer assistance. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed as a whip struck the dog-headed man. A goblin guard turned towards him, seemingly indifferent to the fury burning in the eyes of the dog-headed creature. With a lazy drawl, he remarked, "You truly are a worthless cur, attempting to slack off over such trivial matters. And this little wretch should scurry away and get to work." The dog-headed man quickly bent low, nodding and murmuring, "My lord, you see, my leg was just struck by ore, and I dare not exert myself, which is why I sought help from this little fellow. I implore you to show mercy." As he spoke, he reached into his cloak and produced a green gem, presenting it with reverence. "This is a treasure I found in Cave 3. I have long wished to present it to you, but lacked the opportunity. Please, behold." The goblin guard recognized the gem, having coveted such a piece for some time, but never having the chance to acquire one. He toyed with it momentarily before coldly stating, "You at least possess a modicum of decorum. This time, you may go. Be gone." "Yes, yes," the dog-headed man replied, straining as he and the little dog-headed boy pushed the cart deeper into the cave. After they had traveled for a considerable distance, the goblin guard, momentarily befuddled, remarked, "Wait a moment, how can ore be delivered here? This is forbidden territory, no one is allowed inside." Suddenly recalling the green gem gifted to him, a realization dawned upon him. He chuckled to himself, planning to deal with the old creature upon his return. The little dog-headed boy looked at his father with confusion, noticing the swift pace at which he pushed the cart, as if they were fleeing. After navigating several turns, they finally halted, and the father removed the surface layer of ore, pulling the 3 individuals from within. "This is my son." The dog-headed creature pointed at the astonished young dog-headed being. Zhang nodded thoughtfully, surveying the surroundings. After posing several pertinent inquiries, the dog-headed creature recounted the sequence of events to the young one, whose face lit up with delight, bringing a sense of satisfaction to the storyteller. Chapter 46. Bloodshed. I express my heartfelt gratitude for your unwavering support. Today, we have reached exactly 10 votes for collection, so I shall present an additional chapter for your enjoyment. Stay close to me. This place is far more treacherous than the previous mines. Many of my kind have met their untimely demise here, for reasons unknown." The goblin leader's eyes glimmered with a faint sorrow. Under the guidance of the goblin, our group advanced with remarkable ease. The cavern's walls were adorned with several copper-plated braziers, suggesting that not all dark creatures possess an affinity for obscurity. Alas, the air was pierced by a series of chilling screams, casting a pall over the faces of our party. The young goblin clutched his father's garment tightly, his acute sense of smell having detected a pungent odor long before. "Do not be astonished by whatever you may witness shortly," the goblin murmured, a sigh escaping his lips as he grappled with unspeakable truths. As we approached the soul sacrifice altar, the goblin's words flowed more freely, perhaps as a means of comforting his companions or merely to fill the oppressive silence. The cacophony of screams intensified with each step, though the group had steeled themselves mentally. The sight that awaited them at the altar rendered them momentarily speechless. Snow's icy countenance was marred by a rare expression of fury, while the young goblin collapsed to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. The priest, Filion, fervently engaged in prayer, his hands clasped in devotion. The soul's sacrifice altar, as it is aptly named, resembled a vast abyss. At its center stood a towering stone platform, upon which was a grotesque statue of a serpent-tailed humanoid skull. Each corner of the pit was dominated by a colossal brazier, within which green flames danced ominously. In the depths of the pit lay an innumerable array of corpses, or rather, half-corpses. Some individuals, barely clinging to life, struggled amidst the multitude of bodies, both human and beast, piled together in a chaotic heap. Countless venomous serpents writhed in a tangled mass, their mouths entering and ears exiting, adorned in hues of green, black, and a mottled red and white. The sheer quantity of these serpents rivaled that of the corpses littered throughout the pit. Wounded or disabled miners were discarded here, their agonized cries piercing the air. "Listen," a voice whispered urgently, prompting several individuals to quickly lower themselves to the ground and cautiously peer across the expanse. A group of goblins wielding spears herded a gaggle of aged goblins and ram-headed creatures toward the abyss. "No, spare us. We can still work. I can forego food. Please. Let me go? I assure you, I am not ill." Alas, several who lacked the strength to resist were unceremoniously shoved into the pit. Instantly, the abyss came alive with hissing sounds, as the newly fallen desperately clawed at the rocky walls in a futile attempt to escape. However, the serpents awaited eagerly. The moment a victim faltered, they would rush in, ensnaring them without mercy. Despairing cries echoed throughout. A particularly piercing scream erupted, only to be silenced as a spider, its size akin to a basin, but off the head of the unfortunate soul. The previously still corpses were abruptly disturbed as countless green-haired spiders crawled forth from beneath, dragging down the recently fallen ram-headed and goblin creatures into the depths below. Yet, it is evident that the abyss harbors more than just these two creatures. A sandy-colored scorpion emerged from within some decaying flesh, while two massive claws clutched their prey without yielding. An aged goat-headed man was brutally severed in half. The venomous serpent had coiled itself in a corner, having hidden away since the emergence of the spider and scorpion. Several enormous scorpions lunged directly at the spider, sinking their stingers into it. The overwhelming urge to retch was palpable among the onlookers. This was the sentiment that consumed them. "Father, Uncle Emile, have they been brought here?" The young dog-headed man clenched his fists tightly, his eyes ablaze with fury. That garment seemed so familiar. The patch on the chest was the very black linen I had sourced. Who would have imagined it would now serve as a playground for venomous serpents? Alas, if you truly manage to escape, remember to never return, nor entertain thoughts of vengeance. This is fate, our fate as dog-headed beings. The dog-headed man wiped the corner of his eye, gazing tenderly at his child. "They deserve their fate," Snowy coldly remarked. Zhang Chong fully empathized with their emotions. He too harbored similar thoughts. "Let us depart," he urged, carefully observing where I tread, lest we fall into the abyss. The dog-headed man had prepared a stone that jutted out near the pit's edge, and he leaped across it first, with a few others following closely behind. "Who goes there?" Just as they were about to proceed, a patrol of 7 emerged from the opposite mine. "We are from mine number 8. Sent by Lord Zola to attend to matters in mine number 3. The dog-headed creature replied with keen insight as a few individuals continued to leap forward without hesitation. "Halt. One more jump, and I shall shoot." The patrolling guards were not dull-witted, and upon noticing the 3 humans following the dog-headed creature, they exchanged glances. Zhang, with a cold smile in his heart, thought that this distance might seem considerable to others, but for him, it was more than sufficient, absolutely ample. In a swift motion, Zhang propelled himself into the air. His body, having been transformed, possessed extraordinary agility, especially after mastering the beast dance technique. He had become increasingly formidable. The onlookers could only watch in awe as Zhang executed an astonishing leap. The 7 patrolling goblins were left pondering how a human could soar so high and so far. Suddenly, a tremendous force struck them, and with a sharp pain, they opened their eyes once more, filled with dread as they surveyed their surroundings, witnessing chaos unfold. Without turning their heads, the goblins' cries of despair dwindled into silence, eventually vanishing altogether. The dog-headed creature cast a glance at Zhang, feeling a deeper respect for him, while the young dog-headed creature gazed up at him with unabashed admiration. "We must hurry. They change shifts every 30 minutes. If we attract their attention, escaping will become exceedingly difficult," urged the dog-headed creature. Chapter 47. The Legend of the Genius Thorns and Blood carpet the path of the warrior. And amidst the winding journey of growth, breathtaking battles forge the epic of legend. Oster is an extraordinary individual, always has been. His father, a minor noble from Beigang, bore the title of Baron. From childhood, he was the kind of child who wanted for nothing, perceived by others as taciturn, a dutiful son in his parents' eyes. A vibrant and spirited handsome youth in the eyes of the girls, and a prodigy in the estimation of his teachers. His privileged upbringing and abundant material circumstances instilled in him a singular principle. In all endeavors, he aspired to be the best, the most exceptional. Yet, he harbored a secret. His magical perception surpassed that of others by threefold, thereby accelerating his mastery of combat energy at an equally remarkable rate. This extraordinary advantage continued until one fateful day when he stumbled upon a diary in the cellar of his home, a tome chronicling the legendary techniques of the dual sword master. In pursuit of surpassing his peers, he practiced diligently, swinging a sword 1,000 times with each hand daily. When fatigue threatened to overcome him, he would douse himself with icy water, incessantly reminding himself of his ambition to become the mightiest man on the continent. A year later, upon turning 15, he entered the continent's most prestigious tournament, the Divine Challenge. His inaugural battle, a foray into the realm of elite competition, ended predictably. He was soundly taught a lesson. The reasons were apparent. Whether in experience, strength, or technique, he was unable to measure up to his competitors, culminating in a disheartening record of 5,170. He was not angered, for he understood that at merely 15 years of age and participating in a competition for the first time, the outcome would inevitably be less than favorable for anyone. He harbored his own aspirations and believed that through his relentless effort and tenacity, he would one day ascend to the pinnacle of the celestial challenge. Upon returning home, he embarked on a rigorous training regimen akin to that of an ascetic. Gradually, his skills improved and he grew stronger. At the Beigang Angma Martial Arts Academy, he became capable of defeating 10 of his peers simultaneously with a single hand. His achievements soared, and by the following year, he ultimately emerged as a true master, clinching his first championship title at the 6 Academies Invitational. Just as he began to feel a sense of fulfillment, he encountered his first devastating defeat in life. Fresh from training in the misty forest, he faced an heir in a duel at his home training ground, believing himself invincible with his twin swords, only to be bested by a familiar silver-tier swordsman with a score of 1-4. It was from this moment that he recognized the significance of technique and resolved to diligently hone his skills. He was neither foolish nor lacking in talent, and as he gradually mastered the interplay between wielding dual swords and harnessing mental prowess, an heir could no longer contend with him. However, the path of cultivation for Asta was fraught with challenges, and one of his most formidable adversaries was the Academy's fighter, Maka. At times, the most formidable enemy may prove to be the most trivial opponent, provided one employs the correct approach. The method of Oster is akin to a pair of exquisitely precise dual swords, characterized by an overwhelming sharpness that is sufficient to bring even the formidable fighter Maka to her knees. There was a time when Chu Jian seemed invincible, and indeed, that was the truth. At some point, a girl appeared by Oster's side, a petite and silent figure who would hand him a clean towel and a glass of warm water after each training session. She admired Oster, his handsome visage, his sword-like demeanor, the intense and serious expression he wore while training, and everything about him. She was an intelligent young woman who had worked diligently to stand beside Oster. Pay close attention to him. He is a training fanatic, an absolute zealot. Outside of his training, he is utterly clueless. Such a person is easily manipulated. I want you to draw him into our underground realm. If that proves impossible, then simply extinguish his fighting spirit, remarked the Queen of the Dark Night Elves with a hint of detachment. Yet, she was unwilling to accept defeat. Although her affliction could only be treated by the Dark Night Elves, she seized the opportunity to reveal everything to Oster. However, she underestimated his level of ignorance. His arrogance was excessive. You belong to me. If that is the case, I shall compel them to present the antidote, she declared. That is not permissible. You cannot fathom the might of the underground realm, Zora exclaimed anxiously. Huh, is that so? Then just wait and see, she retorted with a smirk. Oster's disdainful sneer lingered in the air. No, you are truly no match for them. Countless magical beasts and numerous saint-tier masters inhabit that realm. Oster, I cannot allow you to be in danger. I shall take my leave, but rest assured, I will return. Zola resolved with determination. This was merely a fleeting episode. Zola believed that once he departed, the matter would fade away. However, it was not long before he realized the gravity of his error. A week later, Oster departed from the academy, dual swords upon his back, and his destination remained a mystery to all. Whispers circulated that he ventured to the far north for training. Others claimed he sought to slay dragons, while some asserted he challenged a Saint-tier master and perished in defeat. Regardless of the truth, the name Oster vanished from the continent. The true fate of Oster, whether he lives or has succumbed to death, remains known only to the heavens. Chapter 48. Outbreak. It appeared that the only option was to charge through. A spark of determination flickered in Zhang Chong's eyes. Within the narrow confines of the mine, for monstrous creatures with the bodies of lions, heads of wolves, and tails of rabbits lay in wait. Upon observing their formidable claws, Zhang Chong quietly measured them against those of his companion, Little White, and found them alarmingly comparable. Although the dog-headed man felt a twinge of fear, he approached Zhang Chong and whispered, "I have heard of these creatures. They are known as wolf-lion beasts, classified as 5th-tier magical beasts. They are inherently aggressive and were sent by the Night Tribe to serve as guardians for the goblins." This was a singular opportunity. Despite Zhang Chong's numerous encounters with high-tier magical beasts within illusions, facing 4 of these formidable creatures simultaneously was unsettling. His best record stood at defeating 3 5th-tier beasts. Yet this cavern held one more. "I can eliminate the one on the left with claw marks on its eye," Shui stated coldly. Although the space was confined and time was limited, preventing her from casting incantations, she was confident in her ability to dispatch the largest wolf lion with a minor spell. "Praise the god of light. I can also take down the sleeping giant on the right," Filion added. What manner of individuals were these? 5th-tier magical beasts could be dispatched so nonchalantly, as if they were mere chickens. The dog-headed man pondered, particularly skeptical of the elderly figure clad in priestly robes, questioning whether he was even inferior to them. "Very well, I shall handle the remainder," Zhang Chong declared, placing his trust in the 2 of them, having witnessed their prowess firsthand. Yet, he was curious about how a priest could engage in combat without reciting incantations. The 3 prepared themselves. The air around Shui grew increasingly frigid, forcing the dog-headed father and son to stand at a considerable distance. Zhang Chong was patiently awaiting the actions of the 2, confident in his own swiftness. Meanwhile, Priest William drew forth an ordinary iron sword, closed his eyes, and his gray-white hair began to rise slowly. The earth trembled with a cross-slash, the roar of ice and snow, and the triple strike of boundless force. All 3 unleashed their powers simultaneously, filling the cavern with a cacophony of energy that reverberated painfully against their bodies. By the time the dog-headed father and son opened their eyes, Zhang Chong had adeptly confined the 4 magical beasts within his ring. "I also praise the god of light. William, you are truly formidable. This momentum surpasses even Shui's roar of ice and snow." Zhang Chong marveled, circling around William twice. The dog-headed duo was equally astonished, unable to fathom how such an elderly priest could unleash such destructive spells. William's face flushed slightly, yet his demeanor radiated pride as he remarked, "You've made me a bit dizzy with your circling. In my youth, my aspiration was to become a guardian knight, but alas, I failed to complete the transition task, and thus turned to a clerical role." Zhang Chong nodded, filled with admiration for the old man. The guardian knight, moonlight knight, and holy knight were all legendary figures. He never anticipated that this seemingly unassuming elder had nearly achieved the rank of guardian knight. Truly, one should never judge by appearances. As he surveyed their surroundings, he noted that nothing was left behind. The dog-headed father and son led the way, with Shui bringing up the rear. Yet, they soon encountered the 5th-tier wolf-lion beasts in rapid succession. It was puzzling how such rare 5th-tier magical creatures had come to be in this place, seemingly devoid of value. The dog-headed creature finally uttered a phrase that filled even the little dog-headed ones with pride. "As you engage in battle, you become accustomed to it. As I observe, I too grow accustomed. This once godlike beast, the wolf-lion, possesses but this trifling ability, Shaw." The 3 exchanged knowing smiles. However, the journey had left them weary. Having slain countless 4th and 5th-tier magical beasts, their hands grew heavy, the exertion far greater than that experienced in the illusions, for the psychological pressure here was beyond comparison. As they turned a corner, a refreshing sight greeted them. A vast clearing lay before them. Unlike the past, which had been teeming with magical beasts, now stood a modest wooden cottage. A few lowly trees adorned the entrance, a wooden fence enclosed the area, and a small vegetable garden nestled near the door, evoking a dreamlike pastoral ambience. "Someone is calling," one remarked. They looked up to see a black crow flapping its wings and cawing from the cave's ceiling, circling twice before returning to the peculiar little cottage. Creak. The door swung open, revealing a human. In such a place, encountering a fellow human ignited a sense of warmth among the three. The figure that emerged was an elderly woman clad in animal skins, her face etched with wrinkles, with a pure white cat resting at her feet. The woman eyed Zhang Zhong and his companions with a vigilant expression before slamming the door shut with a resounding thud. As the bewildered group processed this sudden turn of events, a raspy voice emanated from within. You must leave at once. This is no place for you. Soon, you shall find it impossible to depart. What? Zhang Zhong exclaimed loudly. Silence enveloped the room. A few individuals, at a loss, hesitated to force their way through, opting instead to retreat. However, they had scarcely moved when a mournful sound reached their ears from ahead. Squeak. Do you truly believe you can depart so easily? A chilling voice echoed through the air. The group felt an unexpected breeze stir within the previously still cavern, as a faint black mist began to waft around them, gradually thickening to the point where the situation just 5 meters away became obscured. Among them, it was not the dog-headed father and son who appeared most distressed, but rather the priest, William. The ominous black fog emitted a hissing sound as it enveloped him. This cursed dark entity possesses the ability to unleash an 8th-tier dark barrier. It seems I am destined to confront the Almighty now, William thought, his complexion paling. Chapter 49. The necromancer of the sacred order. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the earth. Its long, claw-like nails and ghastly, ashen face framed by 2 eyes filled with the essence of death, staring intently at the crowd. It was a corpse. A vile dark creature that audaciously used the living as its offerings. I can hardly breathe, Filion gasped, struggling for air. The corpse, seemingly devoid of fear and driven solely by the urge to kill, lunged at Zhang Zhong without hesitation. Zhang Zhong, with swift precision, cleaved through its neck, sending the severed head soaring into the air. Yet, the body continued its advance. Zhang Zhong retaliated with a powerful kick to its chest, causing the undead to fly backward, crashing against a stone wall several meters away. What sent chills down the spines of onlookers was that the corpse did not perish. Its eyes remained wide open as it crawled toward them. Is there any point in resisting further? Do not engage in futile struggles. Escape is beyond your grasp. Echoed a chilling voice. Shui, shifting her stance, positioned herself behind Zhang Zhong. Raising her staff, she cast her gaze upon the corpse beneath her feet, sensing the amplified potency of her magic, as the incantation lingered longer than usual. From the distant, frigid realms, I summon the ice and snow god. O black blizzard that freezes all, transform the world into a blanket of white. Ice-binding obliteration array. In an instant, crystalline ice formations erupted from the swirling dark mist, ensnaring the corpses within. As the ice shattered, the undead vanished amidst the shadows. How amusing that you can break through my first layer of undead. I shall see just how much magical power you possess, the voice taunted. Zhang Chong remained silent, keenly attuned to the magical fluctuations surrounding him. Upon detecting a sound, he swiftly unleashed 3 arcs of blade energy. The black mist fell silent, leaving the outcome of Zhang Chong's strike uncertain. Suddenly, a howl erupted from the dog-headed creature as an enormous scythe materialized from the darkness, descending upon him. Reacting with remarkable speed, the scythe merely severed his left arm, causing him to writhe in agony on the ground. Priest Filion hurriedly cast 2 healing spells, staunching the creature's profuse bleeding. This was untenable. Little Gray was surely unable to summon aid, and Little White had just sustained injuries. Zhang Chong silently lamented the dire situation before him. Alas, in this moment, a vast gash was carved into the back of Priest Filion by the scythe. Damn these dark creatures. Do they truly believe they can vanquish the light? Filion's frustration was palpable, his pallid complexion flushed with a hint of color from his agitation. What was this? Zhang Chong, intrigued, observed as Filion reluctantly retrieved a scroll, his expression fierce and tinged with triumph as he proclaimed, Cursed necromancer, witness how I shatter your veil of death. With a thunderous roar, a blinding white light erupted forth, obliterating the black mist as if it were a natural enemy. In its place stood an elderly figure, clad in a luminous black robe, grasping a gnarled wooden staff. His hand pressed against his chest, casting a menacing glare at the assembled company. Zhang observed that the old man was evidently not human, standing over 2 meters tall. His skin was a vivid green, and his face was adorned with peculiar golden spots. His ears were large, yet his eyes were surprisingly small. Uh-huh. I always wondered how there could be necromancers in this world. It turns out you are merely a pitiful dark sorcerer. How does it feel to wield a 9th-tier forbidden spell? However, Filion felt a pang of sorrow for the magical scroll awarded to him by the Pope. It was worth noting that high-level magical scrolls were nearly impossible to find on the continent, especially those of such forbidden caliber. Even wealth could not secure one. Haha, do you think you can capture me like this? The dark sorcerer chuckled triumphantly, continuously inscribing bizarre symbols in the air. Oh no, is he attempting to flee? Filion quickly discerned that the dark sorcerer was crafting an ancient teleportation array. Zhang had already braced himself for action when the dark sorcerer made his move, despite the distance. He leaped high into the air and shouted a battle cry. With a swift motion, an icy arrow and a blade of energy struck simultaneously. The icy projectile hitting the dark sorcerer just as his figure began to fade away. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could two young humans strike me down from such a distance? Could it be that they? Observing the dark sorcerer's incredulous expression, Zhang nodded affirmatively. Indeed, we have both attained the saint rank. The dark sorcerer glanced at Zhang, seemingly resigned, and ceased his struggles, murmuring, "Have our years of preparation been for naught?" Upon speaking, his head tilted, and he was already deceased. In an instant, his corpse transformed into a wisp of black smoke, leaving only his garments and the items that had erupted from the spatial ring. The harmonious dance. A voluminous robe adorned in shades of blue and black is said to have been bequeathed by the Empire's most illustrious sorcerer, Garcia. The legendary display of his forbidden spellcasting atop the holy mountain continues to be recounted far and wide. At the pinnacle of the ancient vine staff, a colossal yellow crystal symbolizes the identity and honor of the mage, gathering formidable magical power, which can only be unleashed when the user concentrates their magical energy at the crystal's core. The ground was strewn with exquisite equipment and magical materials, causing the eyes of several individuals to widen in astonishment at the wealth of this dark sorcerer. Naturally, all the magical gear was claimed by Shui and the priest, Filion, while some of the finest magical materials belonged to Zhang Chong. Haha, Zhang Chong, do not say that I do not care for you. This skill book is perfectly suited for you. I truly did not expect such magic to exist, Filion exclaimed joyfully, holding aloft a blue skill book and calling out to Zhang Chong. Zhang Chong, along with Shui and the curious dog-headed father and son duo, gathered around to take a look. The transfer technique enables the caster to establish a telepathic bond with their pet beast, allowing for a chance that damage received by the caster may be absorbed by the pet. The skill level is C. Zhang Chong, elated, accepted the book, yet struggled to open it. Filion chuckled, explaining that these ancient skill books require one to communicate with their own mental energy. Suddenly, Zhang Chong recalled the experience of learning skills in the illusion and nodded, beginning to understand. Channeling his mental energy, he clapped his hands together, and an illumination filled his mind as a torrent of information flooded in. How is it? Have you learned it? Shui, watching Zhang Chong in silence, asked with a hint of concern. Yes, I have learned it, Zhang Chong replied with a smile. Since you have slain Electia, why do you linger? It is important to note that every formidable being above the saint level possesses a unique means to convey their demise. As the words echoed, the figure that had appeared distant now stood before them. No one anticipated that the speaker would be the wrinkled, old woman. I wondered how that dark mage could injure me. It turns out she is a saint-level mage. No wonder, Filion mused inwardly. May I inquire who you are? Zhang Chong asked politely. The old woman retorted, What brings you here? Zhang Chong did not dare to conceal the truth and promptly recounted the events. The old woman nodded. Very well, you should hurry along. Within the cave ahead lies what you seek. However, do make sure to visit me upon your return. With that, the old woman turned and, without a glance back, began to walk slowly away. Had they not witnessed her speed moments ago, they would never have guessed she was indeed a human. Chapter 50. The Purple Jade Serpent. In reverence to the God of Light, we have finally discovered the location. Within a vast circular cavern, distinct from others, the atmosphere is dark and damp, with towering stones scattered throughout. Among the rocky crevices, one can faintly discern small, translucent purple serpents, no longer than an inch, gracefully slithering about. Clearly the elusive purple jade serpents we sought. The purple jade ore emerges from the earth like exquisite crystals, scattered in a diamond-shaped pattern. With the aid of Shui's absolute zero abilities, we swiftly captured an ample supply of purple jade serpents. Zhang Chong, being a miner by trade, had long been enamored with the legendary purple jade or eagerly stowing every piece, regardless of size, into his spatial ring. The goblin father and son duo, exhibiting remarkable expertise, assisted Zhang Chong in gathering the most vibrant and deeply colored stones. "Let us depart," said Filian, glancing at the time with a sense of urgency. Indeed, the others agreed, hastily organizing the oars before following Filian back to the cavern where the old woman awaited. "You have returned. I must admit, I was surprised to see you at the bottom of this cavern, especially that you managed to slay the St. Tyr Dark Mage," the old woman remarked, stepping out to greet us without inviting us inside. "I require one of you to accompany me back. In return, I shall bestow upon each of you a life fruit as reward." "What say you?" "Life fruit," Filian responded, his voice steady, "a unique product of the underground city, said to extend one's lifespan. The black market prices them at a staggering 100,000 gold coins each." Zhang Chong was taken aback by the wealth concealed within this seemingly ordinary old woman. This object may be a remarkable treasure upon the ground, yet here it is merely commonplace, as evidenced by the few that adorn the tree before my door each year. The elderly woman chuckled softly. A few individuals stood in astonishment when a handsome middle-aged man emerged from within the house. Although his physique was somewhat slender, his gaze exuded a unique confidence. Upon witnessing several humans at the entrance, a fleeting expression of excitement crossed his face, only to be swiftly replaced by composure. Had it not been for Zhang Zhong's vigilant watchfulness, it would have gone unnoticed. The handsome man displayed a gentle demeanor, grasping the elderly woman's hand and inquiring, "What troubles you? Surely you do not wish to send me away again. I have promised that as long as your curse remains unbroken, I shall not depart." His smile carried an unspoken resolve. The elderly woman felt a flush rise to her cheeks and replied softly, "You have accompanied me in this underground realm for 30 years. I am truly content. Yet, you have your family and your parents to consider." Observing the two, it was evident to the onlookers that they shared a profound and affectionate bond, so sweet that even the dog-headed creature felt a twinge of pity for the handsome man. "If I had desired to leave, I would have done so long ago. Who could possibly restrain me in this place, especially that newly ascended green goblin?" The man's words resonated with formidable authority. "Asta, do not be so obstinate. Had it not been for my sake, you would not have been ensnared for these 30 years. The elderly woman continued softly, "Humph, those despicable wretches. If it were not for their numbers, would they have been able to bind my fighting spirit for 3 decades? Now that I possess the means to break the seal, I shall undoubtedly procure the antidote for you." A few individuals gradually comprehended the unfolding events as they listened to the conversation between two people. Surprisingly, it was still Filian who felt the most astonished. He had heard of the prodigious youth of Oster 30 years prior, yet he never imagined that this individual had been confined, his fighting spirit sealed away. Shui gently approached the two, politely inquiring, "May I assist you, esteemed elder?" The elderly woman clearly took a liking to Shui, smiling softly as she replied, "I only hope that you can take Oster with you. He has endured much suffering over the years." Her gaze dimmed momentarily. "Humph, Oster has returned to his room," she remarked, indicating Oster's stubbornness. Yet, it was precisely this stubbornness that had allowed him to venture here alone 30 years ago. Zhang Chong, however, was perplexed, observing that the two appeared capable of exiting on their own. "I fell victim to a curse 30 years ago, preventing me from seeing the sun. Otherwise, I would age a year for each day. Oster pursued me here, unable to withstand the 10 divine generals, and was subsequently sealed. It was only recently that he managed to break free from his confinement, which is why I wish for him to accompany you." The elderly woman spoke with tenderness, revealing her deep concern for Oster's plight over the years. "I merely desire for him to lead a better life than mine, to walk under the sun like a normal person." At that moment, Oster emerged once more, gently taking her hand. In that instant, everyone was taken aback, sensing the profound compatibility between them. Filian, his expression somewhat peculiar, cleared his throat and remarked, "The curse you speak of, could it possibly be the fleeting beauty of a moment?" Asta nodded, for it was indeed the 5th of the 10 great curses of the continent, known as momentary splendor. Out of the 32 antidotes, I have managed to acquire only 29, leaving me powerless to obtain the remaining 3. "Which 2? Zhang Chong inquired. Asta offered a wry smile. "One is the tear of an unseen angel, another is 3 drops of blood from the guardian beast of the underground city, and the last is the scales of a mermaid. These 3 are beyond my reach." Zhang Chong sighed inwardly. He had not heard of these items either and wished to assist, but found himself at a loss. Yet, in a moment of fervor, he declared, "Now that I am aware, I will surely find a way to help you obtain them." Asta, however, dismissed the sentiment with a smile, sensing the sincerity of the young man opposite him. Yet, his heart yearned only to remain here with his beloved until the end of days. "Actually, I possess the antidote. I can prepare it right away," said Filion. "What?" The group gasped in surprise, and Asta took several strides to Filion's side. "What did you say? Is that true?" he exclaimed, overwhelmed with joy. "Wonderful, wonderful. Jure, did you hear?" "Yes, yes," Jure replied, equally exhilarated. "How can I ever thank you?" Asta asked, brimming with excitement. "Give praise to the god of light. I merely happen to have this antidote. My quest for the purple jade serpent was solely to acquire the final ingredient of momentary splendor," Filion replied. Filion noticed Zhang Chong and Xue Yi gazing at him intently, and his cheeks flushed slightly. He said, "In truth, I am not only the Archbishop of Nankas, but also the Dean of the Holy Light Academy of the Breland Empire, and the Chief Magician of the Breland Empire. 3 years ago, our Imperial Princess fell victim to a curse. We have invested substantial resources and a considerable amount of gold to gather the necessary materials. However, the purple jade serpent has remained elusive, buried deep underground with no one willing to sell it. Yet, there is but a single guardian beast in that underground lair, a place I would not have dared to enter even at the height of my powers." Asta has spent 30 years in the depths and has long shed his youthful recklessness, possessing some understanding of the dungeon's might. Filion waved his hand dismissively and said with expertise, "I have not encountered that guardian beast, but it is likely nothing more than a holy beast. Moreover, I am employing the blood of our Breland Empire's guardian dragon, which is undoubtedly superior in effect. As for the tears of an angel, the Pope possesses at least 1 vial, having gifted His Majesty 3 drops. Is this true? How splendid!" Asta felt a sense of relief wash over him and promptly ushered everyone into the room. Chapter 51. The Murder Competition. Chapter 222. Traps Within Traps 2. Chapter 240. Turning Point. Chapter 241. Divine Retribution. Chapter 97. Coerced Homicide. Chapter 226. The Female Infiltrator.